Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
My Element Academia 62 Chapter 1, Moving Day. Disclaimer, I do not own anything except my OC. Talking, thinking, all might buff, speech, and thoughts. Rayo, it's time to go, said Maya Monroe, a middle-aged woman with blue hair, was answered with a shout, coming mom, I just need to get my Endeavor posters. A couple minutes later, a 6-year-old boy with blue hair and black highlights, a shirt with an electric blue lightning bolt symbol on it, black cargo pants, and shoes that had red, white, and blue colors on them came running down the stairs with Endeavor, Edgeshot and Mirko action figures. I'm ready, Mom, said the cheerful boy as he ran to the car and got buckled. Maya looked back at her empty home and sighed, it was fun while it lasted, Eric. I just hope everything will be alright for Rayo. Turning away, she gave one last look at her house before closing the door and getting in the car. Are you ready, sweetie? Asked Maya as she starts the car up. Rayo nodded in excitement and started playing with his action figures. Goodbye, Hosu. Hello Musutafu, thought Maya as they began to leave the city. In Musutafu. Kachan, said a young boy with messy green hair and freckles, I won't let you hurt him. You're not being very nice. A ash-blonde boy with spiked hair answered with a smirk as explosions appeared in his hands, move out the way, Deku or you'll be next. Two other kids, one with long fingers and the other with red wings just chuckled, yeah, Deku. Bakugo is more powerful than a quirkless loser like you will ever be. As the three kids got closer, they began to attack Deku since the other kid ran away with Bakugo's goons holding Deku by his arms as Bakugo began blasting the boy with explosions, and one leaving a bad mark on his back. Know your place, Deku, said the angry blonde, you'll always be weak and beneath me, under. He never finished his sentence as his lower hands became covered in hardened dirt, with his goons covered in ice. What shitty bastard did this? You're going to die, shouted Bakugo, looking around for his new target. That would be me, said a voice. The enraged blonde turned his head to see a boy about his age with blue and black hair, and one of his hands were covered in electricity. Leave him alone, and no one will get hurt, said the boy. 15 minutes ago, Rayo and Maya had just pulled up to their new house, with Rayo being very excited, even trying to help out with the boxes. Rayo, I just saw a park around the corner, said Maya, who was using her quirk to move the boxes inside. I can handle it from here, go have some fun, okay. Rayo wanted to help, but seeing some other kids playing convinced him to go and have some fun. He ran to the park that was about 10 minutes away, and immediately ran to the monkey bars. After a while, he was headed to the swings, but he saw a green-haired kid being bullied and decided to intervene. Luckily, he was surrounded by dirt, which he used to immobilize the blonde boy with explosions, while he froze the bottom half of the boy with wings and the long-fingered kid. The blonde kid then looked around and shouted, what shitty bastard did this? You're going to die. Rayo decided to speak up as he covered one of his hands in electricity, that would be me. The blonde then looked at Rayo with a murderous look in his eyes. Leave him alone, and no one will get hurt. 62 Chapter 2, New Friend, New Rival. Disclaimer, I do not own anything except my OC. Talking, thinking, all might buff, speech, and thoughts. Present. Bakugo kept glaring at Rayo as he got closer. Who the hell do you think you are, you bastard, he shouted as Rayo helped Deku up with his free hand. You okay? Rayo asked Deku, who just nodded, I'm Rayo Monroe, and I just moved here. I saw what happened and wanted to help. Deku looked at Rayo and smiled slightly, I'm Izuku Midoriya, thank you but could you let Kachan go, asked the now named Izuku. Rayo looked at Izuku in shock and confusion, why? He was beating you up and instructed his friends to keep you in the name of All Might, would you want to let him go? Izuku thought about this for a couple of seconds and realized Rayo was right. Bakugo had always bullied him, no matter how much he praised him. He even leaves burn marks from his explosions which are permanently burned into his flesh as scars. Monroe, I agree with you, said Izuku, though we should let them go. I happen to know his mother and I can tell her what happened. Besides, even Kachan doesn't deserve this. Quote. Rayo looked at him before walking up to the two shivering boys in ice and began thawing them out. Fine, he said, but I don't know if I can be there if this happens again, okay Midoriya. The greenette nodded as Rayo finished thawing the boys out, who quickly ran away. Rayo then started to walk away with Izuku, releasing the explosive child when they were closer to Ryo's house. Bakugo was very pissed and very scared, but he was too stubborn to admit it. He started walking home, grumbling to himself about putting both Rayo and Izuku, or as he called him, Deku, in their place. As Rayo and Midoriya reached Izuku's home, Rayo asked, is this where you live? Izuku nodded in response. I guess that makes us neighbors, then, responded an excited Rayo. Izuku looked confused before he put the pieces together. That means we can hang out more. I would love to talk about your quirk when you get a chance, said an energized Izuku, who went into a full-on mumble. Rayo looked at him weirdly and suddenly asked, why was that kid picking on you? Izuku stopped talking for a full minute before saying, I'm quirkless. He gets praised for his quirk while I get mistreated. He paused before continuing, please don't tell anyone, I don't like to talk about it. Rayo didn't understand what it was like to be quirkless, so he just gave Izuku a hug to help him feel better. I'm sorry for bugging you about it, said Rayo, who was hugging a surprised Izuku, it may not be much but I want to help you out. That blonde kid doesn't deserve your kindness, so you should get some new friends. You can call me Reo if you like, I'll be your new best friend, Izuku. All the while that Reo was talking, Izuku had been crying tears of joy in his new friend's shoulder. He nodded when asked if he could call Reo by his first name, happy that someone besides his family treated him with kindness. Unknown to the two boys, 3 women saw them, Rio's mother, one with long green hair, and another with short blonde spiked hair. All 3 were watching the events unfold, and hurried back to their homes once they saw their sons walking towards them. 62 Chapter 3. Meeting a Hero. Disclaimer. I do not own anything except my OC. Talking, thinking, all might buff, speech, and thoughts. Meeting a hero. 10 years later. Now, I know most of you are excited for the end of school, said the teacher, but you all have one last packet to finish. He grabbed a stack of papers as the students groaned and suddenly threw them into the air. Knowing you all, you have plans to get out of here and become heroes, am I right? The class erupted into excited screaming, with all but 3 students activating their quirks. The excitement soon came to an end when Bakugo jumped onto his desk yelling, "Hey, teach. Don't put me in the same group as these extras. I'm the only one here who has what it takes to become a great hero, even greater than All Might." The class soon started yelling at him, which Bakugo ignored, while Izuku had been taking notes and making a hero costume for himself, and Reo had just mumbled, "Great hero my ass." The teacher spoke again, "Oh, Midoriya, Monroe. Didn't you sign up for UA as well?" Bakugo turned around and lunged at Izuku, before being frozen by Reo. "I'll kill you, you elemental bastard," yelled Bakugo as the last bell rang. "I guess not today, Bakabitch," said Reo as he and Izuku began to leave the room with Bakugo thawing himself out. "Reo, did you really have to freeze him?" asked Izuku, to which Reo responded with a deadpan look, "Okay, yeah, Bakugo deserved it." Ever since Reo and Izuku became best friends, they helped each other out. Izuku helped Reo with his abilities, while Reo helped Izuku come out of his shell, starting with not calling Bakugo Kachan. "I'm headed to train, wanna come with?" asked the element user. Izuku nodded, and the two of them walked to the gym, unaware that a green sludge was pouring out of a manhole. It towered before them, covering Reo in its body, while keeping Izuku in place. "Shit," thought Reo, "I should have sensed this dude. I don't even have full mastery over water, so I can't help Izuku let alone myself." Izuku had similar thoughts as he struggled, "I'm going to die. I'll never get to achieve my dream of becoming a hero. Come on, little brats," shouted the sludge villain, "I just need a body to control and keep me away from him. I'll even keep one of you as a hostage." As the villain spoke, the manhole flew open, revealing a large blonde man in a white t-shirt and cargo pants holding groceries in one hand. "I am here," shouted the man before he got into a punching position, Texas Smash. The villain soon got splattered into tiny bits, giving the man the chance to put him in a bottle and put them in his pockets. Noticing Reo and Izuku knocked out, he gently tapped their faces with his hands. "Hey, boys," asked the man, "are you alright?" Izuku woke up first and getting a good look at the man he shouted, "You're All Might." "I can't believe it." He shook Reo awake as he got his notebook and Rio's out, "Could you sign these? We are such big fans, All Might." All Might nodded as he signed the notebooks in seconds. "Izuku, I'm trying to sleep," groaned Reo as he sat up and saw All Might. The number 1 hero took notice of this and nodded, "Yes, it is I, All Might. If you will excuse me, I have to go, people to save and all." He jumped away, unaware that the bottles fell out that he had 2 stowaways on his legs. Once he noticed this, All Might looked to see both Reo and Izuku hanging to his legs for dear life. "Get off my legs. Let go," said the hero. "If we do that, we'll fall and die," yelled Reo, who just held on tighter. "You are correct," said the ashamed hero, "hold on a little longer, young ones. I will get you to a safe spot." "Shit," thought the pro hero, "I'm close to my limit right now. I need to hurry." Once the pro landed, he got ready to jump away again when Izuku shouted, "All Might, wait. I need to ask you something." The pro hero turned his head and shouted as steam came off his body, "I am sorry, but I have to go now." All Might suddenly fell to his knees, and the steam disappeared, leaving a man that could only be described as a living stick figure. All the while, Reo was throwing up on the other side of the building, listening and throwing up from the extreme speeds. "Ah," shouted Izuku as he got a good look at the skinny man, "You're not All Might. You're some type of imposter." The skinny man spoke, "No, I'm the real All Might." "You know how guys like to look buff at the pool?" asked All Might, "It's like that." All Might then pulled up his shirt to show a scar with multiple stitches. "I got this scar from a fight long ago that I had covered up." "Was it the one against Toxic Chainsaw?" interrupted Izuku. All Might shook his head chuckling as Reo walked beside Izuku, "No way. He was too weak to even put a scratch on me." He stood up, spitting up some blood in the process when Izuku asked, "All Might, is it possible for me to become a hero without a quirk?" All Might froze in place and sighed as Izuku looked at him patiently waiting for an answer. "I'm sorry," said the pro hero, "but you have to be realistic. Maybe become a firefighter or a police officer." He then headed for the stairs, closing the door behind him. As Izuku just stared into the distance in shock. All Might, or Toshinori Yagi in civilian form, had just reached the bottom of the building when he reached in his pockets. "Oh, no," thought the skinny hero as he felt around for the bottles filled with the sludge villain, "I must have dropped it when I was leaping away." Meanwhile, Bakugo was pissed at Deku and Reo. Once he completely thought himself out, he and his goons from school went walking while Bakugo exploded a can in his hand, kicking a bottle open in the process. I'm gonna kill them, growled Bakugo. That natural freak humiliates me while Deku gets to walk free. I'm gonna neuter those useless assholes. Unknown to Bakugo or his lackeys, the sludge villain had been inside the bottles that had been kicked and had escaped. Oh thanks, kid, shouted the villain as the lackeys ran, now I can take your body hostage. He then lunged at the explosive blonde, attempting to control his body. Author's note, comments are encouraged. Any negativity will be deleted, and I will answer questions as well as take suggestions. 62 Chapter 4, Being a Hero. Disclaimer, I do not own anything except my OC. Talking, thinking, All Might buff, speech, and thoughts. Being a hero. Izuku stood in shock as All Might left after telling him he couldn't be a hero. I can't believe it, thought the devastated Greenette, I can't be a hero. Reo looked at his best friend and held his shoulder. Izuku, it doesn't matter what All Might said. You can be the first quirkless hero. We've been training for years in case this might have happened. Izuku looked at Reo before nodding and silently walking to the stairs with Reo in tow, sighing as he tried to cheer up his friend. Suddenly, an explosion appeared near them, with the two teenagers running towards it. There was a crowd of people gathered to see what was happening, as well as pro-heroes in the area consisting of Death Arms, Kamui Woods and Backdraft. Izuku and Reo pushed their way to the front, trying to get a clearer view of what was happening when they saw someone they never thought would be in trouble, Katsuki Bakugo. Toshinori Rad heard the explosion and immediately hurried to the area to see a blonde teenager being held hostage. Damn it, cursed the pro-hero, I'm out of time and I allowed that villain to escape me. All of a sudden, a green-haired teen burst from the crowd with shock to see it was the same boy he had just told he couldn't be a hero, running towards the danger. With Reo and Izuku. Reo saw his best friend jump over the perimeter as he went to rescue his bully. Shit, Izuku, thought Reo as he followed suit, quickly drinking a full water bottle and running to help, since the other heroes were too distracted to stop him. Reo provided cover for Izuku, partially freezing the villain as Izuku kept running towards it. Izuku couldn't control himself, he was currently running towards the sludge villain, throwing his backpack at it once he was close enough to do some damage. Deku, shouted the angry blonde, the hell are you doing here? Izuku answered with a smile as he tried to pry Bakugo from the villain's grasp, we may never be friends, but it looked like you needed some help, and I couldn't let you be in danger and not do anything. Bakugo seemed to calm down a bit after that, making more explosions as he fought to get free. As the two teens escaped the villain and third provided cover, Toshinori's eyes widened upon hearing what Izuku said and thought, could he be the one? Thought the pro-hero as he willed himself to buff up, he is still trying to help even though he is quirkless and I told him he couldn't be a hero. Reo had been holding the villain steady when he saw Bakugo and Izuku get free. He was about to engage and help them get farther away when he noticed a burst of wind behind him, and a figure getting near the sludge villain. I am sorry, my boy, said the figure as he had been revealed to be All Might in front of the two teens in his buff form. I told you that you could not be a hero when I had not been acting like one in the first place. He then cocked back his arm, and yelled, Detroit Smash. The force of the attack was so powerful that the wind pressure caused the weather to change. Once the villain had been gathered up into the police's custody, the heroes scolded Reo and Izuku for using their quirk in public while they praised Bakugo on his powerful quirk, asking him to be their sidekick or recommending him to their scoffed at how they got punished for helping them out as they walked home when they encountered the number one hero himself. I am here, shouted the hero as he poofed to his civilian form, which made Izuku do a spit take, to talk to you. Izuku simply stood there in shock, unaware of what was happening as the skinny man continued, you showed great bravery out there, even without a quirk. Tell me, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, before closing it and thinking about it before finally answering, I want to be the kind of hero that saves people with a smile. One that people can count on, and I hope to save everyone and show them that there is nothing to fear. Reo leaned on the brick wall near them while smiling, as Toshinori thought, it's him. I've found my successor. My boy, said the blonde man, I would like you to inherit my quirk. It has been passed down through generations. I am here to tell you, that you can become a hero. Izuku dropped to his knees, crying and clutching his heart, happy that there was one more person that believed he could become a hero. He stopped crying suddenly as he realized what happened, and asked, what do you mean inherit your quirk? 62 Chapter 5, Info on Reo. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. Thoughts. Speaking. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Reo Monroe Info. Reo Monroe, also known as Spoiler, is an American moved to Japan that is a first-year student at UA High. He is an amalgamation, and due his quirk, he tends to carefree. Quirk. Elemental Ghost. Type. Emitter. Fighting style and quirk range, close combat and long range. Elemental Ghost allows Reo to change his physical state as well as produce and control fire, water, earth, ice, air, and electricity. Reo can also to combine elements, as well as physically becoming a certain element. He not only has elemental abilities, but the invisibility and intangibility of a ghost. Immediately showing signs of electrokinesis, cryokinesis, and pyrokinesis, soon gaining hydrokinesis and aerokinesis. When he got older, he soon found himself able to form lava armor, and various elemental weapons, as well as combining his elements. Accessible elements. Ice, fire, earth, water, air, electricity. Weaknesses. Fire Ryo's pyrokinetic abilities are tied to his emotions, meaning if he is too angry, then he will lose control of his flames. Water Ice Ryo's cryokinetic and hydrokinetic abilities are tied to his hydration, meaning he must drink a lot of fluids at all times. Earth Ryo's geokinetic abilities work depending on how close to the ground he is. Lightning Ryo's electrokinetic abilities have the biggest drawback, since the more he uses them, the more likely he is to have temporary memory loss. Air Ryo's aerokinetic abilities are tied to his breathing, which means he must take in more air than usual to use his aerokinetic abilities. Non-elemental opponents Ryo cannot manipulate the elements of his opponent's quirk if it is not used or present. For example, if Shoto Todoroki does not use his flames, then it is not possible for Ryo to manipulate them, since they are not being used. Invisible opponents that are invisible, such as Toru Hagakure, can see Ryo if he is also invisible. Intangible opponents that are intangible can harm Ryo if he is also intangible. 62 Chapter 6. New Lessons. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Ryo's hero name. Thoughts. Speaking. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. New lessons. What do you mean inherit your quirk? Izuku asked Toshinori. That should be impossible. It would change the whole outlook on how quirks work. To have one quirk be passed on from generations, possibly having the spirit of other users in it, stockpiling more power as it is passed down, getting stronger. Ryo noticed that Izuku had been in a mumbling frenzy, and gently chopped his head to snap him out of it. Sorry, Uncle Toshi, said the elemental teen, he tends to do this a lot. Let's head to the beach so we can explain more. The three of them nodded and Izuku processed what Ryo said as they reached the beach. Wait, said the stunned Greenette, you two are related. Toshi and Ryo just said, I'm his godson, godfather. Explain later. Izuku nodded and looked around the beach and asked, so why are we here? Toshinori began to explain, you are here to train. But first things first, take off your shirt and pants. I must see how much we need to work on. Confused, Izuku complied, removing his clothes for the hero to see while Ryo practiced with his hydro and geokinesis, seemingly removing salt from water in the process. It seems that you and Ryo have already been training your body enough for me to give you one for all. Said the now buff hero, plucking a hair from his head and putting it in Izuku's face, now, eat this. Izuku stared at his idol in confusion and said one thing, say what? All Might just explained further, to inherit one for all, you must ingest my DNA. This is the least gross way possible, and I have already cleaned my hair and scalp as I do every day. Ryo has diluted the water so you can drink it to digest my hair easier. Ryo smirked playfully as he gave Izuku a bottle full of water and put some salt in a container in his pocket. Izuku glared as he grabbed the hair, ate it and struggled to swallow it down. Once he did, All Might deflated, saying, now we are going to work on your training tomorrow. Get some rest, and Ryo will take you home and explain further. Izuku nodded, getting dressed and following Ryo home. I've done it, master, said Toshinori as he watched his successor and nephew leave the beach, I found the ninth holder. Izuku and Ryo were walking home when Ryo spoke up, Zuku, I'm gonna tell you a secret few people know about me, okay? Don't ask any questions, just listen. Izuku nodded, aware that there were few things Ryo never spoke about, such as the passing of his parents, so he kept quiet when Ryo started talking. Ryo took a deep breath and said, you know the adapting hero, Shift. He's my dad. He looked at Izuku before continuing, he was trying to save me when he died. I was about 2 years old. He got killed by a villain by the name of Paradox. I haven't seen her since, but I found a couple things out after that, such as All Might was my godfather, uncle, and my mom's quirk was causing her cells to deteriorate. I was young enough to get a cure when my quirk emerged, but mom was too late to get a cure. She left me in Uncle Toshi and Aunt Inko's care, knowing it would be dangerous for me to stay with Uncle Toshi, while staying with you guys. You know the rest after that. They had reached the Midoriya household, and before they opened the door, Ryo asked, can you not tell Aunt Inko about this? I don't want to worry her more than usual. The green-haired quirk user nodded before they entered their home, ready to work out tomorrow. Next day, at 5 o'clock. When All Might said get some rest, he wasn't kidding, yawned Izuku as he rubbed his eyes, what time is it? Ryo looked at his watch and said, it's not that early, just 5 a.m., said the energized elemental, you should have seen me before I met you, Izuku. The new quirk user just looked at him, confused about how someone could have this much energy this early. Once they reached the park, Izuku saw All Might in his buff form. Hello young Midoriya, and young Ryo, said the large man as they walked closer to him, are you ready to begin your training to become a hero? Izuku nodded, so what are we doing first All Might? The hero deflated and said, we will be doing combat training. You will be training according to a very detailed plan I have made for you. Ryo then spoke up, what about me? Should I work on my elemental abilities or should I improvise? Toshinori chuckled, yes and no, my dear boy. You will be sparring with young Midoriya, with quirks allowed. Izuku gulped as he heard that, partially because he hasn't used one for all yet, and also because Ryo is slightly better at him with combat, and if he uses his quirk, he's almost untouchable. Ryo just raised an eyebrow as he walked to an open spot on the beach, standing in a fighting position. Izuku just followed, now more awake than ever, since he had to be very aware of Ryo's movements. Izuku knew that Ryo always started with an overhead kick when he attacked, and Izuku was ready for it. Reo rushed at Izuku, stopping midway and kicking over his head, which Izuku grabbed, only for it to phase through his hand, and feel a punch in his stomach. Oof, said the greenette as he got pushed to the floor. Reo helped him up then said, you can't always predict your opponent's moves. I know how you look when you study people, so those kinds of tricks won't work on me. Izuku nodded before feeling a strange surge of power, and getting ready to fight once more. Unfortunately, Reo was watching Toshinori write something too much to realize that Izuku was about to punch him square in the face. Once he turned his head, he was met with a fist to the face, sending him flying into the ocean. Shit, said the ninth holder as he ran to get All Might. Reo was currently sinking, unable to do anything while unconscious. Suddenly, there was a voice in his head that said, sorry, kid. But I'm taking over to save you. Rio's eyes then opened, but instead of the usual blue eyes, he had no pupils, and they were a neon green. Reo then stood straight in the water, spinning in place until there was a waterspout with Reo at the top of it. All Might and Izuku were about to save Reo, when a waterspout appeared, carrying Reo on top of it. Could he do that before? Asked Izuku, who knew that Reo had secret training before him. All Might shook his head, young Reo is powerful, but I had no idea he could do this. Izuku looked at his friend who looked at the two. Reo then got intimidatingly closer, moving the water in the process, and gently set himself down before fainting as his eyes returned to normal. 62 Chapter 7. More Training and Entrance Exams. Reviews. Uzumaki Kido, sure, I'll try and make them longer. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. Thoughts. Speaking. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. More training and entrance exams. When Reo woke up, he found himself in a familiar room, with three familiar people next to him, Uncle Toshi, Izuku, and surprisingly, Recovery Girl. Reo then registered that he was in a hospital bed, and sat up, only to hear yelling. Damn it, Toshinori, said the obvious voice of Recovery Girl, why do all you one for all holders have to be muscle heads? Reo groaned after getting up, mostly from being sore, grabbed his things and opened the door. What happened? Said the teen, alerting the adults of his wake. Reo, said Recovery Girl as she hugged the boy, how are you? Reo smiled, I'm fine, Granny Chio. How are you, and what happened? She then explained that Reo was unconscious then fainted, and how Toshinori brought him and Izuku to Recovery Girl. What happened to Izuku? Asked the worried teen. Recovery Girl just moved a curtain to show an unconscious Izuku with a broken arm and bandages. I see now, said the teen, he must have listened to me when I told him Uncle Toshi told him to clench his ass cheeks and punch when he does a smash. The short heroine looked at Toshinori with a, seriously, expression. Reo was told he was fine, so he decided to go to see Power Loader, when he suddenly felt someone behind him. Smirking, he turned around to see his favorite animal, Nezu. Reo, my dear boy. How are you? Asked the small principal of UA. Reo chuckled, I'm good Gramps, just headed to see Power Loader about my hero costume. I still don't like that Uncle Toshi recommended me, even if it's in my dad's will. My best friend doesn't even know about it. Nezu nodded as he climbed on Rio's shoulder. I understand, but even so, you are allowed to take the entrance exam, so it is fine. Other teachers and staff will be watching to see how well you do. Reo smiled, glad that the strange animal understood him. He then entered the support department, where Power Loader was currently working on a support item. Hey, plural, said the teen, long time no see. The engineer turned his head to see Reo with Nezu on his shoulder. Reo, Principal Nezu, said the cheerful engineer, what can I do for you today? Reo handed Power Loader a notebook with a blue and black bookmark, could you design my hero costume? I have all the specs written down, and I would need to be able to regulate my temperature, but I'm not sure what I can do. Power Loader looked at the costume and all the details before nodding, sure, Reo. I can have it done by the entrance exams. Reo nodded and thanked Power Loader before leaving to see Izuku awake with his arm completely healed and All Might walking out with him. Once he caught up with them, All Might gave them each a large stack of papers titled, The American Dream Plan. And said, that should be enough training for the day. You two head home, and we will continue this tomorrow. The two teens nodded before walking home with All Might leaping away to his home. Izuku and Reo were currently at the beach moving metal so they could clean up the beach. Haha, once you have finished this part, you should start sparring again, said All Might, who was sitting on a fridge. Once the two boys finished, they started their daily sparring, with Reo giving Izuku some advice. Izuku, ever notice how Uncle Toshi and I spread our power throughout our body? Asked Reo, think you could try that? Izuku nodded, activating one for all and spreading it throughout his body evenly, lowering the usage to 5% so he doesn't hurt himself. I did it, said Izuku, who now had green sparks of lightning around him. Toshinori walked over to see what the two boys were doing, and Izuku started to move around faster than he had ever before. Toshinori was amazed and asked, what are you going to call this move? It needs a name after all. Izuku thought about it, before settling on a name, I'm going to call this new move one for all, full cowling. Toshinori nodded, letting the two boys proceed their sparring practice. Izuku got in a fighting stance, and Reo covered his arms and legs in ice. Izuku attacked first, sending a punch at Reo, who blocked it with his arms. Reo then grabbed Izuku's arm, and flipped him over, but Izuku was able to turn the tables and put Reo in a headlock before he knew what happened. Reo then smirked, rule number 1 of combat. Always watch the hands. Izuku then felt a small sting on his shoulder, before spreading throughout his body and preventing him from moving. I called it my nervous shock, said Reo, it's gonna wear off in a couple seconds, don't worry. Once Izuku got up, he then got in a fighting position, and Reo was ready too. Get ready to get your ass beat for 10 months, said the brunette. Izuku smirked, I could say the same thing to you, Reo. The two boys brawled for 2 whole hours, then they went back to moving the heavy, metal garbage. 10 months later on the day of the exams. Oh crap, said Izuku as he walked towards the entrance of UA, I still can't believe we made it. Reo chuckled as he just casually walked to the doors of the building, with Izuku close behind. All of a sudden, Izuku tripped on a loose tile, and began to fall face first onto the concrete. This is it, said the falling teen, I'm going to miss the exam, and my chance to be a hero. He then realized that he wasn't touching the ground, and curious, he looked to see a brown-haired girl with a bob cut holding him in place. Oh, sorry, said the girl, as she released her quirk when Izuku stood up. I didn't mean to use my quirk without permission. I just didn't want you to fall. Izuku smiled and gained his balance before saying, thanks for saving me. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The girl smiled, you're welcome. I'm Ochako Uraraka. The two of them smiled as they went inside and took their seats. Everyone had taken the written exam before the rules were announced, so he was thankful for that. Where were you? Asked Reo, who had finished and been sitting next to Izuku, with Bakugo on the other side of him. Izuku didn't respond, but just turned red as a hero with blonde hair and a speaker on his neck announced, hello, little listeners. Can I get a hey? Nobody responded, with the hero just said, wow, tough crowd. Anyway, onto the practical. Quote. He then pressed a button on a remote, showing 4 robots. You will be going against robots that vary in difficulty the higher the points, which are 1 to 3. A hand shot up as everyone looked as a spotlight landed on a tall boy with dark blue hair and square glasses. Yes, examinee 7111, said the loud blonde hero. Sir, said the boy while holding a pamphlet, it says here that there are 4 robots. If this is a typo, UA should be ashamed of their mistake as a prestigious school. He then turned towards Izuku, who had been mumbling about the robots, and your mumbling is causing others to be distracted. If you can't take this seriously, then please leave. Izuku just mumbled sorry, while the hero continued, I was just about to get to that examinee 7111. That robot is the most powerful, and worth 0 points. It's more of an obstacle to get around you see. The examinees nodded as the boy sat down, shouting, thank you sir. I understand. Izuku and Reo then checked their cards to see where they would be taking their exams. Izuku was in testing area B, Bakugo was in A, and Reo was in C. They must have put us in different areas to prevent friends from helping each other, thought Izuku. The two friends then went to the locker room to change before heading to their respective areas. As Reo neared the gates of his area, he heard a female voice say, good luck kid. You're gonna need it. Reo turned his head, but no one was there. He then shrugged before walking towards his group to take the exam. 62 Chapter 8, Entrance Exam and New Friends. Reviews. Uzumaki Kido, sure, I'll try and make them longer. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. Thoughts. Speaking. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Exams and new friends. Training ground B. Izuku had just got with his group, ready to move once the doors opened. He then saw the brunette that helped him before and started to walk towards her, hoping to give her some comfort, only to be stopped by the tall boy from before. He said, are you going to distract that girl and sabotage her chances of being accepted? Izuku just shook his head, no, for your information, she helped me earlier and still looks nervous. I was going to try to help, but it seems that she's fine now. The boy didn't know what to say, and just walked away as the exam doors opened. Once they were fully opened, Izuku ran off with a burst of speed, looking for robots. The other examinees looked confused until they heard a voice over the loudspeaker shout, what are you waiting on? There are no countdowns in a battle. The participants then got the idea, running to the doors to see 3 3-pointers demolished. Izuku then started to destroy some 2-pointers, saving a boy with red spiked hair in the process. You okay? Asked the greenette. The red-haired boy nodded, yeah, man. That was so manly though. Izuku smiled before zooming off to find more robots. Training Ground A. Bakugo wasted no time with the exam. As soon as he could fit through the door, he blasted himself through the entrance, propelling himself with his explosions before the others caught up soon. Coming across 2 3-pointers, he then started blasting them, before he put his hand in his left palm, while forming a small circle. AP shot. Auto cannon, shouted Bakugo as he blew the robots apart, effectively destroying them. He then noticed multiple 2-pointers coming near him, and smirked before blasting off. Training Ground C. Reo hadn't needed to wait for the gates to open at all. As soon as he saw his group he ran past them, phasing through the door and quickly finding 4 2-pointers. Hey, said the boy as he saw other students began to enter the area, these guys are easy, especially since I don't have to hold back much. He then grabbed one robot's head, freezing it in the process. Using his new ability he called geolocation, he sensed a bot attack him from behind, only for Reo to short-circuit the bot before running off. He then leapt into the air, creating an ice slide so he could move faster. While looking for more opponents, he came across a blonde boy with a tail and a girl with pink skin and hair. Looking up, he saw that a robot was about to fall on them, which they were too busy to notice. "Hey, watch out," yelled Ryo, who landed in front of them, creating a large stone wall to prevent the robot from falling. The pink girl just stared at him and yelled, "What are you doing? You're going to get yourself killed." Ryo just kept the wall up as he started to inhale a lot of air and yelled, "Get out of here. I can survive this, you can't. It's a hero's job to save people, right?" The girl wanted to argue, but she soon found herself being carried away by the blonde boy. "I trust you," he said as he ran off with the girl, "but get out of there safely." Ryo nodded, unable to do anything else. "I've got to get stronger," thought the elemental teen. "Think, Ryo. What is hot enough to melt metal?" That's when it hit him. Fire can melt metal at the right temperature. Struggling to hold the wall up, Ryo unknowingly summoned his fire, engulfing his body in flames. Once he realized he had used his pyrokinesis and geokinesis at the same time, he internally smirked. Dropping his wall, the robot began to fall, with Ryo steadying his position, and concentrating his flames to his fist and punching upwards to release a fiery blast as he yelled, "Flashfire fist! Burning cyclone!" Once the punch landed, the robot exploded, being lifted into the air as it was destroyed. Activating his cryokinesis, he mentally cursed, "Fuck, I'm gonna have to drink a lot of water later. I wonder how Izuku is doing." Inside of a room, there were multiple pro-heroes, including Nezu, Toshinori, and Recovery Girl, that were watching the events unfold. "That explosive blonde has great potential," said the rated R hero, Midnight. The screen then changed to show 4 people: Izuku, who was currently saving other students who were in danger before going off to get more points, Ryo throwing a visible compressed air shield at robots before it returned to him, the tall blue-haired boy destroying robots thanks to the engines on his legs, and the redhead crushing the robots due to his hardening quirk. The gunslinging hero, Snipe, then commented, "That green-haired feller is doing pretty well with the robots, as well as helping other examinees." They then saw the pink girl and the boy with a tail run from a collapsing robot that Ryo was struggling to hold up before destroying it with a single blazing uppercut. A hero in a black costume with a scarf around his neck then said, "Maybe, but a person's true nature is only shown in a face of absolute danger." Looking at the principal, who nodded, he then pressed a button on the wall, and the heroes watched as more students froze in place before running away. Izuku was doing pretty well for the most part. He had 98 points, and he was about to get more when he felt an earthquake. "Ryo, please let that be you for some reason," pleaded Izuku as he ran around the area, only to find the brunette who saved him under some rubble. Rushing to her, Izuku easily lifted the metal to free her. Once she got to her feet, Izuku noticed that her leg was sprained and offered to carry her, only to see a giant zero-pointer close behind them. Izuku noticed that there were students nearby who were running from the giant robot, and he quickly found one he was familiar with and got his attention. "Hey," said Izuku to the engine boy, "I need you to help her. I'll take care of the robot." Izuku then ran off as the other boy thought, doesn't he know that he will lose points for this? Regardless, I need to help this girl. He then picked Uraraka up, carrying her away so Izuku could handle the robot. As Izuku had neared the robot, he activated one for all at 7% in his legs, running up the side of a building before landing on the robot's arm. "This is so going to hurt tomorrow," thought Izuku as he jumped near the robot's face. 100% Detroit Smosh, shouted Izuku when he punched the robot, leaving a giant crater in it while sending it flying backwards. Luckily, as the robot fell, he managed to launch himself off of it, effectively landing on the building he climbed to. He then used the last of his energy to get to the ground, hearing that the exam was over before passing out himself. At the same time, Ryo couldn't believe what was happening. A giant zero-pointer just showed up and started walking towards everyone, despite the fact that they ran as soon as it showed up. He already had 83 points, so he didn't think he needed any more. But this was overkill. "Damn it," cursed Ryo, "if I don't do something, someone's going to get crushed." Nearing towards the giant bot with his newly named Ice Slide, Ryo neared the robot, and once he was a good enough distance away from bystanders, he activated his cryokinesis, slid his hand across the ground, and lifted it yelling, "Heaven-piercing ice wall." Once it was clear to see, everyone then looked to see a giant wall of ice that had impaled the robot in multiple places. Walking towards the ice, Ryo laid a hand on it, mumbling, "Just to be safe," before producing a large amount of electricity all throughout the ice to fry the zero-pointer systems. Ryo, having produced too much electricity than he should have and overexerting himself, had just turned around and had a stupid look on his face with his thumbs in the air saying, "Where am I and why is there a giant robot right there?" Everyone looked at him dumbfounded while he stayed like that for 5 whole minutes until it was announced that the exam had ended. "I still can't believe that happened. When could I use more than one element at a time?" thought Ryo as he walked Izuku to his house. "You coming inside?" asked Izuku, who had his arm healed by Recovery Girl again. Ryo shook his head, "I'm gonna be staying with Uncle Toshi from now on. I can visit though." The brunette then walked back to UA, "Tell Aunt Inko I'll see her later, okay?" Izuku watched his friend walk off and smiled as he entered his home. Ryo walked a good block and a half before he heard a scream. Knowing someone needed help, he rushed over to the sound coming from an alley, only to see a girl being harassed by 3 older guys with mutation quirks. Not noticing Ryo, the first one with 4 arms said, "Come on little lady, just stay still and be a good girl." Reo knew that he needed to stop this soon, so walking towards them while invisible, he punched the dragon quirk thug in the face, giving him a nosebleed. Fuck did you that for? The dragon asked the final member, a leopard. The hell are you talking about? I never touched you. He's right, why no, said Reo who was still invisible, he never touched you. Making himself known, Reo then covered his arm in earth, and punched the four-armed quirk user in the face. You have 10 seconds to leave here. I've already called the police, so they're on their way. Covering his other arm in fire, Reo looked at the leopard, who charged at Reo before effectively getting burnt to a crisp. Listen kid, this has absolutely nothing to do with you, warned the dragon, go home before I kill you right here and now. Reo stood his ground, which the dragon noticed, your funeral. He then breathed fire at Reo, covering him in the flames. I warned you, kid. No one can match my flames. Once the fire subsided, Reo was revealed to have been perfectly fine, except for the burnt shirt that showed his top half. Impossible. No one can survive that, the dragon exclaimed in fear. That may be true, but I'm not just anyone, said Reo as he lifted his arms up to form a T-pose before tightening his fists, enclosing the thugs in stone. Are you okay? Reo asked the girl who nodded. I'm Reo Monroe, do you mind if I lead you home? Asked the elemental, I don't want anything like this to happen to you again. The girl nodded and said, thank you for saving me. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. The girl then stood up, accidentally giving Reo a chance to get a good look at her. She had black hair in a spiked ponytail, an hourglass figure with breasts that were about an D cup, and overall she was really cute. Blushing, Reo looked away before giving her his jacket. Here, you need this more than I do right now. Grabbing the jacket, Momo put it around herself, following Reo as they walked out the alley to see the police arriving. Reo and Momo gave them their statement, and since it was technically self-defense, Reo didn't get in trouble for using his quirk without permission. Reo had walked with Momo to her house, with Reo texting Toshinori that he would be a little late. Thank you again for saving me, said Momo who was holding the jacket close to herself. How could I contact you? Reo blushed before giving Momo his phone number, and Momo gave her his. Could you call me Momo? I trust you enough to call you my friend, asked a blushing Momo. As long as you call me Reo. Momo smiled, happy to have a new friend. I guess I'll see you around, Momo, said Reo as he nodded and walked towards UA, accidentally bumping into a lamppost. Momo giggled as he walked away, thinking to herself, you'll definitely see me around, Reo. Reo was on cloud 9 at the moment. He smiled as he texted Toshinori saying that he's around the block from UA. Coming to the gates, Reo then saw Toshinori waiting for him at the entrance. Smirking, Reo turned invisible and tapped Toshinori's shoulder, before appearing in front of him shouting, boo. A startled Toshinori suddenly spat up blood before hitting Reo upside the head. Why do you do this to me? Asked the blonde hero. Because it's fun, and you should know how funny you look, answered the smug teen, getting in the driver's seat of Toshinori's truck with the number 1 hero sitting in the passengers. The two then drove off, unaware that they were being watched. 62 Chapter 9, Results. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. Thoughts. Speaking. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Results. Izuku had just woken up, getting his body in shape despite the fact that the exams were over. He then received a text from Reo when he was about to head out for his morning jog. The avatar, can you come to the beach? I have your results from Uncle Toshi. Don't worry, I didn't look. Oh, and bring Uraraka. Izuku was confused when he mentioned Uraraka, so he replied. Small might, I'll be there, but how do you know Uraraka? The avatar, I met her when I was waiting for you to wake up. Do I need to remind you of your broken arm? Small might, nope, got it. I'll see you later. Izuku then went on his jog, completing his workout an hour later. He soon got a phone call, and was surprised when he heard the voice. Hi, Midoriya, I hope you don't mind, but your friend Reo gave me your number, Uraraka said over the phone. No, it's fine, answered the greenette. In fact, I wanted to ask you if you could meet me at the beach. Reo has our results since he sorta lives at UA now. Uraraka was a little shocked when she heard that, that's surprising. I guess it goes to show what you know. Anyway, I'll be there around 12. See you then. She then hung up, leaving a surprised Izuku. Wait, did I just ask a girl on a date? Reo had just finished his workout, and after messaging Izuku and teasing him a bit, he messaged Momo to invite her. Reo. Hey Momo, it's Reo. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to come to the beach with me and a couple friends. Momo. Hi Reo. I would love to come to the beach. Should I bring anything? Reo. Just yourself, since we're looking at our results for the exam. I know you have a guaranteed chance of getting in, but I would appreciate it if you were there in case I don't make it. Momo. I thought UA would take more time to send the letters out, but I would be happy to be there for you. Reo. My uncle works at UA, so he gave me our results as soon as they had them. Oh, before I forget, I can come pick you up if you don't mind. Momo. Oh, okay. I'll see you at 11:30, Reo. Smiling to himself, Reo then started to head to the PE grounds, well aware of the fact that if he got in, it would only get harder from then on. 11:15. Reo, yelled a voice. The boy in question then looked up to see one of his favorite heroes, Eraserhead walking towards him with a stack of papers. What's up? The element teen asked before he was handed a stack of papers. He said looking at the tired pro hero curiously, what's this for? Nezu has decided that there will be a new dorm system starting this year. Eraserhead said in a monotone voice, I know that you were planning to meet some students from the exam. I think it's logical that if you find out that they passed, then you can give them the papers about the dorm system. Quote. Rayo nodded before he checked his watch, crap. I've gotta go, but I'll give the papers to whoever passes. He then ran off at literal lightning speed, heading to the lockers to get himself cleaned up. 11:20. Once Rayo had cleaned himself up, he then hopped in his car, a blue and black Camaro that had blue flames on the sides with two long, neon blue lightning bolts running down the middle of it, and drove off to Momo's house. Pulling up to the gate of the oh-so-very big mansion, he rang the doorbell. Who is it? Asked a male voice over the intercom. It's Rayo Monroe, sir. The boy was a bit nervous since he didn't know if this was Mom's father or not. I'm here to pick up Momo. The door then opened without another word, and Rayo nervously parked his car before getting out and knocking on the front door, only to see a butler let him in saying, Miss Yaoyorozu has been expecting you. Rayo walked in, seeing Momo talking to a man that looked like her father. The two then noticed Rayo and approached him. Why hello, you must be the young man that saved my daughter yesterday. Rayo nodded. It was no problem sir, I was just doing what I knew was right. Smiled, I know you two have somewhere to be, but I have to find some way to thank you. Rayo shook his head, there's really no need, sir. Momo was in trouble and I had to help her. The happy father kept his smile. I know, he said as he walked the two out to the garage, I can give you one of our vehicles. A car may be good for dates, but some heroes need a faster choice of transportation. The two teens blushed as he said, dates, but neither one of them noticed the motorcycles in front of them until Mr. Yaoyorozu said something. Pointing Rayo towards the bikes, said, take your pick. Rayo looked around for a bit before finding a motorcycle that he liked. It was a blue and gray Kawasaki Ninja ZX-6R that had already had lightning designs on it. Mr. Yaoyorozu noticed how Rayo was looking at the bike and asked him if he wanted that one, to which Rayo nodded. Clapping his hands together, said, alright, I'll ask the mechanics department to work on the bike as soon as possible. He then gestured to the door, I'll ask Momo to contact you when it's finished, but for now, you two go have fun with your friends. Momo smiled as Rayo opened the door for her, allowing her to walk to the car and get inside. Thank you, said Rayo as he exited the house. Anytime my boy, but treat my daughter right and we'll be completely even. The proud man smiled, she really likes you, you know. After a minute of chatting, the two bid each other farewell with Rayo getting in his car after driving through the gates. Sorry about my father, said Momo as she started giggling, he can be protective as well as incredibly excited. Rayo smiled as he turned the wheel to the entrance of the beach, it's fine, I had fun with my mom a while back and she embarrassed me too. Besides, your father is pretty cool. Parking the car, Rayo saw Izuku and Uraraka waiting for them and building sandcastles, before telling Momo, I'm glad you decided to come along, and there's something I wanted to ask you later. Momo smiled before getting out of the car and walking with Rayo towards the beach with their waiting friends. Hey, Rayo, shouted an energetic Izuku, who saw them and came running with Ochako in tow, both tackling him to the ground. Hey, guys, said Rayo, who phased himself from under them, I want to introduce you two to Momo Yaoyorozu. The two waved and smiled as they practically felt the cheerful and loving aura around Momo. The two then introduced themselves, and before long they got seated and Rayo started up the real reason they were here. Okay guys, here's your letter from UA, said the teen as he gave the envelopes to Izuku and Uraraka. Momo's guaranteed her spot since she's recommended, and that's why she doesn't have a letter. He then remembered the dorms, but decided to save it until afterwards. So who wants to go first? Asked Rayo. Izuku smirked as Uraraka whispered something to him, causing Rayo to sweat drop. You go first, Rayo, said Izuku, who had a smug look on his face. The elemental teen grumbled as he tore open his letter with an ice claw. Izuku, if this bites me in the ass, I will sell your All Might merch and post the Small Might video online. Izuku gulped, with Uraraka and Momo both thinking, I need to see that video. It sounds adorable. Turning on the hologram projector, it then showed a video of Nezu. Rayo, hello, said the creature, I would like to congratulate you on getting into UA. Not only did you get 83 villain points, but thanks to you helping others out as well, you have received 64 rescue points, giving you 147 points and second place in the exams. There is always a secret if you look hard enough, and even if you did turn down the recommendation from All Might, you certainly proved that you can work hard to become a hero. Welcome, Rayo Monroe, to your Hero Academia. The hologram then ended, with Uraraka, Momo, and Izuku all looked surprised and shouted, you turned down a recommendation from All Might. The three of them looked at Rayo like he was crazy. I don't like handouts, okay, grumbled Rayo, anyway, your turn Uraraka. The girl in question then looked at Rayo and tore open the envelope to reveal a hologram disc that opened to reveal the loud pro hero from the exams. Hello little listener. I'm Present Mike and I would like to inform you that you have passed the exam with 60 villain points and 24 hero points, giving you a passing score of 83 points in total. I would like to welcome you to your Hero Academia, little listener. Izuku smiled as he opened his letter to reveal All Might. Hello young Midoriya. I would like to congratulate you on getting into UA. You may have only scored 98 villain points, but there was a secret point system. We also include rescue points. Thanks to your bravery and quick thinking, you have earned yourself 62 rescue points, not only giving you 160 points in total, but giving you first place in the exams as well. I know you have the potential to become a great hero, so welcome, young Midoriya, to your hero academia. The video ended with Reo, Momo, and Uraraka looking at Izuku in shock. How did you get more points than I did, get first place, and get All Might in your message? Asked a slightly impressed Reo. Reo smirked as he grabbed the papers for the dorms. Well, since we're all going to be going to UA, I guess I can hand these to you all now. As he gave the papers to Momo, Izuku, and Ochako, the three of them looked confused until they read the papers. We're going to be living in dorms, exclaimed an overactive Uraraka. Nodding, Reo added, yup, and I think we should have some way to contact each other. Plus, I can give you all a heads up on things in case we're in the same class. Reo then added them all to a group chat, and immediately changed the name to Future Heroes. Hey Reo, asked Uraraka, what's your quirk? I don't think I've ever seen you use it. The elemental looked at Izuku and Momo before smirking, I'll show you, but first, does anyone have a bottle of water? Momo then handed him a water bottle which Reo noticed that she had just made. Taking note of that, he thanked Momo for the water and drank it all in 45 seconds flat. Okay, said Reo, getting up and stretching, I'm gonna need some space for this, but if I don't come back in 5 minutes, go get help. Both Momo and Uraraka were about to ask what he was talking about, when he just jumped straight into the ocean. Panicking, Momo started to run after him, only to stop when a waterspout appeared carrying Reo at the top of it. Pretty cool, right? Shouted Reo as the water froze, with Reo jumping off and using his ice slide to reach his friends. As he landed, he then got hugged by Momo with her scolding him in worry. Don't do that again. You nearly gave me a heart attack, shouted the creation user as she began pounding her fists on Rio's chest. Reo then looked Momo in the eyes, cupping her chin in the process. Sorry for scaring you, I guess I was kind of overexcited. Momo's whole face then turned red, realizing how she was acting just now. Smiling, Reo then melted the ice, carefully making sure that no one got wet as he removed the water from his own clothes. Looking at his other two friends, Reo noticed how they were looking at the two. Sorry guys, but we may have to meet up another time, said Reo as he walked Momo to his car, opening the door for her. Besides, we all need to pack our stuff up since we move out in a couple weeks. Izuku and Uraraka nodded before Izuku asked if they could catch a ride with him. Reo agreed, and the group of friends soon were driving down the road, with music playing over the radio. Once Reo turned the corner to Uraraka's house after getting directions to her home, they dropped Izuku off next, laughing as he got embarrassed by his mom. As they drove off to the Yaoyorozu mansion, Reo asked Momo, if you're not doing anything this weekend, would you want to hang out for a bit? Momo just smiled as Reo parked the car, sure, but wouldn't it be like a date? Reo smiled as his face turned red, sure, if you don't mind. Momo got out of the car as she kissed Rio's cheek saying, I guess I'll see you this weekend. By the time Reo registered what happened, Momo had already gone inside, leaving him stunned and flustered like never before. Driving back to UA, Reo saw a figure in black and purple armor riding towards him on a motorcycle, which he was not in the mood for at the moment. Putting his car into high gear, he then allowed himself to speed away to UA's parking lot and away from the figure in black, though he could have sworn he heard a voice behind him. Getting out, he then went to his room that had been set up last month. Laying in his bed, he was about to text Momo, when he saw Izuku and Uraraka messaging him. Uraraka, can I get my name changed please? Izuku, yeah, real names get boring after a while when in a group chat. Momo, I agree, Reo. Though plus it is a little funny as well. Reo, okay. Give me a second. Reo has changed Izuku's name to Small Might. Reo has changed Momo's name to Creation Goddess. Reo has changed Uraraka's name to Kirby Floats. Rio's name has been changed to the Avatar. Creation Goddess. Oh, Reo. Can you send me that Small Might video? Kirby Floats. Yes, me too. It sounds adorable. Small Might. Reo, no. You promised me no one would ever see that. The Avatar. I promised not to tell anyone about your choice of decorations in your room. This is completely different. The Avatar has sent an attachment. Small Might. Damn it, you're right. Sad face. Anyway, good night everyone. I need to sleep and pack. Small Might has gone offline. Kirby Floats. I need to go too. Talk to you later guys. Kirby Floats has gone offline. Creation Goddess. I also have to pack my essentials for the dorms. I bid you all a good night. Cretan Goddess has gone offline. The Avatar. Good night, everyone. See you later. Putting his phone on the nightstand, Reo laid in bed, ready for whatever the world throws at him. Kid, you aren't gonna be ready for what comes next, trust me on that, said a familiar male voice as Reo drifted off to sleep. 2 weeks later. As Izuku was getting dressed to start his new school, his mom entered the room asking question after question. Did you get your shoes and underwear? Asked Inko. You didn't just take action figures, did you? Are you sure this is what you want to do, Izuku? It's not too late to transfer somewhere else. Izuku nodded before looking at his mom and smiling before rubbing his still hurt arm. In that order, yes and yes, all my things are at the dorms, and yes I do want to do this, mom. UA has been my dream school since I was 4. Inko just hugged her son as she started to cry a bit. I'm going to miss you, Izuku, said the proud mother. I know, mom, I'm going to miss you too. Putting his shoes on and waving goodbye to his mother, Izuku then exited his former home, ready to begin a new chapter of his life. It took about 15 minutes to get to UA, and once Izuku found his class, which was Class 1A, he heard a voice that he recognized from the other side of the door. Opening it, he then saw two boys he knew arguing. Please remove your legs from the top of these desks, said the tall blue-haired boy from the exams. These not only belong to UA, but are past and future classmates. Bakugo, the one who had his legs up, just responded snarkily, oh, so you're one of those stuck-up elites, huh? I'll crush you like the rest of these pathetic excuses for students. The tall boy then chopped his hand in the air shouting, my name is Tenya Iida, and I would appreciate it if you would respect school property. Uraraka then walked beside Izuku asking, is this a normal thing for you? Izuku just nodded as he found Reo, sitting in a seat that was next to a teenager with a black bird head, with Momo sitting behind him. Hey, you're the guy who saved me during the exams, shouted the spiked redhead who introduced himself as Kirishima. Deku, shouted Bakugo, noticing him and lifting him up by his shirt, how did you get into UA? Did you bribe the staff or something? Izuku shook his head, no, I got in with my own hard work. Now if you'll excuse me, the teacher is waiting for us to sit down and shut up. Everyone then looked at the door to see a yellow caterpillar drinking a juice box. Stepping out of it to reveal Eraserhead, he then said, it took you all 5 minutes to shut up. We'll have to work on that, but for now, grab a gym uniform and meet me at the PE grounds. Don't be late. Eraserhead then walked out the room, with Reo just grabbing a uniform at lightning speeds. I suggest you follow my lead, said the elemental teen. He does not like late students. He then headed to the locker room, got changed, and met Eraserhead at the PE grounds. Think they'll make it in time? Reo asked his teacher. Not sure, said the tired hero, but for the activity we're doing, you're only allowed to use an element for each test. Reo nodded, knowing Eraserhead likes to give out challenges. After a full minute, the rest of the class showed up, with Reo joining them as they got in a group. Why are we at the training grounds? Asked Izuku. Eraserhead just responded with a deadpan expression, the public may prohibit quirk usage without a hero license, but here at UA, we encourage our students to get better with not only their physical abilities but their quirks as well. Today you all will be taking a series of tests which you can use your quirks with. To demonstrate, he called Izuku and Reo to a circle and told them to throw the ball as hard as they could using their quirks. Why us? Asked Izuku who was slightly confused. I'm calling you both because Monroe got the most villain points, while you placed first in the exam. Bakugo overheard that, and a tick mark appeared on his head. Those two surpassed me in the exam. I got third place, and a shitty score of 125 points, thought the angry blonde boy. A blonde with a black lightning bolt highlight then exclaimed, we finally get to use our quirks. The pink girl then shouted, this is gonna be so much fun. Eraserhead looked at the two with a malicious look in his eyes, you think this is fun? Well how about this? The person who comes in last will be expelled without hesitation. The whole class gulped, and Reo casually took the ball from his teacher, stepping up to the circle while thinking up a plan. What element can I use for this? Thought the brunette, fire's powerful, but I need something stronger. I wonder. Gripping the ball tightly, Reo began to form multiple compressed discs of air in his palm before leaning back yelling, improvised move, slingshot. The ball then launched multiple kilometers away, causing a large blast of wind in the process. Some of the students were amazed by the sheer power that Reo just displayed. Izuku then gulped, grabbing a ball for his throw, using one for all at 100% at the final moment to increase the force of the throw, causing another shockwave around him. Eraserhead chuckled, somehow keeping his deadpan look in the process, held up his phone and said, 750 meters for Monroe and 725 for Midoriya. Seeing Izuku use a quirk like that for the first time caused Bakugo to get pissed. Deku, shouted the angry blonde, who had launched himself at Izuku, what the fuck was that? Tell me before I kill you. Izuku prepared for an onslaught of explosions to get near his face, when suddenly he looked to see Bakugo being held back by a scarf of all things. Tracing it back to the source, he saw Eraserhead with his quirk activated, recognizing him after he noticed the signature yellow goggles around his neck. I would prefer that I didn't have to use my quirk so much, said the teacher, it gives me a serious case of dry eye. That's a lame drawback, thought the majority of the class before Bakugo got released. Anyway, like I said, get ready for a good workout, cause this will be a living hell for you all. 50-meter dash. For the first test, the class had to do sprints, which most of the students did average in, with the exception of Reo, Bakugo, Iida, a frog girl named Tsuyu Asui and Izuku. Bakugo had propelled himself forward using his explosions, giving him 4th place. Iida had used his engines in his calves to send himself across the field in an instant, giving him 1st place, and since Reo had used his electrokinesis to speed through the course as soon as possible, he came in 2nd place. Izuku had come in 3rd place, using full cowling to zoom across the field, while Asui had used her legs to hop across the field, effectively getting in 5th place. Ball throw. The ball throw was probably the easiest thing out of all the tests. Thanks to their quirks, everyone had a fairly decent score, with the exception of Uraraka, who thanks to her quirk had gotten a score of infinity, causing Bakugo to yell out, what the hell round face? What kind of shit did you just pull? Bakugo once again got restrained by Eraserhead, and Uraraka asked, Mr. Eraserhead. Could you let him go? I'm pretty sure he won't actually do anything to ruin his chances of staying at UA. Looking at Bakugo smugly, the blonde then got released before Eraserhead said, it's Mr. Aizawa. We don't use hero names in class here. Let's just move on to the next test. Grip strength. The grip test was the hardest test of them all, with a multiple-armed boy named Shoji getting first place, a muscular boy named Sato getting second, Kirishima getting third place, Ryo, who had to use his geokinesis to form his earth gauntlet and get a good grip, got fourth place, and Ojiro, the blonde boy with the tail, got fifth place. Long jump. When it was time for the long jump, Ryo and Izuku had this in the bag. Izuku was able to clear the sandbox by using 10% of one for all, giving himself first place. Asui used her leg strength to jump over the sandbox, giving her third place. Bakugo got fourth place due to propelling himself, and Ryo got second using his ice slide, with a teen with red and white hair looking at him suspiciously as he returned to the group. The rest of the tests went smoothly, with the students doing sit-ups, a distance run, and repeated side steps. Once they were done, the students then lined up to see their rankings, and who would leave UA today. Momo Yaoyorozu, Ryo Monroe, Shoto Todoroki, Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Iida, Fumikage Tokiyami, Mezzo Shoji, Masharao Ojiro, Suyu Asui, Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ishido, Ejiro Kirishima, Rikido Sato, Hanta Siro, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka Jiro, Koji Koda, Yuga Aoyama, Toru Hagakure. Oh, and about expelling someone, said Mr. Aizawa, that was a logical deception in order to get you all to work your hardest. Ryo then looked over to see a floating shirt and skirt flailing its arms in happiness, so I don't have to leave UA. Mr. Aizawa shook his head before saying, no, but teachers have the choice to expel anyone at any given time. That being said, I expect you all to be ready for tomorrow. There is a syllabus on my desk. Grab it and head back to your dorms and unpack. The students just shrugged as they followed their teacher's instructions and headed back to the dorms to unpack. 62 Chapter 10, Battle Training. Sorry that I haven't been as active, my readers. I've been busy with school and trying to pass this term. I will try to upload at least once a week, but rest assured that I will not be abandoning this story. Reviews. Kahuna Laguna. I can see how everything gets a little jumbled up with everything that I write, so I will be spacing things out from this point on. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OC. There is now a poll for Ryo's hero name. Thoughts. Speaking. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Battle trial. Next day. As Aizawa walked into the classroom, the class soon started to calm down and get seated when he said, "It took you 3 minutes to shut up. We can work on that." He then announced, "Today you will be having your foundational hero studies today, so," he was then interrupted by the door flying open, revealing All Might, who shouted, "I am here to teach your hero studies class." The students then shouted about why All Might was teaching at UA, which he just continued his speech as Aizawa left the classroom. "Today, we will be having bat training." Bakugo's eyes lit up in excitement as All Might mentioned battle training. "But in order to truly be ready for battle, you must look the part." He then pressed a button on a remote, revealing cases with each student's seated number on them. "I suggest you get dressed and meet me at ground beta," said All Might, who zoomed off. Everyone grabbed their cases they went to change in the locker rooms. "This is awesome," said Kaminari, the electric blonde from before, "it feels so real now." Izuku nodded, looking at Ryo with a smile, "You're right. It does feel real now. I guess heroes can be heroic and fashionable," exclaimed All Might as the students walked out in their hero costumes. Ryo's hair had changed from the blue and black shaggy hair to a pointed hairstyle that had white fire that looked strangely like air dancing with no care in the world. He also had a fireproof and cold-resistant blue jumpsuit and gray shock-absorbing armor and fingerless gloves, along with temperature-regulating wrist gauntlets that were also on his thighs, which were also covered by armor, with light yet durable leg bracers. He had 2 lightning bolts coming from his back to the center of his chestplate, and the armored chestplate had thin black lines coming from the sides of it, ending at his belt. He then asked, "Hey, has anyone seen Izuku? Now that I get a good look, I don't see young Midoriya," said the buff blonde hero. "Where could he be?" Suddenly the whole class heard footsteps to see Izuku wearing a green full-body jumpsuit with a red belt, elbow pads, knee pads, and gloves, along with his signature red boots. He also wore a mask with long ear-like protrusions that resembles All Might's haircut, and a respirator with a makeshift smile on it that also reflects that of said hero's smile. All Might noticed this and looked away thinking, "That's not very subtle, young Midoriya." Pulling out a script, he then started to read it. "If you look to my right, there is a small box with letters in it. You will each pull a sheet of paper randomly, revealing what team you will be on, as well as your partner, and before you ask you cannot switch teams. Any questions? Are you going to threaten us like Mr. Aizawa did? Shouldn't we do basic combat training? Is my cape fabulous? What is your quirk? Calm down. Kinda new to teaching. In that order, no I will not. The best teams are chosen at random times. Yes, young Aoyama, your cape is fabulous, and that is classified." Everyone then pulled a sheet of paper, and the groups were soon separated and ready to begin. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team C, Toru Hagakure and Masharao Ojiro. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Iida. Team E, Kyoka Jiro and Denki Kaminari. Team F, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team G, Momo Yaoyorozu and Ryo Monroe. Team H, Mezzo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. Team I, Suyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami. Team J, Hanta Siro and Ejiro Kirishima. Once the teams were chosen, All Might picked 2 balls up at random from 2 different boxes, announcing, for the first match, Team A will be the heroes while Team D are the villains. Izuku slightly gulped, noticing how Bakugo was looking at him with an evil look in his eyes. Uraraka and Izuku were currently outside the building making a plan for the villains when Uraraka spoke up. Midoriya, what are we going to do? I know that both Bakugo and Iida are powerful, but I'm not sure if I can compete with either of you. Izuku stopped his thinking and looked at the usually bouncy girl. Uraraka, you have one of the most powerful quirks that I've seen. You are probably the only person I know besides Bakugo and Reo with a quirk like that. Uraraka smiled before asking, thanks, but what's the plan? Izuku thought about it for a little bit before coming to a realization. Bakugo has a personal grudge against me, so he'll most likely come after me first. Once he's distracted, you can try and secure the package. If you get in any trouble, contact me on comms. Uraraka nodded, glad that Izuku was so good at planning things out, when All Might decided to announce that time was up. The duo soon entered the building, being silent so they would hear any explosions coming near them, and soon enough they reached the second floor, with Bakugo blasting at Izuku while Uraraka ran off to secure the bomb. As soon as she left, Bakugo lunged at Izuku with a right hook, which in turn caused Izuku to flip him over and slam him on his back. Looking pissed, Bakugo asked, what the hell Deku? Where did you get shitty moves like that? Izuku smirked as he activated full cowling, dodging the explosion that Bakugo had used to get up, but he ended up being in a corner with only 2 options left. Either face Bakugo or perform a strategic retreat, which Bakugo would not allow. Hey Deku, shouted the angry blonde as he pointed his right arm at Izuku, see, these gauntlets I'm wearing aren't just for show. They've been storing up my sweat, which I'm sure you know is explosive. Meaning that I can make bigger explosions without worrying about the drawbacks. He then put his finger on the pin, ready to release it when All Might yelled, young Bakugo. If you do this it might kill young Midoriya. Bakugo visibly smirked at the thought, don't worry, All Might. As long as he dodges, he'll be fine. He then pulled the pin, causing a massive explosion to come blasting at Izuku whose only thought was, oh, shit. With Uraraka. After Bakugo had ambushed them, Uraraka had no choice but to go after the bomb. She had easily snuck inside the room where it was being held, since Iida was currently distracted because he was pretending to be a villain. Little hero. I know you are here, shouted Iida in his best villain voice, come out and I will show you mercy. Uraraka giggled a bit, accidentally getting his attention in the progress. I have found you, shouted Iida, surrender and tell me where your comrade is. Uraraka jumped back, activating her quirk in the process before she grabbed hold of a pillar as they felt the entire building shake. Midoriya. Come in, Midoriya, shouted the brunette as she tried contacting him. Oh, no. Once the smoke had cleared from the explosion, Bakugo looked to see that there was nothing there. Izuku had in fact dodged the blast, but in the process half of his costume had become burnt off from the chest up. Bakugo noticed part of his hair sticking out from a corner, and as soon as he turned, he found himself tied up by capture tape. Izuku might have been burned a bit, but thanks to One for All, he was able to move faster than Bakugo could blink. Here's the difference between us, Bakugo, said Izuku as he tightened the tape. I wait for my opponents while you attack head-on. You act carelessly and try to overpower your opponent no matter who it is. Once you can actually use the brain you have instead of brute force, then ask me to fight you. Izuku then blitzed off while Bakugo just laid on the floor, who was trying to comprehend what just happened. Uraraka had been dodging all of Iida's attacks when All Might suddenly announced, young Bakugo has been captured. Iida looked in surprise as the door flew open, revealing a half-costumed Izuku. Uraraka, said Izuku who was charging at Iida, I'll handle Iida. You secure the bomb. Nodding Uraraka ran for the bomb, only to be intercepted by Iida, who was being held back by Izuku. Grab the bomb, shouted the greenette. Following Izuku's instructions, Uraraka touched the bomb just in time, because Iida had just escaped Izuku's hold. Hero team wins. Please meet us in the observation room, announced All Might when the match was over. Now that the match is over, said All Might, can someone please tell me who the MVP in this match was and why? Asui her hand, is it Midoriya, Kiro? He is the one who defeated Bakugo and held Iida off long enough to allow Uraraka to capture the bomb. All Might kept his smile, that is a good guess, but not quite correct, young Asui. Momo raised her hand next, I think the MVP of this match was Iida. He not only kept up his act of being the villain. Unlike Bakugo and Midoriya, Iida also kept his personal reasons out of the fight, making him the MVP of the match, even if the heroes won. Wow, she really hit the nail on the head. She really went plus ultra on that explanation, thought All Might. Ahem, yes. Young Iida is the MVP of this round. On to the next round, said All Might as he pulled 2 balls out of the boxes that had the letters G and H on them. Team G will be the villains, while Team H are the heroes, said All Might as he motioned for the 2 teams to get to their spots. As Reo and Momo went to their areas, they didn't notice Todoroki glaring at Reo. Reo and Momo had been coming up with a plan to deal with Shoji and Todoroki, but when their plan was almost complete, All Might had already announced that the match had started. Be careful, Momo, warned Reo, who was using geolocation to sense the area. Todoroki is about to try and immobilize us. When I give the heads up, jump and start creating some materials for a decoy. I can buy you some time. Contact me if you need to. Momo nodded, okay, but how do you? She didn't get to finish because Reo had just given her the warning to jump. Following his directions, Reo then caught Momo before melting the area around them. Setting her down, Reo just phased through the floor saying, "I'll be back, don't worry." Blushing, Momo then started to make a duplicate of the bomb, making sure every detail was right. With Shoto and Shoji, Todoroki was ready for this battle, and he would not get upstaged by the other elemental team. Shoji had been curious about his plan, but he only said it would be enough to stop them. As soon as Todoroki heard All Might start the building, he immediately froze the whole area. However, when All Might asked over the intercom, Team H. The villains are still active, are you not going to pursue them? The icy team was surprised, even more so when the ice around the building started to melt. Shoji, said the dual-wielding teen, I need to handle Monroe. Can you take care of Yaoyorozu? Shoji nodded, walking to the stairs to the next floor when suddenly, he couldn't move his bottom half of his body. Looking at Todoroki, who noticed this, and looked just as confused until he heard Ryo's voice. Sorry little heroes, but I want to have a little fun. Ryo's voice echoed through the hallway. Nice trick though, Todoroki. I wonder if you also have fire. The way Ryo said, fire, froze Todoroki in his tracks, quite literally if he had not been thought out by Ryo. Come now, said the taunting teenager, let's have some fun. Shoji and Todoroki nodded at each other, before charging at Ryo, who smirked before turning intangible, causing Shoji and Todoroki's attacks to collide. The two boys began to rub their heads as Ryo received a message from Momo. Ryo, I'm done with the preparations, Momo said into the comms. Nodding, Ryo started to turn intangible and head for the stairs as he watched Todoroki freeze the floor near him. Smirking, Ryo just walked up the stairs and answered, Momo, I'm on my way. I'm headed up the stairs with heroes on my trail. As the two boys ran after Ryo, he shouted through the comms, Momo, I'm coming down the hall now. Get ready. Momo never got the chance to answer, because Ryo came bursting through the door turning tangible and standing near Momo, who was holding a metal bow staff. Great timing. I assume all the plans are in order, said the creation user as she twirled her staff in place. Ryo smirked as Shoji charged at Momo, which Momo just kicked the multiple-armed boy in the chest before tasing him with the end of her bow staff, knocking the boy unconscious. Young Shoji has been defeated, said All Might through the loudspeaker, 5 minutes left. Ryo and Todoroki stared at each other before Momo said, Ryo, I'm all out of lipids. Should I let you handle this? Ryo just smirked before nodding, go ahead and rest Momo. You've done great. As Momo sat down, Todoroki decided to attempt to freeze Ryo in place, unaware that he was using his pyrokinesis. Nice try, but you can't trap me, Todoroki, said the teen as he covered his hand in frost. You will never win a battle if you continue to use half your power. He then blew a gust of wind at Todoroki, who had to cover his eyes due to the speed of the air blowing at him. Smirking, Ryo then touched the ground, freezing the area around Todoroki in the process as he began to be encased in ice. The wind soon stopped, and Todoroki looked to see his bottom half covered in ice. Internally cursing himself, he then heard All Might say, young Todoroki is unable to battle. The villain team wins. Ryo then put his hand on his shoulder, thawing him out in the process as he told Todoroki, if you never use your fire, you will never win in a real fight, and trust me when I say you don't want that to happen. As the last bits of frost began melting off of him, Todoroki said, how do you know about my fire? I never used it. Ryo smirked as he let go of him and walked away, trade secret, but I'll give you a hint. He then adjusted his voice to match the loudspeaker frequency. Kaminari is currently being stabbed by Jiro's earphone jack, and Ishido is currently talking to Hagakure. We're not the only elementals here, Todoroki. He then left the area, leaving Todoroki shocked and confused as he followed the three teens outside the training area. 1 minute earlier, in the observation room. That was awesome, shouted Hagakure and Ishido as they saw Ryo start to thaw Todoroki out. How does he have multiple powers, though? Young Monroe is the son of the late hero Shift, allowing him multiple elemental abilities, young Ishido, said All Might, overhearing their conversation. Everyone's eyes widened, surprised that their classmate is the son of the former number 2 hero. How did he turn invisible and go through those walls then? Asked Hagakure, who was jumping in place. All Might sadly responded, I am sorry, but that is not my story to tell, young Hagakure. Everyone except Izuku looked confused, as Kaminari said, man. He's gonna get all the girls with that, referring to Ryo being Shift's son. As he finished his sentence, he then was stabbed by Jiro's ear jack. Quit being a perv, dunce face, said Jiro as she sent vibrations through the blonde boy's body. Mina and Hagakure giggled at this, talking about how to help Jiro out. Suddenly, they heard Ryo's voice on the loudspeaker. Kaminari is currently being stabbed by Jiro's earphone jack, and Ishido is currently talking to Hagakure. Everyone then looked at the 4 who were named, who were frozen in place with confusion. We're not the only elementals here, Todoroki. Everyone in the room turned to see Ryo leave the building, with a shocked and confused Todoroki behind him. Present. As Ryo, Momo, Todoroki, and Shoji entered the observation room, everyone turned to stare at Ryo, who just sat there like nothing happened. Well, said All Might as he cleared his throat, could someone please explain to me who is the MVP and why? Kirishima then raised his hand and spoke up. Monroe was the MVP for this match. He made a well-thought-out plan in order to allow Momo to create a decoy bomb and even took care of Todoroki after she was too tired to do anything else. All Might smiled his signature smile. That is correct, young Kirishima. You must not only play the part of your role, but you must also form a plan in order to achieve victory. The pro hero then decided to pull 2 more balls, showing the letters I and E as he continued the matches. Once all of the matches were done, the class chose to head back to the dorms, courtesy of. Though, as the 5 students that Reo mentioned during his match headed to bed, they couldn't shake the feeling that something was very strange going on. 62 Chapter 11, Break In. Disclaimer and author's note. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Break in. At the gates of UA. Excuse me, sir, said a female reporter who was part of a large group of people trying to get into UA, is All Might here by any chance? There is reason to believe that he is teaching here. The reporter never got to finish her question since Aizawa and Nezu had just appeared, causing others to push her back into the crowd of people. Sir, is it true that you have allowed not only the sons of Endeavor and Shift, but also the daughter of the Yaoyorozu Empire to attend UA? Asked a male reporter. I would kindly ask that you remove yourself from the property before I have to call the police, said Nezu as Aizawa grabbed his scarf. The reporters seemed to get the idea, and effectively backed up before they were told twice. Eraserhead, go ahead and get to your class. I'm sure they're wondering where you are, said the Bear Mouse hybrid. Aizawa nodded before turning away and heading back to class. As the reporters calmed down, a figure behind them whispered to himself, soon, the age of All Might will come to an end. As Reo walked to his seat and waited on Mr. Aizawa, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched by a couple students. Sighing, he began to think about talking to them, but Mr. Aizawa had just entered the room. You all actually managed to quiet down on time, said the grumpy teacher. I looked at your results for your battle training. Bakugo, you need to learn self-restraint. You're a good kid, and you have potential, but don't waste it. Midoriya, good to see you not breaking our bones for once. Midoriya blushed as giggles filled the classroom, causing Mr. Aizawa to use his quirk, effectively shutting the class up. Here's what you all will be doing today. Please let it be something normal, thought the class. You'll be choosing a class representative. The class sighed, glad that they were doing something normal for a change. Choose me. I can be a great class rep, shouted Ashido as she rose her hand. No, choose me. I can lead the class gracefully with my charm, said Aoyama with his signature smile. You extras better choose me or else got it, growled Bakugo. Class, we must find a way to do this properly, or there will be no class representative, said Iida, who was standing up. Everybody just looked at him and shouted, you've got your hand raised up the highest. Iida's sweat dropped as he looked away from the class in embarrassment. Iida's got the right idea, guys, said Reo, as the class looked at him, we should vote, that way everybody gets a chance. Wouldn't the people that want the spot just be voting for themselves, though, asked Jiro, still looking at the teen. True, but that way it would be random while allowing others to choose who they think is a good choice. The class took this into consideration, before agreeing on the idea. I don't care how you do it, just be quiet, said Aizawa Monroe, wake me up in 30 minutes or you have detention. Reo nodded, walking up to the chalkboard and writing down everyone's name who wanted to participate. 15 minutes later. Reo couldn't believe this. He was actually hoping not to get any votes, but that had all changed thanks to him encouraging Iida's idea. Time for Plan B, thought the elemental. Thanks to the results, we now have a class rep and a vice representative, said Izuku, standing beside Reo. The teen in question then looked at the results again. Reo Monroe 6. Momo Yaoyorozu 5. Izuku Midoriya 3. Tenya Iida 2. Katsuki Bakugo 1. Suyu Asui 1. Denki Kaminari 1. Yuga Aoyama 1. Reo spoke up, well, since I'm class rep, I would like to get a couple of things out the way. He then turned to Izuku, by the power vested in me as class representative, I now pronounce Izuku Midoriya as class representative. He then sat down as Izuku just looked at him with his mouth open. Wait, Reo. Why don't you take the spot as class rep? We both know you're better suited for it. Well, I gave you the spot, so now you have the spot, said Reo as he put his hands on his head and leaned back in his chair. Well, by the power vested in me as class representative, I now pronounce you as class representative. No, you, said Reo, who had a plan in case this happened. No, you, me, no, me, well, I won't get in your way if you insist. No take backs though, said Reo as he walked to Aizawa and woke him up. Everyone just looked at how Reo just manipulated the problem to his favor, and couldn't help but be a little shocked. Well, since that's taken care of, I'm sending you off to lunch, said Aizawa as the class ended. Hey, Uraraka, said Izuku as everyone started heading to the cafeteria, I've been curious for a while now. Why do you want to be a hero? Iida, Momo, and Reo began to walk towards them as they heard Uraraka respond, well, it's kind of embarrassing, but I'm doing it for money. Looking away, she continued, I'm really doing it for my parents. They work for a construction company, and I want to help them out any way I can. As he sat down, Izuku began to understand, I think it's a great reason to be a hero, Uraraka. You want to help your parents, and it's understandable, but it's also good to have a good lifestyle for yourself. As the 5 friends started eating, they suddenly heard an alarm. The hell? Asked Reo, immediately standing up as smoke appeared from his hands. I shouldn't be able to be attacked like this. The blue-haired teen then started to walk to the door and see what was going on, but before he even reached the door to the cafeteria, he found himself trampled by students, causing him to turn intangible. What the fuck is going on? Asked Reo as he got up and brushed himself off. As he stood up, he got slammed against the window, giving him a good view of what was happening outside. The reporters that were initially outside the gates had just entered them, and the gates had been destroyed. Growling to himself, Ryo had just realized how ridiculous everyone was acting. Dropping his temperature to sub-zero, he then yelled, "What the hell is wrong with all of you? It's just the media. If this is how you shows that they're heroes, then you should be ashamed of yourselves." The hallway then got silent as they heard Ryo, and the elemental teen just sighed, "Izuku, Iida, Momo, can you make sure everyone has their ID and get them to class? Bakugo, Kirishima, and Uraraka, make sure you detain anyone who doesn't and go ahead and use your quirk if necessary. I'll be right back." The teen then turned intangible, and jumped through the window before creating an ice slide to the crowd of reporters. As Ryo left, Bakugo looked at the students, ready to attack with explosions in his hands as he watched students grab their ID. With Ryo. As Ryo slid down to the reporters, he saw Aizawa and Mike trying to do crowd control before he was spotted. "Hey, look," said a reporter as he noticed Ryo, "a student is coming our way. We can ask him." Ryo rolled his eyes as he jumped off the ice. "Back up, cause I have no intention of answering any questions." The reporters froze in place before someone shouted, "Who do you think you are, kid? You can't do anything to us." Ryo just chuckled slightly. "Mr. Aizawa, present Mike, could you let whoever just yelled pass? I have a couple of words for him." The two pro-heroes just shrugged as they let the person pass, aware of how serious Ryo is about being a hero. The male reporter that yelled had just reached the beginning of the group, effectively getting Ryo's attention. "Now, here's the answer to your question, and I'm going to reveal a couple of things in the process," Ryo said as he rubbed his eyes. "I'm a nobody that just happens to be the proud son of the hero shift. I won't answer any questions, but I will tell you this. I am a student training to be a hero, and you all are trespassing. So, I'm still on campus and I am allowed to use my quirk here. Now, I will tell you that you have one chance to leave or I will treat you all like criminals are supposed to be treated." "Why you, re-bluffing, you wouldn't touch us otherwise you would be in trouble," said the reporter as he began to back up. "Am I now?" said the pissed teen as lightning crackled in his right hand and earth covered his left. The reporters gulped as they looked at his hands, before the male reporter just walked away grumbling, "Come on, I think we can still find Endeavor." The rest of the reporters dispersed, and Present Mike and Mr. Aizawa just looked at the teen with an eyebrow raised. "What?" said Ryo as he looked away and walked back to class. Once everybody had calmed down and headed back to class, Izuku and Momo had to make an announcement. "By the power vested in me as class rep, I now pronounce Ryo Monroe as class rep and remember, Ryo. No take backs," said Izuku while he smirked and sat down. "I'm so going to get you back for this," said Ryo as he stood up and headed to stand beside Momo. "Well, since that's handled, I'm going to be releasing you early due to the break-in. Head back to the dorms, I don't care what else happens, just be safe," said Aizawa as he crawled back into his sleeping bag and fell asleep. "Ryo, since we have some time, do you think we could talk?" asked Momo as she got up. "Sure, Momo," said the elemental teen as he smiled. "What is it?" "I'm free now and I don't have workout till later." Well, I was wondering if you would want to come pick up your bike this weekend," asked Momo with a blush on her face. "It's ready and I thought you would want to grab it Saturday." "Sure, Momo. I'd love to," Ryo said, keeping his signature smile. Smiling, Ryo headed back to the dorms, unaware that he was being followed. Later that night, "Ryo," said a voice, "you must recognize us if nothing." "Who are you?" shouted Ryo, realizing that he was still asleep before hearing another voice. "Ryo, we are your friends. We wish you no harm. As much as I love being a strange voice in your head, I'm going to introduce myself," said the female voice as a body started to form. "I am Kokura, the first fire and lightning user." The male voice spoke as his form took shape. "I am Tamada, the first water, earth, and air user. We are what you would call elementals, connecting us to each other. There is another, but he only really shows up in dire situations. Kid, we're connected to each other, no matter where you are. I'm gonna put it like this, you're special, but also not at the same time. There are other elementals, such as the blonde with the lightning highlight." "Kaminari, right?" asked Ryo. "Yeah, him. He's funny," said Kokura. "Anyway, all these elementals are tied to each other, allowing us to sense each other and have a sort of chat like this. You have the abilities of fire, ice, lightning, water, earth, and air. You are a special case, and we're able to talk to due to your skill set. Most elementals with a similar element have the same abilities around this element. As much as you know, your power is not yet mastered," said Tamada as he sat down to meditate. "You must gather the other elementals in your class, and we will talk then. I gave you a gift as reassurance. Only use it if necessary. Try and get some rest." Jolting awake, Ryo noticed his arm covered in ice, before it disappeared, causing Ryo to need to go outside and get some air. "Oh, look, if it isn't a student from class 1A, said a voice, "I know you. You're the loser that's trying to steal my Momo." Ryo turned around, looking at the blonde boy that was talking to him. "Look, I don't know who you are, but you need to leave before I do something I regret. I only came out here to breathe for a bit." The blonde boy just laughed. "Of course you wouldn't know who I am. You think you are better than all of us. I am Nito Manama, of class 1B. You will all learn that 1B is superior, and then I will take Momo and show her firsthand." Growling, Ryo felt his fire appear on his side, before realizing what was going on. "Momo is not an object, she is a person with feelings, dipshit," said Reo as he started walking back inside. You can't just win her over like some toy. Now get away from our dorms before I go get Vlad King. Manama left, and Reo then walked back inside and closed the door, and accidentally bumped into something or rather, someone as he headed back to his room. Momo, said Reo as he finally recognized the person he just bumped into. What are you doing here? Momo just tried not to look at him as she said, I heard what you said to Manama. I'm sorry he's such a jerk, and I'll take care of him, but I wanted to give you something. The creation user then decided to kiss his cheek and say, that's for what you said and not letting him get to you. Momo then ran away blushing up a storm, before leaving Reo speechless and as red as a strawberry. Reo has stopped working. Next day. We're going on a field trip, said Mr. Aizawa as the class cheered, before being glared at by their teacher. Quiet down, said Aizawa as he rubbed his eyes, you can wear your hero costumes, but they may restrict your movement due to the exercises we have planned. Now hurry up and get ready or get on the bus. The class nodded, grabbing their cases and heading to the locker rooms. As Izuku got dressed in his gym clothes and gear, he kept wondering where the class was going. Izuku, hurry up, we're almost all loaded up, said Reo, before closing the door and going back outside. Izuku just rolled his eyes and smiled as he walked to the bus and realized that there were still people missing. We're fine, Izuku, said Reo as he noticed the worry on his face, I'm about to check to see who's missing right now anyway. Reo then scanned the area, and blushed as he said, don't ask and get on the bus. Izuku was confused, but obeyed nonetheless. As he got on the bus, he noticed that Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, Jiro, Momo, Asui, Aoyama and Sato were missing from the bus. Midoriya, sit down before I tie you to the roof of the bus, said Aizawa from behind him. Izuku gulped as he turned around and scratched his neck, okay Mr. Aizawa. Once the rest of the students loaded on the bus, with Reo behind them, they decided to pass the time by talking for a bit. Hey, Midoriya, said Asui, I can't seem to put my finger on it, but your quirk seems very similar to All Might's. Izuku and Reo looked at each other, with the same thought in their minds, shit. No way, Asui, All Might doesn't break his bones when he uses his quirk, said Kirishima. Midoriya broke his entire arm when he punched the zero-pointer in the face during the entrance exams. Wait a second, Midoriya, shouted Kaminari, you're the one who punched a zero-pointer square in the face. Everyone looked at Izuku as he just rubbed his head nervously, it wasn't that big of a deal, I just saved Uraraka from being hurt. It's what a hero would have done anyway, right? Everyone just looked at Izuku as he radiated an aura of sunshine and thought, so pure and kind. It's too much. Hey, extras, shouted Bakugo, quit complimenting Deku. He's just a weak nerd. If I remember correctly, Izuku got first in the exams, I got second and I'm pretty sure you got third, Bakago, said Reo as he smirked, so can you tell me who's the weak one again? Bakugo growled before shutting up, knowing full well what Reo can do. Monroe, I was also wondering something about your quirk, said Asui. All Might said that you're able to manipulate the elements, but I'm curious about the part where you are able to phase and disappear. Reo looked at the frog girl and noticed everyone else was staring at him and sighed, I guess you guys can know. My quirk is called Elemental Ghost. It allows me to control, manipulate, turn into and combine air, water, earth, fire, ice, and lightning. I also have the basic abilities of a ghost, such as possession, intangibility, and invisibility, which I can theoretically combine those two abilities. I should also be able to see other invisible people or objects while invisible, but when I'm intangible, I can be harmed by other intangible enemies. Hagakure then shouted, wait, does that mean you can see me? Maybe, I've never tried it on a person before, said Reo as his eyes turned invisible. As Reo got a good look at Hagakure, he then noticed that due to her only wearing shoes and gloves, she was completely naked. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be perverted, said Reo as he bowed and reverted his eyes to normal. Hagakure looked confused I think but she just waved it off. Reo, I have a question as well, if you don't mind, said Momo as she looked at him, why did All Might say the ghost part of your quirk wasn't his story to tell? Reo gulped, hoping this wouldn't be brought up. My mom had the quirk ghost, and due to the quirk, it caused her cells to deteriorate at a molecular level. I got a cure in time, but my mom was too late. Everyone looked at him as Reo started crying a bit while smiling, it's fine though, cause my parents loved me and now they're in a better place. Hey, I'm also curious, how did you know what was going on in the observation room yesterday? Asked Kaminari, who did not read the room at all. Kaminari, it's kind of rude to just ask that at the moment, shouted Jiro, stabbing him with her jack. Reo wiped his eyes and chuckled, it's fine, I was planning on telling you all later anyway. I had a strange dream last night, and I got visited by two people named Tamada and Kokura. They told me these exact words, kid, we're connected to each other, no matter where you are. I'm gonna put it like this, you're special, but also not at the same time. There are other elementals, such as the blonde with the lightning highlight. Wait, you mean the lady knew me? Asked a shocked Kaminari, which Reo nodded. She then said, anyway all these elementals are tied to each other, allowing us to sense each other and have a sort of chat like this. You have the abilities of fire, ice, lightning, water, earth, and air. You are a special case, and were able to talk due to your skill set. Most elementals with a similar element have the same abilities around this element. Tamada then told me, as much as you know, your power is not yet must gather the other elementals in your class, and we will talk then. I gave you a gift as reassurance. Only use it if necessary. Try and get some rest. After that, I woke up and got some air due to being overwhelmed. Everyone looked at Reo with their mouths open wide before Jiro shouted, "This makes no sense. How am I an elemental?" Reo just looked at Jiro with a deadpan expression. "Jiro, sound is an element. Kaminari has lightning, Tokiyami has darkness, Ishido has a form of water as acid, Todoroki has fire and ice, and even though I don't fully understand it, Hagakure has light. I've recently found that Bakugo is also an elemental, but he's a combination of fire and air, making explosions." Bakugo shouted to Reo as he heard his name, "Don't put me in the same category as you weak extra fuckers. I'm better than all of you, got it?" Reo smirked. "You sure about that, angry Pomeranian? Last time I checked, I also have fire and air. So, if I can make explosions exactly like yours, then who's the weak one?" Bakugo and Reo glared at each other for at least 5 minutes, before the bus suddenly stopped. "All right, get off the bus," said Aizawa as he stood up. "Monroe, Bakugo, quit arguing before I give you detention with midnight." Reo nodded, and got off the bus as he turned intangible and walked through it. As the group entered a large dome-shaped building, Izuku then saw a familiar hero. Before Izuku could even say the hero's name, he then got interrupted by Uraraka. "It's the pro hero, 13, said Uraraka, bouncing up and down before she started mumbling about 13, a habit that she picked up from Izuku. "Great," thought Aizawa, "now there's 2 of them." Izuku then shook Uraraka's shoulder, before chuckling and apologizing that he caused her to pick up his habit. "I am the hero 13, and this is the unforeseen simulation joint, otherwise known as the USJ, said 13 as she spoke. "As most of you may know, my quirk is called Black Hole. It is a powerful quirk, but it can also be used to kill. My job here is to help you learn how to use your quirks properly in a rescue." 13, said Aizawa, walking to the pro hero. "Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here." 13 nodded and held up 3 fingers before whispering to Aizawa, "He used up all his time doing hero work. He won't be able to show up today." As the 2 heroes were talking, a purple, swirling, portal appeared at the center of the ground floor. "Mr. Aizawa," said Iida as he pointed to the ground floor, "has the training begun already?" The underground hero looked where Iida was pointing at and narrowed his eyes before saying, "No, Iida. Those are real villains." 13, keep the students safe, said Aizawa as he put his goggles on. "I'll take care of this." "Mr. Aizawa," shouted Iida, "are you sure you will be able to handle all of them?" "Iida," said Aizawa as he looked at the student, "you can't be a hero if you only have one trick up your sleeve." Aizawa then jumped down to the ground floor, ready to take on the villains. Ground floor. "Tamura Shigaraki," said the warp gate as it formed a slightly humanoid figure, "it does not seem that All Might is here. Should we retreat?" A pale, blue-haired male with hands all over his body just looked at the warp gate as he walked through with a hulking purple thing with a beak and chuckled as he waved him off. "No, Kurogiri," said the now identified Shigaraki, 13, Eraserhead and students are still here. All Might will appear once we kill some of them." The villains began to make their way to the student, when they saw that Eraserhead was running towards them. "Kurogiri, take care of the students," said Shigaraki, "we'll handle Eraserhead." Kurogiri nodded, warping away to obey Shigaraki's instructions. 62 Chapter 12, Panic at the USJ. Reviews. Kahuna Laguna, you're welcome. I love getting constructive criticism from my readers as well as other authors. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, thanks. I'll be looking out for more of your stories that I'm sure I will enjoy as well. Disclaimer and author's note. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Panic at the USJ. As Eraserhead ran towards the villains, he noticed a couple of them were throwing projectiles at him. Quickly using his quirk, he grabbed one of the villains, pulling them towards him using his scarf before roundhouse kicking one in the face, knocking others out in the process as the projectiles faded away. "It's Eraserhead," said one of the villains, "he can erase your quirk just by looking at you, so watch out." Shigaraki just smiled as he saw the pro hero. "Eraserhead, you're so cool. You're the perfect side quest while we wait on the big boss." Eraserhead saw some villains with mutant quirks just run up to him while shouting, "Sure, he can erase quirks, but can he do the same with mutant types?" Eraserhead just stood there and gripped his scarf. "Maybe not, but I've learned to develop a countermeasure." Before the villains could even ask what that was, Eraserhead had grabbed 2 of them, slamming them into each other in the process. Eraserhead kicked the villains to the side, and ran towards Shigaraki with the intention to detain him. As he went in for the final punch, his fist connected with something, but not his intended target. "Eraserhead, meet my Nomu," said Shigaraki. "Nomu here is the mindless ultimate weapon to kill All Might. Seeing that he's not here, Nomu, deal with Eraserhead." The underground hero quickly backflipped away, putting some distance between him and the Nomu. Eraserhead looked at the Nomu with eyes as wide as saucers as it charged at him, possibly with the intent to kill. As Izuku watched the battle, he noticed that the warp villain had disappeared. Before he could properly warn everyone, a portal opened up in front of them, causing 13 to point at the warp gate, ready to activate her quirk if needed. "Get back," warned 13 as the villain appeared. "I am giving you one chance to surrender." The villain narrowed his eyes and spoke. "My name is Kurogiri, and I am here to occupy you for the time being." 13's eyes widened, and she activated her quirk, slowly pulling Kurogiri in the process. Iida, said Reo as he looked at his friend, run and get help. Kaminari and I can't reach anyone, so it's up to you. We'll take care of these assholes. Iida nodded, as much as I agree with you, Monroe, there is no need for such crass language. Everyone, including Kurogiri, just sweat dropped at Iida's comment before he ran to the exit. Growling, Kurogiri tried to escape the effect of black hole, but he kept failing until he had an idea. Simultaneously turning himself into a portal and opening one behind 13, causing the effects of black hole to affect 13 instead of Kurogiri. Once the portal had opened, the back half of her containment suit had been destroyed, causing her to yell out in pain. 13's eyes widened, turning off her quirk in the process, but by then it was too late. The damage had been done, and 13 collapsed on the floor, giving Kurogiri the chance to compose himself. Before Kurogiri could properly do anything else though, he heard a loud shout coming near him. Die! Shouted Bakugo as he attacked the warp villain, with Kirishihime right behind him with his hardened arms. The two students just passed through the villain, and soon got warped away. Time for you to join them, said Kurogiri as he began warping students away. Looking over at Uraraka, Izuku saw that she was about to be warped away, causing him to instinctively push her out the way and be warped away instead. Reo looked around and watched Momo be warped away as well, before eventually being warped himself. Momo, thought the elemental teen as he started to fall, I promise to find you, wherever you are. With Izuku. As Izuku got warped away, he soon found himself falling, before falling in the water of the flood zone. Rag, shouted a villain with a shark quirk as he came swimming at Izuku at high speeds. Izuku widened his eyes, swimming away as fast as he could, before being wrapped in a long, pink substance. As he looked at the source, he saw Asui holding onto him with her tongue while attacking the villain, and swimming up at high speeds, taking him with her. Once they reached the surface, Asui had thrown Izuku on a conveniently available boat, before jumping to the boat as well. Midoriya, Asui, shouted Kaminari as he made his presence known, I'm so glad you're okay. Izuku just gave a thumbs up as he started coughing up water, which the electric blonde just nodded in understanding. Why would the warp villain send us here? Asked Asui, and call me Sue, Ribbit. Izuku finally caught his breath before responding, they must not know what our quirks are. Think about it, if they knew that Asui, he then received a glare from said frog girl, Sue, had a frog quirk, and Kaminari had an electric quirk, then they wouldn't have sent you both here at all. Kaminari and Sue thought about this for a second, that makes sense, Ribbit. I have the best advantage in the water, so sending me here was a mistake on their part. As the two teens talked about how to use this to their advantage, Izuku had been mumbling up a storm until Sue whacked him in the head with her tongue. Rubbing his head, Izuku chuckled, sorry, that's a bad habit of mine. On the bright side, I finally have a plan. With Reo. Once Reo was warped away, he soon found himself at the landslide zone. He sensed some others here, but he couldn't quite make out who due to being focused on finding Momo and the others. Monroe, shouted a voice as he got pulled back down to the ground, get down. Shaking his head to focus, Reo then was able to see the face of Jiro, who kept slapping him for some reason. Grabbing her arm, he said, can you stop slapping me for 1 second? Jiro stopped and rubbed the back of his head, causing Reo to rub his hurt cheeks. Have you seen anyone else? Asked Reo, before receiving an answer from Jiro. The first person I saw was you. I'm not sure. Jiro was interrupted by a scream from a familiar voice. Come on, shouted Reo as he ran towards the noise to see Momo being held by a villain with a lion quirk. Monroe, how are you, so fast? Asked Jiro as she caught her breath. Upon seeing Momo held captive, Jiro froze in shock. Reo was also paralyzed in fear, though he had an idea on how to save his crush. Tamada, Kokura, thought the teen, can you send out a mental link to all the elemental students in the USJ? I have an idea. We can, but it would be unwise to do this again without proper mind may break if you do, said Tamada. Deal, said Reo, before he collapsed to the ground causing Jiro to look at him in confusion. If anyone can hear me, please respond. I might have an idea on how to stop this, said Reo as Jiro looked at him in confusion and shock. What is this, Monroe? And why are you in my head? Shouted Jiro, causing a loud groan to occur in her head. Long ears. Shut up before I make you, shouted Bakugo as he blasted another villain. What's going on, guys? Why do I hear your voices in my head? Asked Kaminari. It would seem that Monroe has mentally connected us due to our elemental abilities, said Tokiyami. Mental connection, shouted Ishido and Hagakure, this is awesome. I believe that Monroe has something to say, said Todoroki, getting everyone back on track. Thank you, Todoroki. I need to know where you all are. I have a plan, but I need to know who's with you to make this work. Oi, nature freak. I'm with shitty hair at the demolition zone. Everyone's sweat dropped at Bakugo's response. I'm with Todoroki at the mountain zone, said Hagakure. Where? I never knew you were here, said Todoroki, causing Hagakure to look away in shame. Anyway I'm here at the exit with 13, Uraraka, Shoji, Shiro, Sato and Aoyama, said Ishido. I'm with Ojiro and Koji in the hazard zone, said Tokiyami as Dark Shadow hit more villains. I'm with Midoriya and Asui, he then got smacked by Sue's tongue, how did she know? Anyway, we're at the flood zone. I'm with Monroe and Yaomomo at the landslide zone, said Jiro. I know I said I need to know where you all are, but I'm right next to you, Jiro, groaned Reo. Good to know you're all okay. As soon as you escape, head back to the exit. I'm going to do something that I was told by both All Might and my dad never to do unless it was needed. Jiro, don't tell Momo about this, please. I don't want her to feel guilty for this. Bakugo's eyes widened as he realized what Reo was saying. Don't you dare do that move, nature freak. You told me yourself that you could be ripped apart if you take on that much power. I'm sorry, Katsuki, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. As your class rep, I can't let any of you die. You can still contact each other if you need to, said Reo as he temporarily cut himself off from the others. Reo, don't do this you little shit, shouted Bakugo as Rio's voice was no longer heard. Sighing, Reo saw that the villain was still holding Momo hostage and created an ice sculpture of himself and simultaneously turned invisible. You've got a nice rack, Missy, said the lion as he got headbutted by Momo, causing a nosebleed. You little bitch, said the villain, lunging at her before he got tackled to the ground. Momo, cover you and Jiro, now, said Reo as he turned visible with blue lightning sparking around him. Momo got the message, and created an insulated blanket to cover her and Jiro. I've got 2 reasons to tell you why this was a bad idea, asshole, said Reo as he looked the lion in the eyes. Go ahead and tell me, punk, said the smirking villain, you won't be alive in order to carry out any threats, anyway. Reo smirked, that's where you're wrong. Your first mistake was attacking a fully pissed elemental in an area full of elements. Your second mistake is endangering the person I love. Momo heard this, and as she looked at Reo, she held a hand over her heart. Nowhere to run, said Reo as he produced mass amounts of lightning, 2 million volts, lightning storm. As Reo said the name of the attack, a barrage of lightning strikes began raining down towards him and the lion, before stopping halfway through. See, I told you I had it covered, said Reo before face planting on the ground. Reo, said Momo as she barely caught him, why would you do that? You know what happens when you use too much electricity. Reo just tilted his head as he got his vision back, it's because I love you, Momo. But who's that? Reo pointed at Jiro, who was offended and confused by this at the same time, what do you mean? We've been in the same class for 4 days straight. Momo made a pillow for Reo as he laid in her lap. To put it simply, Reo gets temporary short-term memory loss when he uses or absorbs too much electricity at one time. It's not his fault, so please don't be mad at him. Jiro looked at the teenage boy and shook her head in amusement. I guess I can let it slide this time, but how long does this usually last? Momo shrugged. He told me 20 minutes when he was 6, 15 when he was 10, and 5 when he turned 13, so by my calculations, he should be up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As if on cue, Reo sat up with eyes as wide as saucers while inhaling a bunch of air. How long was I out? Asked Reo, which Momo held up one finger. 1 minute, said Reo as he got up. That's good to know, but for now we have to go meet up with the others. As Reo and the others left the landslide zone, Momo couldn't stop thinking about what Reo said, while Jiro was thinking about what Bakugo said to everyone. Flood zone. Here's the plan, said Izuku. Kaminari, you use your quirk in the water. Asusu, I'm going to grab Kaminari once it's safe. Once I grab him, we need you to lift us away from the water while I create a whirlpool, okay? Kaminari had heard everything, but he was too focused on what Reo and Bakugo said earlier to listen to everything properly. Nodding, Izuku then told Kaminari to get in the water, only to be offended that they were sacrificing him. Why me? Said the electric blonde, I don't want to be seafood. Sighing in annoyance, Sue whispered, use your quirk when you land. Confused, Kaminari started to ask what she meant, but was ultimately pushed into the water by the frog girl. Ah, shouted Kaminari as he used his quirk as he fell, causing the villains to swim away before being shocked by the electricity. Great idea, guys, shouted Kaminari as he grabbed Izuku's arms and got lifted out of the water. Smirking and turning around, Izuku unleashed a pressurized wind blast with his fingers while shouting, full cowling 5%, Delaware smash. Kaminari and Sue looked at the water as a whirlpool formed, surprising both of them as they looked at the greenette in shock. As Sue landed, she set the 2 boys down, and put Kaminari's head under the water as he accidentally grabbed her breast. Sue, let him breathe, shouted Izuku, which caused Sue to stop drowning the poor boy. Once he caught his breath, Kaminari thanked Izuku, thanks, man. I have a question though, Monroe told Bakugo, Jiro, Ishido, Tokiyami, Todoroki, and Hagakure and I about this move that would probably rip him apart due to the amount of power it had. Izuku's eyes went as wide as saucers when he heard that. We need to get over there, now, said Izuku as he grabbed his classmates and forced himself to 12% to save his best friend. Reo, please don't do what I think you're about to do, said the teen as he ran to the group, hoping Reo was still alive. Demolition zone. Die, shouted Bakugo as he blasted more villains back, with Kirishima throwing his hardened punches at a villain with water powers. That's not very manly, Bakubro, shouted Kirishima as he threw another punch, but I guess these guys are even less manly, so we're justified. Bakugo blasted 3 more villains as he shouted, damn nature freak. He's gonna get himself killed. Kirishima looked at Bakugo in concern, what's wrong, man? You seem angrier than usual, and that's saying something. Bakugo looked at the redhead before walking away saying, nature freak's going to use an attack to save us, but he'll end up killing himself in the process. Kirishima looked at him and asked, what's the name of this attack? Bakugo looked at him and shook his head, I can't say. He never decided on a name as far as I know. Bakugo walked away, causing Kirishima to just stand there in shock. USJ exit. This is bad. 13 is out of commission, the class is separated, Kurogiri is back with Shigaraki, and as far as Mr. Aizawa, he wasn't faring any better. Go, said 13 as she held Uraraka's hand, save yourselves, Eraserhead and I will be fine. Uraraka cried as she shook her head, no, I won't leave my teachers when they need me most. Everyone here is leaving here together, okay. 13 just smiled as she fell into unconsciousness. Crying still, Uraraka whispered, Izuku, Momo, Reo, please be alright. Come back. Uraraka never got to finish because Jiro, Momo, Izuku, Kaminari and Su all appeared in front of her. Hugging her friends, she then noticed that not only was Reo not here, but Izuku was also looking at the fight on the ground floor. Izuku, asked a worried Uraraka, what's wrong, and where's Reo? Izuku looked away before running off using OFA, and Uraraka cried at the thought of losing her friends. I don't understand, said Momo, Reo was just with us. How did we miss him? Jiro looked down at the floor before speaking, Momo, he has this weird mental connection with its elementals. He mentioned using a move that both All Might and his dad told him not to unless it was necessary because Bakugo mentioned it could kill him. He didn't want to worry you. Momo looked at the rock girl as she held a hand over her mouth and cried, and no, he would have told me about this. Jiro hugged the creation user, I'm sorry Momo, I really am. Suddenly, a blast of light appeared in the sky and Izuku, Bakugo, Kirishima, Mr. Aizawa, and Todoroki came flying to the group. He's done it, said Izuku, struggling to get up. 5 minutes earlier. As Reo carried Momo and Jiro to the ground floor via air platform, they then saw Aizawa being held by his face thanks to Nomu and that his right elbow was damaged with the skin being destroyed in the process. Tamura, said Kurogiri as he appeared near Shigaraki, one of the students has escaped. It is only a matter of time until the heroes arrive. Shigaraki scratched his neck in irritation, Kurogiri, if you weren't our escape gate, I would kill you right now. It seems we have some new players in the arena, said Shigaraki as he noticed Kaminari, Izuku, and Su, who were standing there for the longest. Shigaraki then reached for Su's face, hoping to destroy her in the process. The only problem was that nothing happened, which the pale villain noticed. Eraserhead, shouted a joyful Shigaraki, I knew I was right about you. You really are so awesome. Shigaraki moved, allowing the students to see that Eraserhead had used his quirk on Shigaraki to prevent Su from dying. Nodding at the Nomu, Shigaraki let him keep bashing Eraserhead's face into the ground, causing him to disable his quirk. Smirking, Shigaraki turned around to see that not only were the students gone, but one of them had returned as well. I'm going to make this plain and simple so you can understand me, handjob, said Reo as his fiery hair turned blue, let my teacher go before I'm forced to do something I don't want to. Shigaraki laughed as he saw Reo, you, what can a simple side quest like you do to the main player? Reo shook his head as he walked closer, he disappeared for a second before he grabbed Eraserhead. As he reappeared, Bakugo, Izuku, Kirishima, and Todoroki all ran towards him. Nature freak, stop, shouted Bakugo. Reo, you'll kill yourself, said Izuku. There is another way, Monroe, said Todoroki. Come on, bro, let us help you, said Kirishima. Reo smiled at all of them, yes including Bakugo before putting Eraserhead in their arms. Izuku, tell Momo for me, okay. Reo smiled before walking back to the villains, turning his skin black with magma, before forming visible air gauntlets with frost covering his fingers. Rio's hair then got wilder, becoming an inferno of blue flames while electric armor formed around his body, and a water whip appeared on his hip. Looking at his friends and teacher, he then unleashed a massive wind blast, sending them safely to the rest of the group. Once they landed, Izuku was the first one who spoke as he struggled to return to his friend, he's done it. Momo cried as she asked, what did he do, Izuku? Tell me. Izuku looked at the creation user and frowned, he's currently using his dad's last resort ultimate move, Elemental Overdrive. Everyone gasped as Izuku said that, and everyone, including Bakugo, hoped that Reo would be alright. 62 Chapter 13, Rescue. At the USJ. Reviews. Ahmed Barabi, I have already fixed the past chapters so this problem would not occur anymore. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, Reo doesn't die that easily. Disclaimer and author's note, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Rescue. At the USJ. As Iida ran through the halls of UA, he couldn't stop worrying about his friends and teacher, Mr. Aizawa, 13, my friends, please be safe. Hey, little listener, said Present Mike as he appeared, stopping the engine user in his tracks, what are you doing here all of a sudden? Iida stopped and huffed as he caught his breath, villains, All Might killer. USJ, trouble, help. Present Mike's eyes widened as he got the message, Nezu, we've got a situation at the USJ, said the loud hero as he ran to the teacher's lounge, Ectoplasm, Midnight, Snipe, Smintos, Power Loader, we need assistance at the USJ. The heroes followed Iida and Present Mike as they ran out the doors of UA, unaware that All Might was already ahead of them. USJ. What kind of cheat code are you? Asked an enraged Shigaraki as he scratched his neck. Reo just smirked there as blue lightning covered his face, forming a mask, I'm the cheat code that's gonna kick your ass. Play Immortals by Fall Out Boy. Nomu, yelled Shigaraki as the monster looked at him, destroy that brat. Nomu looked at Reo before dashing to him at remarkable speeds, surprising Reo as he got flung into the air. Shit, thought Reo as he saw the monster above him, I wasn't fast enough. Time to try something new. Improvised move, air assault, compressing more air in his gauntlets, Reo started punching the Nomu full force, increasing the damage done with each punch. As the elemental unleashed another punch, the abomination had caught in before he could connect. Throwing Reo into the flood zone, Nomu then went back to its master, ready to defend him if necessary. Good work, Nomu, said Shigaraki, now go kill the rest of them. With Reo. As Reo sank into the depths of the water, he found himself unable to move as his magma skin faded, but he heard familiar voices in his head instead. Reo, said Tamada as he appeared, you must wake up. Your friends are in danger. Monroe, shouted Jiro, wake up. Nature freak, yelled Bakugo, if you die I'll kill you myself. Reo, said the voice from the beach, I'll explain everything later, but if you don't wake up now, everyone, including Momo will die. As the final voice spoke, Rio's eyes opened and started glowing blue, before he spun at rapid speeds, absorbing the water around him. Reo began to hover in the air as he absorbed the water, causing the Nomu, Shigaraki, and all of Class 1A to stare in shock. A couple minutes earlier, once they heard Shigaraki order the Nomu to handle the rest of the students, Izuku, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari all got in place, defending their classmates as they aided 13 and Eraserhead. However, before they could properly form a plan, the Nomu appeared in front of them, separating them before they could attack. Kirishima, said Izuku, getting the redhead's attention, on my cue, punch it as hard as you can. Kirishima nodded, running up to the monstrosity as Izuku approached from the other side, causing Nomu to be unable to dodge the punch, effectively taking the brunt of the attacks. Detroit Smash, shouted Izuku as he and Kirishima punched the creature square in the face. Nomu went flying in the air, before a shard of ice impaled it in its stomach, causing Izuku to look and see the source of the ice. Seeing Todoroki and his right side covered in ice, Izuku smiled and nodded, covering up the fact that he was hoping Reo caused the ice wall. Kaminari then sent a large amount of electricity through the ice, causing Nomu to shriek out in pain. Die, you purple fucker, said Bakugo as he launched himself into the air and pulled the pins on his gauntlets, causing a massive explosion that engulfed the Nomu in flames. As he landed, Bakugo scoffed at his classmates' shocked expressions, there's no way that thing survived that. Nature freak is just too weak to handle it on his own. As Bakugo finished, the smoke from the blast disappeared, showing a hulking figure that was regenerating, forming its stomach and arms. No way, thought Bakugo, surprised that anything could have survived that blast. That was a very good effort, I admit that, said Shigaraki as he came into view, but there is nothing that can stop my Nomu's regeneration and shock absorption quirks. Unknown to anyone else, Bakugo and Jiro were trying to reach Reo through the mental link they shared. Monroe, shouted Jiro, wake up. We need your help. Nature freak, yelled Bakugo, if you die I'll kill you myself. The two elementals then heard another voice in their head, but this one was new, yet familiar. Reo, said the voice, I'll explain everything later, but if you don't wake up now, everyone, including Momo will die. As the voice spoke, the water in the flood zone disappeared, before revealing Reo, who had weapons and armor made of ice, with his hair spiked, and his eyes had changed to a fully blue color missing the pupils as well. Everyone, including Nomu and Shigaraki, noticed this, before noticing Reo had appeared in front of them, taking Nomu with him and disappearing again as Shigaraki was then frozen by Todoroki. I am here, shouted All Might as the doors came flying open, revealing the buff hero in his hero costume. All Might, shouted an angry Shigaraki, glad to see the final boss is finally here. What happened here? Asked the pro-hero, looking at Eraserhead and 13's wounds. A group of villains attacked, separated us, and brought a mindless monster with regeneration and shock absorption quirks here to kill you, said Kaminari as calmly as he could. All Might widened his eyes as he took a head count of all the students, whereas young Monroe. Momo looked at the ground as she cried and pointed to the middle of the USJ, unable to say anything at the moment. What? Yelled All Might, knowing he would have to talk to Reo later about this. As Reo grabbed the Nomu and got it a safe distance from the group, he phased his hands into it, ready to do what was necessary. You want to come in here, attack my friends and loved ones, and try and kill my teachers, shouted Reo as he flew the Nomu through the landslide zone, you expect me to let you get away with that? The Nomu screeched as it felt its temperature drop, and looked at Reo who had a smirk on his face. I heard you can regenerate, said the teen as he dropped his hand's temperature to below sub-zero, let's see how fast you regenerate from this. Dropping his temperature faster, Reo started to freeze the Nomu from the inside out, causing him to get frostbite for the first time in his life. Resisting the urge to pass out again, Reo willed himself to the ground floor, completely freezing the abomination in the flood zone as he yelled, Ice Age, Frozen Heart. Smirking, Reo began to get dizzy, but summoned enough strength to cover his entire arm in earth, and began to shatter the creature into pieces before he heard a yell. Reo, stop. Turning to the source of the yell, otherwise known as Momo, Reo ran over to her, giving her a hug as she spoke. Reo, I know you have all this anger, but if you continue to do this then you'll be no better than the villains the heroes fight. Reo widened his eyes as Momo spoke, realizing she was right. He had gone out of control, and in the process almost did the unthinkable. As the two heroes hugged, the ice around Nomu began to crack, causing it to break free and regenerate its lost limbs. As the Nomu stood up, it saw both All Might and Reo, but despite its anger towards the teen, it attacked All Might due to its primary directive. Once the two traded blows, All Might remembered what Kaminari said about the Nomu's quirks and had an idea. Punching the creature in the same spot repeatedly, All Might made it stagger, though this did not go unnoticed by Shigaraki, who was slowly decaying the ice around him. You're truly pathetic, All Might, said the villain. Nomu has shock absorption, meaning he can take any attack you throw at him. All Might kept smiling as steam appeared on his body. Maybe so, but you said this creature's quirk is shock absorption, not nullification. Shigaraki's eyes widened as he realized what All Might was attempting. All Might continued punching the Nomu while shouting, to go beyond our limits, reaching possibilities thought impossible. That's what it means to go beyond. Plus ultra. Sending one final punch, All Might sent Nomu flying out of the USJ, causing Shigaraki to shout out as he yelled, no. No. You cheated, you used some kind of glitch. I was told you were weakened. This isn't fair. Shigaraki then reached out for Reo, who was too exhausted to phase, before he suddenly got shot in his hand. AGHH, said the pale villain, before attempting this again with his other hand, causing that one to also get shot. The cavalry has arrived, shouted Iida, standing there with Ectoplasm, Smintos, Midnight, Nezu, Snipe, Present Mike, and Power Loader. Howdy partners, said the gunslinging hero as he reloaded his pistol. Shigaraki glared at the heroes before he yelled, Kurogiri, portal. As he disappeared into the portal, he told the heroes, I will be back, All Might. Your time as the symbol of peace is coming to an end. Once the portal closed, Reo sat on the ground and smirked at his uncle, who at the time was being covered by Smintos with Izuku being the only one that could see him clearly. Closing his eyes, Reo then passed out, dreaming about what would come next. 62 Chapter 14, Aftermath. Reviews. Amit Barabi, I have already fixed the past chapters so this problem would not occur anymore. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, Reo doesn't die that easily. Disclaimer and author's note, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Aftermath. 2 days later. As you all know, there was an attack on the USJ, said Nezu as he spoke to Class 1A at their dorms. 13 and Eraserhead are still resting, however we have some news on young Monroe. When the creature finished his sentence, Izuku, Uraraka and Momo all perked up. Putting it frankly, young Reo is in a mini coma, said the principal. He seems to be able to hear us, as he responds to yes and no by tapping on the bed, but his body is covered in a strange energy that is preventing him from waking up. He will only wake up when the energy allows him to. Izuku looked down at the floor in guilt as Momo cried and Uraraka put her hand over her mouth. I should have been able to help him, said Izuku as he balled his fists. If you did, then you would probably be in the same condition, Midoriya, said Kirishima as he put a hand on the greenette's shoulder. Looking at the redhead, Izuku knew he was right inside as he unballed his fists. Is it okay if we see him, Principal Nezu? Asked Izuku as he looked at the white creature. Nezu nodded, of course, though we will only allow 4 people at a time, and you must be with a teacher. The principal looked at the students as their lunch was made inside. I strongly suggest that you all eat first before you go. Momo, Izuku and Uraraka blushed in embarrassment before walking back to the table as Nezu sighed. Teenagers. With Reo. While Rio's body laid in the hospital bed, his mind was very much preoccupied at the moment. Let me go, Tamada, said Reo as he shouted to the elemental that had him up to his neck in metal and earth. Reo, you need to understand that what you did was reckless and wrong, said Tamada as he meditated. Kid, your body isn't ready for that kind of power, said Kokura as she rubbed his head. The only reason you're alive is thanks to him. Who the hell are you guys talking about? Said Reo, all you've done is scold me and talk about this mysterious person for 2 days straight. If he's important, I need to know. He's right, you know, said another voice as a green ball of energy appeared. He deserves to know who's training him. Reo looked confused as Kokura spoke. You are not supposed to be here. Why are you here, kid? As the energy took a more human appearance, he spoke. I was in the mindscape, and I figured he knows so he doesn't go crazy. Covering Rio's eyes with ice, Tamada spoke. He should have to wait, but he needs to know the risks of this. I'm well aware, said the fully formed voice. If I'm going to be here training him, I need to make sure I don't break the barrier. Tamada, let him see. We're only going to know him more after this, said Kokura as she shook her head and Reo was freed from his earth prison. How's Nana? Asked Tamada, changing the subject. She's fine. Just wanted to chat like usual, said the male figure as he removed the ice from Rio's eyes. Reo rubbed his eyes as he looked at him. Thanks, but I still have no idea who you are. I'll let you get your vision in order and then we'll see if you recognize me. Confused, Reo nodded, allowing his eyes to adjust to the bright light before taking in the man's appearance. The man wore black steel boots with a green outfit underneath that had lines over his arms and legs, a red belt, white gloves with green palms, a respirator that hung around his neck, and he had white, thick, padded straps near his shoulders. The man also wore a proud smile on his face that matched his freckled face and green eyes and hair. What's wrong, Reo? Asked the man, surprised to see me. Izuku. Once they had finished their food, Izuku, Uraraka and Momo headed to the room with Midnight to see Reo. I hate to break the silence, but we're here now, said Midnight as she opened the door to show Reo hooked up to machines and an IV. 3 taps for yes, and 2 for no, said Midnight as she sat down. Momo held his hand as she spoke. Reo, can you hear me? Momo cried tears of joy as she felt 3 taps on her wrist. Are you okay? 3 more taps. Can you wake up soon? For a while, no reply came until Reo tapped 3 times. Everyone in the room cried happily for a bit, including Midnight after she saw him respond. Reo, I need to ask you something, said Momo, can you explain the mental link? Reo tapped once, which confused the students as Midnight grabbed her computer out of her bag. What does one tap mean? Uraraka finally asked. Morse code, said Midnight, there are a few teachers here who taught it to him, and he knows how to relay messages easier. Momo and Uraraka were still confused, while Izuku started to understand. Did you babysit him for All Might sometimes? Asked Izuku. Midnight nodded as she typed, yes, he even calls the staff his family. I'm his aunt, Eraserhead, Mike, Vlad King, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader and Smintos are his uncles, and Recovery Girl is his granny, and Nezu is his gramps. The kid grows on you after you get to know him. Momo and Uraraka looked shocked, more surprised that Reo had so much family than the fact that he was very lovable. As they talked, Midnight kept typing while she kept her eyes on Reo until he eventually stopped. Turning the computer for them to see, the screen read, the mental link, or mindscape as I call it, is a little weird. Okay, so I have multiple elements and everything else right. Well, the connection allows me to talk to other elementals, and vice versa. I can tell that Auntie Midnight, Uncle Mike, Uncle Vlad and Uncle Smintos are elementals due to them having a gas-like quirk, a sound quirk, a water subcategory quirk and a earth manipulation quirk. By the way, I personally asked for them not to play favorites, so that handles that. Anyway, still not sure about Hagakure, but remember the talk on the bus. Tamada talks to elementals with earth, water, or air while Kokura talks to lightning and fire elementals. When it's not that category, they just go by gender. The last thing is that we can talk to each other due to sharing a connection through Tamada or Kokura, and I've recently learned that being a special case gives me a more advanced version of this. Todoroki can also do this, but I digress. I will try to convince them to let me wake up in the next hour, but no promises. Izuku, don't blame yourself. I know you well enough to know that you're guilt-tripping yourself. Uraraka, I'm not sure what to say, but I will say don't feel bad. I always get back up, and you should focus on your dream. Momo smiled as Reo tapped a couple more times. Momo, when we wake up, I was hoping we could talk. Privately, please. Izuku, I mean you and Ishido when I say in private. Momo nodded as she kissed his head, and everyone walked out as Rio's finger stopped moving as he re-entered the mindscape. Mindscape. Izuku, asked a shocked Reo as he processed what was happening, what the hell are you doing here? And why are you taller than me? Izuku chuckled, in that order, yes it's me, I'm an elemental like you, and I'm taller than you because I'm a 3rd year. That still doesn't explain how you're here, shouted Reo as he began pulling his hair. I'll put it like this, have you ever seen Avatar the Last Airbender? Asked Izuku. I am cultured, yes, said Reo with a deadpan expression, why do you ask? Okay then, said Izuku as he chuckled, well, the elemental connection is like the Avatar cycle, but there are multiple living people that can access it. It also allows me to assume control when you are in danger, like what happened at the beach. Okay, how does that allow you to be here? Asked Reo. Last I checked, the Izuku that I just saw a second ago was not an elemental. Conversation for another day, but I will say this. You are too inexperienced to access your elemental overdrive, which is why I'll be training you, said Izuku as he hit Rio's head. My friends and girlfriends are fine with me being passed out for a while. TMI, but okay, said Reo, I can deal with being trained by an older version of my childhood best friend. Good, cause we've been here for a while, said Izuku as he stretched. I need to go on patrol with Shoko, and you need to talk to Momo. Not really paying full attention, Reo said, sure. No offense, but I'm kind of tired of being in my own mind. None taken, now I'm gonna go so that I'm not in control when you're awake, said Izuku as he faded from the mindscape. Turning around, Reo registered what Izuku said, wait, who's Shoko? Izuku had faded away completely, unable to answer Rio's question. Sighing, the elemental teen spoke, I guess it's time to wake up now. As Reo spoke those words, his eyes jolted open to see the real world, causing him to temporarily blind himself. My eyes, said Reo as he partially closed them, letting them get used to the light. Hello dearie, said Recovery Girl as she noticed him wake up, are you feeling alright? Granny Chio, asked Reo as he removed his hands from his eyes, when did you get here? Just when you woke up, Reo. I advise that you try not to strain yourself for a while. I don't want to see you here for a while, okay? Yes, ma'am, said Reo as he phased his arm out of the IV, is it okay if I head back to the dorms? I'll let you go, but try and be careful. I swear that you have the same impulse as your father. Chuckling, Reo just walked through the door, ready to see his friends again. You. Dorms. Hey, Yaomomo, asked Jiro as she looked at the creation user, are you alright? Asked Momo as she looked at the girl rocker, I'm fine, just thinking. Coming up from behind them, Ishido said, my romance sense is tingling. Are you and Reo a couple or something? Blushing madly, Momo looked away, and no, I mean Reo is nice and all, but I'm not sure he would like me like that. Overhearing the conversation, Uraraka piped up, I don't know. I've seen you two act like more than friends. True, and Monroe is one of the best looking people in our class, Ribbit, said Sue. Thanks, Asui, but did you have to say it like that? Everyone in the room turned to see Ryo leaning on the door waving as he said, "Sup? Did you miss me?" As he spoke, he found himself pinned to the floor as his friends gave him a hug, causing him to laugh. Izuku just cried happy tears into his friend's shirt, which Ryo chuckled at. Momo had hugged him tightly, hoping to never let go, which she probably didn't since Ryo can still breathe, and Uraraka had just hugged him regularly while laughing and crying. "Never do that again," exclaimed Izuku. "I thought you would have never come back," cried Momo. "Don't be so reckless," said Uraraka. As they reluctantly let him go, Ryo got tapped on the shoulder by Kirishima. "Nice to have you back, Monroe. A package came for you while you were gone." "Really?" asked the brunette. "I haven't been expecting anything." "It's in the garage," said Kirishima as Ryo followed him to see the package. As they neared the garage, Ryo thought out loud, "I'm not sure who would send me anything, but I'll be sure to thank them." Upon seeing the package, Ryo's eyes went wide in excitement. "Momo," said Ryo as he looked at the gift with stars, "did your father drop off the motorcycle when I was out and you wanted to surprise me?" Momo giggled as she wiped her tears away. "Yes, Ryo. He did drop it off and I wanted to surprise you." Momo then got hugged by Ryo, causing her to squeal in surprise. "Wanna go for a ride around the campus?" asked Ryo. "I was hoping we could talk." Momo nodded. "I'd love to, and as a bonus I can tell you everything your new bike can do." Smiling, Ryo made a diamond helmet with Momo's name on it, and grabbed the helmet that came with his bike. Opening the garage, Ryo got on the bike, surprised to see a letter on the right handlebar. "Dear Mr. Monroe, I hope you are doing well, and I hope you awaken soon. I have taken the liberty of delivering your motorcycle as a surprise that I know you will love. The bike has been upgraded greatly, but I can imagine Momo would like to tell you about it. I would also give you a piece of advice. I may not be very great in combat, but I know you and my daughter like each other. If you hurt her in any way, I will hunt you down, and take away your quirk. I have friends in high places, so do not get on my bad side. I hope you enjoy your new ride. I would appreciate it if I can wait to be a grandfather. Sincerely, Mr. Yaoyorozu." Looking up at her, Ryo gulped as he handed her the letter. "Momo. Your dad is scary." Momo chuckled as she read the letter, getting on the bike with Ryo. "Remember. He's just overprotective of me." Blushing as she hugged Ryo's waist, Momo said, "Don't think about it too much. I thought you wanted to go try out your new motorcycle." "Why yeah, you're right," said Ryo as he revved up his bike, blushing upon being so close to Momo. "You okay? I don't want you to fall off." Momo just nodded into his shoulder, which made Ryo slowly ride out of the garage. "Did they know that Iida is going to be on their ass about this?" asked Kaminari as he walked to the garage. "It's fine, Ryo has lived here before, so he knows his limits on campus," said Izuku. "Another reason Monroe is a great class president," said Jiro as she noticed Ryo and Momo were already gone. "Guys," said the rocker girl, "they already left. I guess that gives me the perfect chance to tell you some embarrassing stories about Ryo," said Izuku as he gained a mad grin. "Midoriya, get me those stories or I will pry them out of you," said Ashido as she looked at the one-for-all user. "I'll be in the common area," said Izuku as he ran to go grab his blackmail bin. "Midoriya, please do not run in the dorms," shouted Iida as he waved his arms in the air. "This is awesome," said Ryo as he and Momo rode around ground beta, happy that all the classes were out today. Momo giggled. "I'm glad you like it, but I would like to show you the upgrades if you don't mind." Smiling, Ryo slowed down, parking as he and Momo got off the bike. "Kid, I know what you're thinking, but wait until she's done with the explanation, okay? Women hate being interrupted," said Kokura. "Noted," said Ryo. "Ready to see what you can do with your bike?" asked an eager Momo. "Is All Might blonde?" said a smiling Ryo. Chuckling, Momo pressed a button on the side of the bike and explained, "I know how you like your elements, so I contacted my father and asked him if he could include an electric generator in the bike which responds to your blue lightning from the USJ, meaning you or your bike's power station. If you want, you could also switch to gasoline, but your flames are also compatible with the engine. The motorcycle is made of a titanium chromium alloy, with another layer of osmium. It can also withstand your maximum heat and electrical output, which transfers over to the weapon systems. As for weapons, you have a built-in flamethrower, stun gun, grappling hook, armor adapter, which lets you encase it in a certain element, and a plasma blaster for tough spots. I was curious about this one, but if you turn invisible or intangible while on it, then the bike will turn with you. Once you reappear, then it will change to a black and silver color scheme until you want it to change back. The wheels are made of not only rubber, but a metal that is so strong and classified that even I don't know what it is, allowing you to go on all types of terrain, including underwater if you learn how. You also have a built-in communicator and music player, letting you hear any crimes in the area or songs that you like." Ryo's eyes widened, surprised that Momo's father was being this generous to him. "You know, you and your father didn't have to do this, right?" asked Ryo as Momo shook her head. "I know, but you deserve it after what you did at the USJ. I kinda wanted to talk to you about that," said Ryo as he rubbed his neck. Creating a crystal bench, Ryo and Momo sat down as the brunette sighed. "Momo, I'm really sorry for worrying you and not telling you about my plan. I was worried, but I can understand why you did what you did," said the blushing creation user. "I know, but that was reckless, and I was close to dying," said Ryo as he hung his head. "Don't guilt trip yourself. I know how you feel, but you shouldn't let that define you." How are you so wise? Asked Reo as he looked at her. It comes naturally. Shrugged Momo as she blushed redder. Reo, do you remember what you said to the lion villain at the USJ? I said a lot of things. Which one in particular are you talking about? Your exact words were, that's where you're wrong. Your first mistake was attacking a fully pissed elemental in an area full of elements. Your second mistake is endangering the person I love. Did you really mean that? Reo held Momo's hand as he looked into her eyes. Momo, I do love you, and I couldn't stand seeing you in danger like that. I didn't want to lose you, and seeing you in danger again made something in me snap. If I'm being honest, you were the one who gave me the courage to fight that monster. Momo, I want to ask you something, and you don't have to answer right away, said the teen as he created something in his hands. Would you do me the honor of being your boyfriend? Asked Reo as he looked at her. Reo, are you sure? I'm not exactly the prettiest girl in the class, said Momo as she looked away. Momo, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. It doesn't matter what others think, only yourself. You are intelligent, beautiful, and the most awesome person I've met, and I've met all might. Reo, as long as you stay by my side, I would love to be your girlfriend, said Momo. Hugging her, Reo told the girl, thank you, Momo. I promise I will not make you regret this. I have a present for you, though. A present for me? Asked a shocked Momo. You didn't have to get me anything, Reo. I know, but you deserve it. He then showed her what he made, causing her to gasp in surprise. It was an ice crystal necklace that had Momo's name in diamonds with hearts inside of the O's in her name. Momo's name also had ice crystals engraved in it, though they were shaped like hearts. Crying, Momo picked up the necklace. Reo, you really shouldn't have done this. I know, but you deserve it, said Reo as he put the necklace on Momo. Once Reo finished, Momo suddenly stood up and hugged him, surprising the teen as he hugged her back. We should probably head back, said Reo, we don't want to get in trouble. Nodding, Momo walked back to the motorcycle smiling, holding Rio's hand as he walked back with her. Once they were both on the bike, they rode back to the dorms to go relax with their friends and each other. This one is the picture of Reo when he shaved his head and put blue arrow tattoos on his body, said Izuku as everyone looked at the picture. He wanted to look like Aang from Avatar. While they were all laughing, they didn't notice Reo and Momo return, nor did they notice Reo staring at Izuku with a devilish grin. Izuku Midoriya? Asked Reo as he and Momo walked to him while holding hands, causing Izuku to slowly turn around in fear. Why are you showing them the blackmail bin? Well Ishido had kinda wanted to see them, said the scared greenette. Momo, said Reo as he let go of her hand, you don't mind if I chase him, right? Of course not. Besides, I also have all your blackmail for Izuku so don't worry. Izuku, said Reo. Why yes, asked Izuku as he activated full cowling. Start running. I'm giving you a 30-second head start. Izuku took off running, leaving green lightning behind him before Reo ran after him leaving his own lightning. So, Yaomomo, mind telling us why you and Monroe were holding hands? Asked Hagakure. Would you rather hear what happened, or would you like to see Izuku in an adorable All Might costume? Asked Momo. Izuku video, shouted Ishido, before Reo came back dragging Izuku by his leg. What did we learn? Asked Reo as he sat down. Don't reveal blackmail without knowing the consequences, said Izuku before he fell asleep for the day. 62 Chapter 15. Time for the sports festival. Sorry I haven't uploaded sooner. I have been back in school, but I will try to upload more often. On another note, it's my birthday today. I am now 17 years old. Reviews. The incomparable Tim Curry. That would be spoilers, sorry. Disclaimer and author's note. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Time for the sports festival. Welcome back everyone, said Aizawa in a monotone voice, not caring that he was wrapped in bandages. Mr. Aizawa, shouted Iida as he raised his hand high in the air, is it wise to move around while you are still recovering? Iida, resting is for the weak, said Aizawa, there are more important matters to discuss. The sports festival is coming up, and we've already wasted enough time. Get rest, train, and go beyond plus ultra. With that, the underground hero left the class, making all the students grab their things and head out the door. I can't wait for the sports festival, said Uraraka as she emitted a dark aura, I'm going to destroy you all. Shut up, round face, yelled Bakugo as he made explosions in his hands, if anyone is going to win, it's me. Bakabitch, try being realistic. You won't make it to the semi-finals, said Reo as Todoroki silently glared at him. You wanna fight, nature freak, shouted the Pomeranian. You're not worth it. I'll wait until the festival, said Reo as he, Momo, Uraraka and Izuku left. As they opened the door, though, a crowd of students had gathered, with a spiky, lilac-haired boy with baggy eyes standing at the front. So this is the legendary Class 1A that fought, real villains. I expected more, and it doesn't seem like you're living up to your name. I guess you must be mistaken, we were not chosen to be attacked, we were ambushed, said Izuku. I'm pretty sure everyone, including Bakugo even if he won't admit it, was scared that they would die that day. Shut up, nerd, scoffed Bakugo as he shoved his way aside, they're not worth it. Walking away, Kirishima silently cried, is it wrong that was so manly? My name's Hitoshi Shinso, said the lilac-haired boy. I wanted to let you know because I'll be the one that takes one of your spots in the hero course. Okay, let's get one thing straight, said Reo as he rubbed his head. You came here to what? Declare war? Well, I'm here to tell you that if you were in our place, then you would be scared shit out of your pants. I can personally tell you it was not pretty, and if you wanna declare war, go ahead. I speak for all of us when I say I accept. We will all stay in the hero course, and I'll make sure of that personally. Walking away while holding Momo's hand, Reo navigated through the students to his next class. Scoffing, Shinso and the group walked away glaring, not noticing a grape-haired boy get trampled underneath them. Why? Said the student. Lunch. Hey, guys, asked Uraraka as she sat down with her friends. I know the sports festival is coming up, but what exactly are we doing to get ready? Well, we could try sparring with each other. I could ask everyone else. Izuku never got to finish his sentence because he was interrupted by none other than Nito Manama. Well, does Class 1A not know what to do in an attempt to win the sports festival? Said the obnoxious blonde as he appeared next to Momo. That's too bad, though I would be glad to give you some private pointers, Momo. Manama, thanks but no thanks, said the Ravenet. I'm actually going to be training with my friends, and my boyfriend. Ha, scoffed Manama, as if anyone could hope to date you. You are way out of their league and you could do so much better. I would appreciate it if you left my girlfriend alone, said Reo as he drank some water. I would hate to give you sub-zero hypothermia so close to the festival. I would like to see you, Manama started to say before feeling an icy hand on his arm. Get to your table before I freeze off your dick, reattach it, then melt it as I feed it to you in your next meal. Seeing that this was not an empty threat, Manama walked away to his table. Sorry about him, said an orange-haired girl as she walked up to them. I'm pretty sure he was dropped as a child. It's fine, said Reo and Momo before the latter asked, who are you? I'm not sure we've met. Itsuka Kendo, said the girl. I'm in 1B, so that's probably why we've never met. Nodding, Reo smirked, glad to know that one student from another class doesn't hate us. Yeah, I don't know what's got everyone so uptight, said Kendo. I would have been over here sooner, but it seemed like you had Manama handled. I keep my word, said Reo as he ate his katsudon, make sure he knows that. Got it. I wanted to ask, do you want to train for the festival together? Asked Kendo. I have a couple of friends that want to, but it's not enough of us. What do you say, everyone? Asked Reo. We'd have enough people. Sure, said Uraraka. I overheard Shiro and Kaminari talking too, so we may need to fight in pairs, but count me in. I hope you're ready to get your ass kicked, Reo, said Izuku. Likewise, answered the teen. What about you, Mo? Giggling at the nickname, Momo nodded as Kendo spoke. I guess I'll see you all after school, then. Walking away, she waved as she sat down, but not before dragging Manama away from the newly formed Baku squad. I'm gonna go talk to Principal Nezu. See you in class, asked Reo as he got up. I'll make sure Bakugo doesn't kill anyone, said Izuku. I'll handle everyone else, said Momo. As he left, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, Reo looked at the glaring peppermint with a smirk. You know, if you're gonna sneak up on another elemental, make sure they're not in your class, okay Todoroki. How did you know? I started being able to tell who was who based on their elemental signature by 13. You do the math. Todoroki did not look amused. I may not know you very well, or why you are strangely familiar, but know this, I will beat you in the sports festival, Monroe. The two teens kept staring before Reo started chuckling. I wanna tell you something, but I'm gonna ask you something first. Your father is Endeavor and your mother was Frost, right? Todoroki nodded, hoping the boy would get to the point. Siblings or cousins? What about aunts or uncles? I have siblings, and Endeavor has a younger brother. What is your point? Taking note of the fact that he calls Endeavor by his hero name instead of calling him father, Reo sighed. I'm giving you one warning. Get your family together and get some help. You wanna challenge the guy who beat you in battle training, and can melt or phase through your ice, fine by me. But know this, you won't be able to beat me at half your power, even if I overexert myself. I was trained by the best, and I know that no one will hold back during the festival, so you need to get that through your thick peppermint head. I will not hesitate to kick your ass home and back. Todoroki glared at the brunette as he walked to Nezu's office, feeling even more angry at the teen. After school. Hey, guys, shouted Kendo as she and her friends approached the training facility. I hope we didn't make you wait too long. Behind her was a boy with spiked brown hair, a girl with vines for hair, another girl with dark green hair, a black-haired boy with his hair in a braid, and another with silver, shaggy hair. These are my friends that I mentioned, said Kendo as she motioned to them. I am Abara Shiozaki, said the girl with the vines. I am pleased to meet you, and may God bless you all. Setsuna Tokage, said the green-haired girl. Nice to meet ya. Sup, I'm Hirayu Rin, said the boy with a braid, glad to know the rumors aren't true. Tetsu, said the silver-haired boy. Before you ask, that is my first and last name. Kosei Saburaba, said the spiky-haired boy. Hope you're good guys like Kendo said you are. Walking up and shaking their hands, Reo smirked at the boys as the girls greeted each other. We'll let you be the judge of that, but I'm curious. Your quirk is earth-related, right Tetsu? And yours is air-related, right Saburaba? Close, said Tetsu as he put his hands in his pockets and his arms turned silver, steel. You got Tamada in your head like me and Saburaba. Yes and no, but I'm glad you know of them. We should get together for something not training-related. Reo, can you three get over here before it gets dark? I don't want to walk back late, said Izuku as he stood with the group. I guess we can talk later. You guys ready? Asked the teen as he walked to the group with the nodding air and metal elementals. So, how's this gonna work? Asked Zero as Reo joined the group again. Do we tell each other our quirks to match each other up? I guess, but where's Iida? Asked Reo. I thought he would join us. He said he was going to train on his own. Said Uraraka, you were still with Principal Nezu. That's not like him, but okay. As for the matches, I think we should go with Zero's idea. It is the most logical. I'll go first, said Tetsu. My quirk is steel, allowing me to cover my body or parts of it in steel. Lizard tail splitter, said Tokage. I can separate my body into 8 different pieces and move them any way I want. Scales, said Rin. I can make scales appear on my body, and use them for defense or offense. Creation, said Momo. I can make anything, though I would have to know its atomic structure as well as store enough lipids to make the object. Multiplier, said Izuku. I can enhance my natural abilities vastly, though because of the fact that I received my quirk late, I only use 10% of my quirk. Vines, spoke Shiozaki. My hair is made up of many vines, which I can control as I wish. Big fist, said Kendo as she enlarged her fist. I can increase the size of my fist, helping me out since I'm skilled in martial arts. Tape, said Zero. I'm able to produce tape from my elbows. Electrification, spoke Kaminari. I can produce electricity, though I can't produce too much at a time or I'll go brain dead. Zero gravity, said Uraraka. I can make anything weightless as long as I use all 5 of my fingers on one hand. Elemental ghost, said Reo. It allows me to control, manipulate, turn into, and combine air, water, earth, fire, ice, or lightning. I also have the basic abilities of a ghost, such as possession, intangibility, and invisibility, which I can theoretically combine those 2 abilities, but at the moment I can only use either the elemental or ghost part at a time. The Class 1B just stood there wide-eyed as they heard Rio's quirk explanation, which Kaminari only told Zero. You owe me 1,000 yen, dude. As Zero handed over the cash, Kendo and Reo spoke. As class reps, we must set some ground rules. No dirty moves, lethal attacks or weaponry. Kendo spoke. No possession of another person, no mental shaming, and no sexual advancements. You are out once you can't go on, or you are out the ring. Wow, that hurts, Kendo, said Reo as he held his heart. I feel targeted. Would I really stoop so low? I don't know, let's see. Chuckling, Reo suggested that they have matches in the form of a tournament, keeping them prepared for the festival. It was decided that the matches would be in this order. Zero vs Kendo. Kaminari vs Rin. Reo vs Saburaba. Momo vs Shiozaki. Izuku vs Tetsu. Uraraka vs Tokage. I guess we're up first, Kendo, said Zero as he and the orange-haired girl walked to the center of the arena, with Izuku as the referee. I'd be happy to take you out after this, why no? I'll consider it, but let's see if you can walk after this, spoke Kendo as she got in a fighting stance. As Izuku announced the battle to start, Zero fired tape at Kendo, wrapping it around her hands. You wanna stand by that statement? Asked Zero as he saw Kendo enlarge her hands. Whoa. In the midst of his arrogance, Kendo had pulled Zero towards her thanks to her combative prowess, and uppercutted him when he got close. Ooh, that looked like it hurt, said Tetsu as 1B cheered for its president. Zero had gotten up and fired tape at Kendo's sides, but instead of hitting her, the tape stuck to the ground next to her. Pulling the tape and launching himself, Zero flew at Kendo, preparing to defeat her, but as he made contact with the girl's hands, he found himself being thrown out the arena. Zero is out of the arena, shouted Izuku. Kendo advances to the next round. Rubbing his head, Zero spoke. You're pretty good at fighting. I wouldn't mind getting some pointers from you when you get a chance. I'll be sure to give you lessons sometime, said Kendo as she helped the tape user up. Kaminari and Rin, shouted Izuku as the 2 boys stood up. You're up next. Who do you think will win? Reo asked Momo, who was leaning on his shoulder. Kaminari could win, but that includes the fact that we haven't seen Rin or 1B's quirks before, or Kaminari doesn't use too much electricity at once. It's anyone's fight, really. I guess so. As Momo spoke, Izuku started the match, giving Kaminari the chance to unleash a blast of lightning at Rin and stun him. As the smoke from the blast dissipated, revealing a fully scaled Rin, keeping him protected from the lightning blast. I would say that's unfair, but so is this, shouted Rin as he unleashed his scales at Kaminari, who kept unleashing lightning blasts at him. The lightning stopped, causing smoke around the 2 before revealing Kaminari holding 2 thumbs up while saying, "Way," with Rin immediately punching him out the arena with a scaly fist. Kaminari is out of the arena, shouted Izuku. Rin is the winner and advances to the next round. I guess I better get over there, said Reo as Momo got off his shoulder. I'm ready to kick some ass. Try not to hurt Saburaba too badly, sweetie, said Momo as Reo stretched. I can make no such promise, said the teen elemental as the other elemental boy shouted. Hey, Monroe, I'm pretty sure you're a little behind. Smirking, Reo appeared beside the solid air user as he said, we'll see who's behind after this, Saburaba. As soon as Izuku started the match, Saburaba created 3 discs of air, and launched them at Reo. As they were being thrown at him, Reo jumped in the air and on top of them, and created what looked like a staff made of ice. Surprised, Saburaba made an air staff, and the 2 boys clashed as Reo landed. Nice bow staff, said Saburaba, can you actually use it properly? I could say the same, but yeah, I do, smirked Reo as he heard Izuku, Uraraka and Momo cheer for him. Do you know how to use nunchaku? Saburaba shook his head, allowing Reo to sidestep as he himself was off balance and Reo tapped his shoulder. Said Saburaba before he felt a pain in his body, aghhh. That's my nervous shock, said Reo as he crouched down to the boy's face, your nervous system is currently being shocked by my lightning. Granted, it's not much, so you'll be fine in a second. Nice, said the air elemental, but I would be focused on your oxygen supply instead of me. Confused, Reo then realized that there was an air construct preventing him from breathing. Smirking, Reo began to pass out before freezing Saburaba, disabling his quirk in the process. Izuku, asked Momo, are they gonna be alright? I don't know, but I give one of them a minute to wake up. Mother of God that sucked, shouted Reo as he gasped for air, I'm never doing that again. Monroe, I know this is our first time knowing each other, but please refrain from using the Lord's name in that manner, shouted Shiozaki. Noted, said the boy as he thought out Saburaba, who had been shivering a lot. As the two boys headed back to their seats, Kendo spoke, I think you two should head to the recovery girl. That seemed like it sucked. Probably, but I'm gonna make sure I see Izuku and Uraraka's matches, said Reo. Reo, sweetie, said Momo in a sweet voice, head to recovery girl or no cuddles tonight. You wouldn't deny me cuddles, would you Mo? Asked Reo. I could always create a warm body pillow of you instead, said the rabbinette as Reo frowned. Can I really be replaced so easily? Asked Reo. Momo just hummed, causing Reo and Saburaba to walk to recovery girl's office with Kendo as backup. She's got UW wrapped arrow round her FF finger, Monroe, chuckled Saburaba. No comment, grumbled the teen. How long have you been together? Asked Kendo. A couple of days, but we've known each other since the exams. Kendo sighed happily, young love is so precious. Recovery girl's office. What did I say about being back here so soon? Shouted recovery girl as she whacked the boy with her cane. Ow, I'm sorry, shouted the boy, who knew better than to dodge her cane. I told you, Reo, said the short woman, you need to take it easy. I'm sorry, but I had to train for the festival somehow, said the boy as he was healed by recovery girl. Well, nothing was damaged, but try not to use your aerokinesis for a while. Well, that sucks, said Reo, I had a plan made for the festival. I'm gonna head back to the arena, said Kendo as she left. Saburaba, here you go, said recovery girl as she gave the boy a heated blanket. Thanks, said the air elemental, I guess we'll call that a draw. No way, said the brunette, you were still frozen by the time I woke up. Are you sure that counts? You passed out before you froze me. As the two boys argued, Chio chuckled while typing on her computer. He's getting more like you, Eric. I'm sure you would be proud. UA. Dorms. Hey guys, said Reo as he entered the dorms and sniffed the air, what smells so good? Sue and Shoji are cooking up some curry, said Ishido as Reo sat next to Izuku. Smells really good, said the teen, I'll cook for you guys tomorrow if you don't mind. I almost forgot, said Reo as he pulled out his phone, smirking at Izuku, I asked, and he said we could create a group chat. Keep the names, okay, said Izuku. Sure, but when did you guys get back? Asked Reo. An hour ago. I'll send you a video of the fights. Nodding, Reo typed away, thankful that everyone had given out phone numbers in case of an emergency. Reo Monroe has added Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Iida, Fumikage Tokiyami, Mezo Shoji, Masharao Ojiro, Suyu Asui, Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ishido, Ejiro Kirishima, Rikido Sato, Honda Siro, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka Jiro, Koji Koda, Yuga Aoyama, and Toru Hagakure to the Class 1A chat. Momo Yaoyorozu has changed her name to Creation Goddess. Reo Monroe has changed his name to the Avatar. Shoto Todoroki's name has been changed to Prince Zuko. Izuku Midoriya has changed his name to Small Might. Katsuki Bakugo has changed his name to King Explosion. Tenya Iida's name has been changed to Sonic. Fumikage Tokiyami has changed his name to Lord of Darkness. Mezo Shoji has changed his name to More Arms. Masharao Ojiro has changed his name to Tailman. Suyu Asui has changed her name to Sue. Ochako Uraraka has changed her name to Gravity Exists. Mina Ishido has changed her name to Alien Queen. Ejiro Kirishima has changed his name to Manly Hard. Rikido Sato has changed his name to The Baker. Honta Siro has changed his name to Tape Dispenser. Denki Kaminari has changed his name to Shocker. Kyoka Jiro has changed her name to Punk Rocker. Koji Koda has changed his name to Zookeeper. Yuga Aoyama's name has been changed to Disco Ball. Toru Hagakure has changed her name to Invisible Yet Visible. The Avatar, how's everyone doing tonight? Shocker. Group chat. Hell yeah. Sonic. Monroe, while I do not question you at times, have you gotten permission for this from Mr. Aizawa? Small Might. Iida, I'm right here with him and Ishido. He told us about it before he did it. Alien Queen. Yeah, Iida, chill out a bit. Sonic. Please forgive me for questioning you, Monroe. The Avatar. No problem, and everyone, please call me Reo. I rather not be so formal, plus my last name was really only said when my mom was around. Everyone. Oh, understood. Creation Goddess. Reo, when did you get back from Recovery Girl's office? The Avatar. Just now, I saw Izuku watching All Might, the movie when I got here. Creation Goddess. Ah, okay. Prince Zuko. What is an Avatar and who is Sonic? King Explosion. Why are you extra spamming my phone? Manly hard. Baku bro, chill out. King explosion. Shut up, shitty hair. The Avatar. Anyway, Todoroki, to answer your question, it is a show you will be watching with me. Sonic is awesome, but that's for another day. Prince Zuko. I do not intend to come downstairs just to watch a show. The Avatar. It's also training. Prince Zuko. Small Might. Todoroki, I suggest you come down here. The last time someone spoke badly about Avatar, Reo showed them in the worst way possible. Prince Zuko. Reo does not frighten me. Small Might. He showed every single technique that he learned, and fought that person Bakugo till he passed out. King explosion. I admit it, that was the only time I was scared of Nature Freak. The Avatar. Called it. Creation Goddess. Izuku, is Reo still downstairs? Small Might. Yeah, why? Creation Goddess. He's currently standing in front of me in what looks like a Fire Nation outfit from Avatar. Small Might. Oh, he's using his electrokinesis to speed up the movement in his body, similar to the pre-quirk era hero, Flash. Once he starts moving, he keeps going for an hour or so. Shocker. You guys watch the show. I'm currently on season 3. The Avatar has changed his name to Avatar. Avatar. Don't ask, and yes. I'm on season 5. Shocker. No spoilers. Creation Goddess. Izuku, when was the last time Reo did this to himself? Small Might. 2 years ago, and I realize he can do this for a longer period of time now. Avatar. Correct, and I can stop anytime I want now. Also, Todoroki, you have 5 minutes to get downstairs before I go full beast mode on you. Prince Zuko. Why should I care? Small Might. Todoroki, get our ass down here. Avatar. Izuku grew up with me, so if he's the least bit scared of me, then you better get your ass down here, damn it. Prince Zuko. Whatever, I'm coming down to eat and that's it. Prince Zuko has gone offline. King explosion. Quit spamming my phone. Avatar. Bakugo, just mute us till tomorrow, and everyone, it's time to eat. I'm currently putting food in bowls. More arms. Is that why I keep feeling gusts of wind behind me? Ribbit. Ditto, Ribbit. Avatar. Yeah, and don't worry. I'm changing out of my Fire Nation costume, lol. Everyone. On our way, thanks. As everyone began to come downstairs, Momo just smirked at Reo while smiling. You are so dramatic, you know that. I know, and you love me for it. Once everyone had their food, they sat down and watched Avatar while they ate, and soon went to bed, ready for whatever comes their way. 62 Chapter 16. The Sports Festival begins. Reviews. The incomparable Tim Curry. Yes, they would all count as elementals, under the categories Plant for Abara, Air for Subaraba, Plant for Kanoko, and Darkness for Kuwaro. Disclaimer and author's note. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. The Sports Festival begins. Part 1. The day of the Sports Festival has finally begun, and most of the students were quite confident that they would win. Out of my way, extras, shouted Bakugo as he walked down the hallway to his waiting area. Man, Bakubro, said Kirishima, you must really be on edge today. Of course I am, shitty hair, shouted Bakugo, I'm making sure all these extras know who's the best around here. As the two opened the door to their room, they saw Izuku and Reo arguing, surprising everyone there. All Might can easily beat Aang in a fight, shouted Izuku. I'm sorry, but I know that All Might would get crushed easily, Izuku. All Might, Aang, All Might, Aang. The two went back and forth like this for a while until Reo spoke, you done being nervous now? Yeah, thanks Reo, said Izuku as he smirked at the teen, I'm still gonna kick your ass today. Yeah right, Zuku, said Reo as he headed out the door, I'll be right back, but before I go, understand this. Everyone here is targeting us today, because we're the class that survived a villain attack. They're going to try and break us down, but we need to rise to the occasion and show them that Class 1A will not be taken down. Everyone cheered at Rio's speech, to which Reo just smiled and walked out the door. Once he was halfway down the hall, Reo stopped walking. What do you want? Observant as your father, though I have a message for you. Getting angry, Reo held a diamond blade to the man's face, what the hell do you know about my dad? I know many things about my brother, it's only natural. If you're really my uncle, then how come I never heard of you? Asked Reo as the blade set ablaze, why didn't I see you at my mom's funeral? Why the fuck would you let me live my whole life thinking I had no other blood relatives? Your father and I weren't on the best of terms, and I only came to tell you 2 things. You have 1 minute. You have a very strong quirk, and I'm here to tell you that while that may be the case, you will not beat my son. I have trained him since he was 4, though he refuses to come out of his rebellious state. That being said, I want you to make him use his fire. Why the hell would I help you? Last I heard, you put your wife in the hospital. She had damaged my perfect creation. I had no choice. You always have a choice. I want you to show him that he will not win by using half his power. Show him what happens when you only go halfway. I have nothing more to say, but good luck, my nephew. I think I understand now, said Reo as he lowered his blade. I'm supposed to be the one who shows Todoroki not to half-ass being a hero. I intend on doing that, but I am in no way helping you. If what you say is true, then you may have just lost a nephew and fan, Endeavor. As the two walked away from each other, Class 1A came out of their waiting room, and Reo whispered to Todoroki, after the second event, we need to talk. Confused, the dual elemental just followed his class through the stadium, ready to defend their class. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, shouted Present Mike from the announcer's booth, welcome to UA's sports festival. Remind me why I have to do this again, asked Eraserhead, who was still in bandages. Because you didn't want to referee, remember, shouted the blonde-haired hero. Anyway, here come our students, starting with our class. WHO has been in the media a lot lately, Class 1A. The crowd cheered as the students entered the arena, with Bakugo smirking madly, Reo scanning the arena, Izuku sweating lightly, Momo and Uraraka smiling, and Todoroki glaring as he looked at the top of the stadium. Introducing our second class, and while they aren't in the media are just as important, Class 1B. Soon after 1B came through, followed by the general studies classes, the support department, the business classes and others. Now that all of our students are here, it is time for the referee, the R-rated hero, Midnight to take over. Thank you, said Midnight as she appeared on the stadium and walked to the stand. I would like to call the student who placed first in the exams, Izuku Midoriya, to the stand for the student's pledge. Everyone turned to Izuku, who gulped as he felt the eyes on him, and kept their eyes on him as he walked to the stand. You'll be fine, Izuku, said Reo as Izuku walked past him, causing him to smile. Izuku reached the top of the stand, and reached the microphone as he spoke. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and I would like to give everyone here a couple of words of advice. If you are here to play around and think that this will be easy, then you can walk out of here right now. Every student here is gunning for the top, including myself. So if you think you can half-ass get here and win the festival without trying your hardest, then you have another thing coming. All you students that have not made it into the hero course, this is your chance to prove that you can make it. I know that the entrance exam is biased and unfair, simply because it doesn't give some students the opportunity to use their quirks to the fullest. If you are looking for your chance to prove yourself, then now is the time to do so. I pledge that everyone here will go beyond to win this festival, and will take hold of their chance. Izuku walked down from the stand, with the crowd cheering from his speech. Nice going, problem child, thought Eraserhead, aware that the exam had cost many students their chance, and glad that Izuku had addressed that students need to take the festival seriously. Alrighty, then, said Present Mike, that was a heck of a speech. I think now is the perfect time to say, let the sports festival begin. The crowd cheered, with Reo smiling as he heard S voice in his head. Kid, I think it's time to get to work, said Izuku, in your free periods, we're gonna be working on your training. Got it, though when can we work on my mental connection, asked Reo. After the festival, plus that's more our department, said Tamata. Okay then, said the teen as he rolled his shoulders, time to get serious. Unknown. Damn it, shouted Shigaraki as he scratched his neck, I want to know why we're watching this stupid festival when we could be attacking them. Kurogiri calmly turned around as he dried a glass. Tamura, we have been ordered to watch in order to know our enemies better. We don't want a repeat of the USJ incident. Tamura, said a voice from a television screen, listen to Kurogiri, he knows that it is wise to observe your enemies. Yes, sensei, said Shigaraki as he pointed to a masked man, I would like to know why he's here though. The man then spoke, it would be wise that you stop acting like a child, Tamura. I may be a good asset to you all. Besides, who doesn't like a bit of anarchy? Stadium. Alright, everyone, shouted Present Mike, it's time for the first event, the obstacle race. Top 42. Once Mike had finished speaking, the screen had changed to show the students lined up and on a field, which Todoroki and Shiro were on the other sides of Izuku and Reo, which confused the two childhood friends. Alrighty, shouted Midnight, this obstacle course is the first event of the festival, which will allow 42 people to advance. Anything is allowed, as long as no one targets anyone, preventing them from winning. Are we clear? The students nodded, and Bakugo just grumbled as he nodded as well. Nodding, Midnight raised her whip in the air, on your mark. Izuku activated full cowling, while Bakugo made small explosions. Get set. Reo activated his speed streak, and Todoroki prepared his ice side, with Momo creating a jetpack. Go, shouted Midnight as she cracked her whip. As she spoke, Todoroki, Reo, Bakugo and Izuku all raced ahead of everyone, with the rivals all glaring at each other. Oh, what's this, said Mike, we already have 4 students ahead of everyone. But can they keep their lead against the robot rampage? On K, multiple zero-pointers from the exams appeared, causing Todoroki to stop and freeze one, while Izuku and Reo just charged at one each in anger. As he increased his speed, Reo jumped in the air, and covered his body in flames, with his fists covered in earth, and blasted through the chest of the zero-pointer. Burning Man, Magma Drill, shouted Reo as he emerged from the other side of the robot, creating an ice slide. Meanwhile, Izuku had ran up the side of his zero-pointer, and once he was high enough, grabbed the robot's head and threw it towards the ground, sliding down the body so he could still gain some distance. Mike looked wide-eyed as he spoke, is it just me, or did those two take out those bots a little too aggressively? No, said Aizawa as he leaned closer to the microphone, both Midoriya and Monroe are in the right to be angry, since they are the only students that took down a zero-pointer during the entrance exam, despite being told that it would cost them some of their points. That seems reasonable, said Mike as he returned to the race. In the lead, Todoroki came across the second obstacle, which Present Mike announced as the pit, giving the dual wielder an idea. Turning around, Todoroki ran back, and once he was far enough away, prepared to make an ice bridge, but before he could, two blurs of green and blue lightning zoomed past him. Hearing a shout behind him, Todoroki turned around to see Bakugo close behind, followed by Momo, Uraraka, Iida, and a human-sized grape that was stuck to Momo's back. Deku, icy hot, nature freak, shouted the blonde as he propelled himself forwards, get back here. Ignoring Bakugo, the two streaks of lightning had stopped in front of a suspiciously empty field, revealing themselves to be Reo and Izuku. Using geolocation, Reo sensed multiple mines ahead, and smirked at Izuku telling him to be careful. Confused, Izuku threw a rock on the ground, causing an explosion to occur. Looks like they found the mines, said Aizawa from the booth. Izuku and Reo looked at each other and smirked, with the both of them instantly disappearing from sight as more explosions went off. Where did they go? Exclaimed Mike as more explosions went off, with both boys nowhere in sight. Midoriya and Monroe are still in the minefield, said Aizawa, shocking some pros. They're moving faster than the eye can see, making them and their movements virtually invisible. The audience gasped in surprise the two teenage boys were able to move at such incredible speeds. Behind them, Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck, trying to catch up to the two speedsters. Unleashing all the sweat he could produce, Bakugo made a massive explosion, propelling him to the finish line as Mike announced his crossing. We now have 3 students that have completed the obstacle race, advancing to the next event. Bakugo smirked as he looked up at the giant screen, ready to see his name in the number 1 spot. Unfortunately, he never got his wish, seeing much different results than he expected that made him turn red in anger as more competitors came running into the stadium. Izuku Midoriya, Reo Monroe, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Minoru Mineta, Ochako Uraraka, Tenya Iida, Tsuyu Asui, Mei Hatsume, Hitoshi Shinso, Denki Kaminari, Nito Manama, Itsuka Kendo, Tetsu Tetsutsu, Ejiro Kirishima, Abara Shiozaki, Fumikage Tokiyami, Mina Ishido, Setsuna Tokage, Kosei Saburaba, Hiryu Rin, Pony Tsunotori, Yuga Aoyama, Hanta Siro, Mezzo Shoji, Kyoka Jiro, Koji Koda, Toru Hagakure, Mashirao Ojiro, Yui Kodai, Kanoko Komori, Jirota Shishida, Juzo Honanuki, Reiko Yanagi, Sen Kaibara, Togaru Kamakiri, Yotesu Awase, Shihai Kuwaro, Manga Fukidashi, Narengeki Shoda. As the last students came through, Reo walked over to Izuku and asked, dude, how did you keep up with me? I mean, I understand your quirk, but what the hell? Izuku chuckled at his friend, I'll give you a hint. You watched One Piece yet? Rio's eyes widened as he comprehended what Izuku was saying, you didn't. Shrugging, the Greenette responded, I needed to do something to make up for my former quirklessness. You weren't always around. You really are something else, Izuku, said Reo as he walked over to Momo. Nearing her, he noticed a short student stuck to the back of her uniform. Hey, Mo, said Reo, glancing at the shorter student, want some help? Nodding, Momo motioned to the boy, which Reo asked him, hey, little dude. What's your name? The boy looked at Reo and smirked, I'm Minoru Mineta, the one who's gonna win this festival and get my harem. Raising an eyebrow at the boy's statement, Momo and Reo just looked at each other, with the same thought in their head, this guy is a pervert to the max. Mineta, I would appreciate it if you removed yourself and your sticky orbs from my girlfriend before we have more of a problem. Sure, but I would like to say that thanks to my quirk, those balls are staying in place, said Mineta as he jumped off Momo's back. Besides, not everyone has proof that they not only got close to a hot girl, but also is able to see her huge melons bounce as she moves around. Mineta ran off, leaving Reo in anger and ready to target the boy. Hold still, said Reo as he grabbed both orbs, immediately feeling the stickiness, I'm gonna melt these off you. Be careful, said the Ravenette as she felt heat on her back, I don't want to get a tan yet. I'm almost done, don't worry, said the teen as the purple orbs came off Momo's uniform, with Reo melting them in his hands. Smiling, Momo hugged Reo, soothing her, thank you, I could feel his eyes wander as I moved through the whole course. I got you, said Reo, I'll handle him in the next event okay. Momo nodded, and the brunette looked up to see Midnight next to the screen, showing a giant wheel with 3 different options, cavalry battle, dodgeball, and free-for-all. Reo smirked, hoping that the next event would be the free-for-all. Alright, now that we have our 42 competitors, it's time for the second event. Everyone grinned in excitement as they patiently waited for the next event. Whoever can correctly guess what move Izuku used during the event will get a shout-out in the next chapter. 62 Chapter 17, The Sports Festival begins. Part 2. Shout-out to the Toxic Love Machine for correctly guessing Izuku's new move. Disclaimer and author's note, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll and this author's note will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. The sports festival begins. Part 2. Reo smirked, hoping that the next event would be the free-for-all. Alright, now that we have our 42 competitors, it's time for the second event. The wheel began to spin as Midnight raised her whip, before eventually landing on free-for-all. The second event shall be the free-for-all, shouted Midnight. The rules are simple, the last 16 students that are left standing will advance to the tournament. No fatal or unnecessary attacks or weapons are allowed, as well as sexually harassing another student. Now that the rules are explained, let the free-for-all commence. The students immediately activated their quirks, and Todoroki froze Su, Saburaba, Shiro, and Tsunotori before they could do anything. Izuku quickly ran around the arena, trying to find students whose quirk was familiar to him because he didn't want to be caught off guard so easily. Feeling a sharp pain in his head, he turned around to see Kuwaro emerging from his shadow. Funny how your darkness comes back to haunt you, said the black his skin is pitch black boy. Izuku narrowed his eyes before feeling a pain in his head again, telling him to sidestep 90 degrees in 30 seconds. Izuku listened, as he moved, and was surprised to see Rin with an extended scaly punch, who was equally surprised before he and Kuwaro were knocked out. Congratulations, Izuku, said a voice, you've unlocked my quirk. Turning around, Izuku swore he heard a voice, but seeing no one there, he played it off as the wind. Running off to find new opponents, he thought back to his last conversation with All Might. Flashback. Young Midoriya, said All Might as he deflated, have you heard about the upcoming sports festival? Izuku nodded, Mr. Aizawa told us about it this morning. Sighing, Toshinori stood up and walked to the window. As you know, my time as the symbol of peace is coming to an end. To emphasize, he gestured to his deflated state, the people need to know that there is someone who can take that title and give them hope and protection. Izuku looked at Toshinori as he sat down and grabbed his tea. Do you remember what I told you the day you received one for all? Asked Toshinori as he drank his hot beverage. You said, began Izuku as he made his best All Might face, eat this. Seeing the boy's face, the blonde hero spat out his tea laughing, not that. Remember when I told you my quirk could be passed down? Izuku nodded again, recalling one of the happiest days of his life, you told me that I could become a hero. Yes, said Toshinori, young Midoriya, the sports festival is soon, and I want you to go plus ultra and win the festival, and once you do you will tell the world you are here. End flashback. Present. I'll make you proud, All Might. I promise, spoke Izuku, jumping in the air and seemingly walking on it. Izuku searched for more opponents to defeat. 5 competitors have been defeated. Looks like things are about to get interesting, shouted Mike from the booth as Aizawa glared at him. Mike, you're giving me a headache, said the erasure user. Anyway, the main goal of the free-for-all is to defeat other opponents, but everyone always forgets that if they work in teams then they have a better chance of success than alone. Mike looked at Aizawa and smirked, you're really good at this commentary stuff, Aizawa. Ignoring him, Aizawa returned to the battle as he carefully watched Bakugo, Todoroki, Izuku and Reo. With Reo and Momo. Fuck this shit, yelled the teen as he dodged Shoji's punches, Mineta's orbs, and Aoyama's laser. Momo, how are you holding up over there? I'm fine, simply fighting an invisible girl while beating up floating limbs and dodging ear jacks, yelled Momo as she made infrared goggles. I'm fine, take your time. Getting the message, Reo made a stone wall before shouting, Momo. Full body shock armor. Momo nodded, creating metal armor around her as Jiro's jack grazed her cheek. I'm ready. Jiro and Hagakure looked at Momo in disbelief before the rocker shouted, you're crazy. You know, metal conducts electricity right? Tokage looked at Momo's mischievous smirk as the Ravenet spoke, who said anything about electricity. Looking over at Reo, they saw that he had managed to grab most of the water from the air and drink it, giving him enough hydration to freeze Mineta's whole body, Aoyama's lower half, and Shoji's arms and legs. I don't normally attack girls, so I'm apologizing in advance, spoke the icy teen as frost formed around his palms. Reo turned around to notice Tokage, Jiro, and Hagakure running towards him as he placed his hands on the ground, shouting, cold feet, triple freeze. Ice formed across the ground as the 3 girls ran away from the ice, not noticing Momo quickly knocked them out with a drop kick, allowing the ice to reach them. Reo stood as he stretched his arms quickly, and Momo compacted her armor into a black and red backpack she made. That was fun, but we're not done yet. No hard feelings, girls. Reo grabbed his girlfriend in his arms before jumping off, creating an ice slide in the process. Mo, have I ever told you how awesome you are? Asked the elemental as they slid above the field. A couple of times, but I wouldn't mind hearing it more, chuckled the creation user. I really wish I could speak with Momo, kid, said Kokura as she woke from her nap. Why? Asked Reo. Dude, Tamada and I have been in your head since you were 4, maybe younger. I wanna embarrass the fuck out of you. Hell nah, Kokura. Anyway, time for you to return to reality. Why? I can be here and fight at the same time. Momo's staring at you, kid. Coming back to reality, Reo looked at his girlfriend who asked, is it weird that I'm a little annoyed that you can talk to a girl in your mind whenever you want to? No, said the brunette as he heard a crack behind him. I'm just saying, who knows what goes on. Momo was soon interrupted due to the ice being torn apart, revealing Shishida in beast form, and attempting to attack the couple. Fuck, shouted Reo as he jumped with Momo in his arms, covering her in crystal armor as they landed hard on the arena. You okay? Asked Reo as Momo nodded. Thanks for the armor, but we're still not home free yet, shouted Momo as she pointed to the beast in front of them. The elemental nodded, Mo, I can handle Shishida. I need you to get to a safe distance from us. Don't worry about me, I can tell that you're about to do something risky. Meet me in the tournament, okay? Promise. Momo ran off in her still crystal armor, before running into Ojiro and Koda. Damn, I love that girl. Rag. Time to unleash the beast, shouted Shishida before he got punched by a shadowy figure. It is unwise to let rage consume you, Shishida, spoke Tokiyami as Reo nodded. Got your message, said the darkness elemental, you're getting better with the connection, but Zandaka and Tamada are a bit annoyed at you. 1. Who's Zandaka? 2. So what? And 3. Shishida is getting up, so we can talk later. The two boys simply looked at the beast as he growled with the two elementals deadpanning together, fuck. Meanwhile, die, fucking extras, shouted Bakugo as he blasted 5 students from 1B with his most powerful explosion he had. Come on, bastards, shouted the blonde, making explosions in his hands as he spotted Todoroki, don't look down on me, icy hot. Todoroki turned around as he froze more of 1B, unintentionally getting a Shido in the process. Bakugo, while you are powerful, you are not my true opponent here, said the scarred teen as he walked away, I look forward to seeing you in the finals, however. Bakugo growled as he lunged at the teen before being surrounded by ice, preventing him from attacking Todoroki. Yelling in the air, the blonde shouted in rage, fuck you, icy hot bastard. Ino, if we weren't competing, I would say that you're actually trying to hurt me, Ojiro, said Momo as she backflipped away from him and checked on the knocked out Koda. Smirking, Ojiro looked at the raven-haired girl, I'm simply trying to win, Yaoyorozu. I would like to know where you learned how to fight like that though. I was trained by many people around the world who are skilled in fighting. Thankfully, their minds are just as good as their lessons. Confused, Ojiro noticed Momo's armor dissolve, revealing a choker and wristbands around her arms and throat. What is that? Asked Ojiro as he prepared to fight again. Just a gift from Shuri that I learned how to make yesterday, along with my friend Dinah's choker from Coast City. The hell? Asked the blonde boy before he covered his ears upon hearing a loud shriek, shit, my ears. What the hell is that? Looking up, Ojiro saw that Momo had been screaming, and her choker was amplifying the sound, creating visible sound waves that were keeping him pinned to the ground. Fuck, what can I do? Thought Ojiro, she'll have to stop and breathe, but by then I will be out of the match. Think man, think, I got it. Blocking out the sound temporarily, Ojiro knocked Momo down with a drop kick in his tail, standing over the girl asking, give up yet? Momo smirked as her wristbands covered her hands, never have, never will. Momo slid from underneath the tall boy, and as her gauntlets glowed, dodged the incoming tail before uppercutting Ojiro, knocking him into the ice wall Todoroki made a second ago. Momo's eyes widened as she looked at her gauntlets, yeah, I'm gonna need to learn more about these things. I can't believe vibranium is that strong. The second event has been completed, shouted Mike, there are 16 people remaining. Please head to the waiting room for the arena to be fixed. Reo, you better have made it into the tournament, mumbled Momo as she followed her friends to the waiting rooms. A bit before Mike concluded the match. You ready? Asked Reo, to which Tokiyami nodded, I'm going to try and keep the damage around us to a minimum if possible. Creating a large earth barrier, Reo covered the 3 of them in darkness before forming flames in his hands. Looking at Tokiyami, the darkness user summoned Dark Shadow, and soon enough, the quirk started getting larger by the second. You think you can keep DS from going berserk? Asked Reo as he jumped on Shishida's back, cause if not, I'll have to tase you to stop him. Understood, said Tokiyami as Dark Shadow threw Shishida to the ground, I can handle Dark Shadow, as long as he doesn't get exposed to more darkness. Elementals versus animals, smirked Reo as his body became covered in electric fire, always wanted this fight to happen. Come on, shouted Dark Shadow as Shishida got up, a little help here. DS, try this on for size, said Reo, blasting the shadow quirk. What are you? Asked Dark Shadow before he looked at his hands, frost gauntlets. Nice. Get him to stop moving, shouted the brunette as he put his hands on the ground, I can't do much mobile at the moment, but I still have my uses. Gotcha, spoke the shadow as it circled around the beast, time to go down. Dark Shadow grabbed Shishida, and pinned him to the ground as he became unconscious. Thanks, DS, said Reo as the ground shook, fall back before you get caught in this. Dark Shadow listened as he returned to Tokiyami, giving Reo the chance to attack. Crystal prison, said Reo as giant crystals appeared around Shishida, keeping him in place. That was exhausting, said Reo, removing the earth dome he made, shrinking Dark Shadow back to human height. The second event has been completed, shouted Mike, there are 16 people remaining. Please head to the waiting room for the arena to be fixed. It's over, asked Reo as he stood up, immediately seeing a giant ice wall. Todoroki has been busy as usual. Tokiyami began to walk to the waiting areas, but was stopped by Reo, hey, Tokiyami. Thanks, I honestly could not have beaten Shishida without you and Dark Shadow. I owe you one. The raven-headed boy simply nodded before the two walked off, leaving Reo to say one last thing to himself. Time for the tournament to start, and I don't expect you to back down easy, Shoto. Fuck, this was a long chapter, and I may be a little behind so I apologize for that. I'm looking for a job currently, and a beta reader on here, while trying to stay up to date with the story. Anyone that wants to message me, please do. I just started to upload this to the app instead of the site, and if it looks bad tell me please. 62 Chapter 18, The Sports Festival Begins. Part 3. Reviews. The Toxic Love Machine, thanks. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, you'll have to keep reading to find out. Disclaimer and author's note, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll and this author's note will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. The sports festival begins. Part 3. So you're telling me that you're basically trained by pro heroes? Asked Uraraka, to which Reo nodded. Yeah, I got a bunch of training done, but I make time for Aunt Inko and Izuku too, said Reo as he smirked at his best friend. They raised me before I could even meet Uncle Might. Truth, said Izuku, if I never met Reo, I'm pretty sure that I would be praising Bakugo, not be as confident, and I would let him call me Deku. Momo smirked. He does call you Deku, Izuku. But do I kick his ass in something soon after? Asked the smirking teen, which everyone nodded. Reo ate his soba slowly before speaking. I just realized something. We don't call each other by our first names, do we? Everyone looked at each other before Momo asked, what do you mean? Izuku and Uraraka call you, Yaoyorozu, we all call Uraraka by her last name, and Uraraka calls Izuku, Midoriya, pointed out the elemental. I think we should call each other by our first names, considering how close we are. I didn't want to say anything, but I agree, said Uraraka, I want to call all of you by your first names, and I hope you will call me by mine. Izuku nodded, I really don't mind, but does everyone want this? Momo nodded, guess we're doing this. Ochako cheered, the author finally decided to use my first name. Can we get some glue for this fourth wall break? Chuckled Izuku. Slurping his katsudon, Reo heard a voice incoming. Reo, we need to talk. What do you want, Shoto? I'm about to eat my cold soba, asked Reo, using the boy's first name. I never gave you permission to call me Shoto, said Shoto. It's only natural for cousins to call each other by our first names, spoke Reo, easily putting the two in his own mindscape. What is this? Asked Shoto, unfamiliar with the mental part of being an elemental. I'm just putting this in my mindscape. All elementals have it, but they just need to learn how to use it properly. Shrugged Bluenet as he grabbed a book from a nearby shelf. I use this to study, or just get away from life. I see, I will have to try that sometime, said the half-redhead, sitting in a chair. What do you mean we're cousins? You obviously don't know that your uncle you never met was my dad, the boy said, looking at a new book. I'm guessing my dad changed my name upon realizing that the bastard put his wife in the hospital. Also, I asked Principal Nezu to do a DNA check on Endeavor and my dad when he told me. Don't ask me how result happened so soon. How do you know about that? Asked Shoto, forming ice in his hands, that was kept private by my father. You're joking, right? Chuckled Reo, turning away to grab a pen. I've been studying your dad since I found out I could produce flames, and same with your mom and her ice. Also, try not to fight another elemental in their own mindscape. You're only gonna embarrass yourself, asked Bakugo. Shoto was stunned at the info the Bluenet gave him. You don't know the full story, do you? Nah, I tried to find it, but all I managed to find was his credit card paying off hospital bills. Have you heard of quirk marriages? Asked Shoto, which Reo nodded. Removing a file from a cabinet, Reo gave it to Shoto. Quirk marriages are basically genetic perfection cases for parents, giving their children an ideal quirk, making them stronger than the parents since the quirk factor gets stronger every generation. Reading the file, Shoto nodded. Yes, my father wanted to have the perfect child, due to his obsession. You see, the ass is obsessed with becoming number one and surpassing All Might, but no matter what he did he never reached the top. He then discovered quirk marriages, and upon finding my mother, bought off her family. They had 3 children, my brother Natsuo, my sister Fuyumi, and me. As soon as I developed my quirk, he started to train me. I initially was fine, but he soon made me overexert myself when using my quirk, and when it got physical, he made me rain so hard that I threw up. My mother begged for the bastard to stop, but he just looked away blindly. One day, I overheard my mother talking to someone in the kitchen, and a small kettle whistle. I called her name, and as she saw my red hair, threw the kettle at me and scarred my face, thinking that I was him. She realized it was me, and quickly froze the burn while apologizing. The bastard soon heard yelling, and seeing me in pain turned to my mother. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but when I woke up, I had a bandage over my right eye, and my mother had been sent to a psychiatric ward. Reo, who had been getting angrier with each word calmly nodded, just a second. Turning away from his cousin, Reo unleashed large ice blast, and making a dummy that looked exactly like Endeavor, froze it before melting the ice, and electrifying it to a crisp. Sorry, I tend to have problems like that every now and then, said Reo as he sat down. I'm just kinda pissed that he even bothered to talk to me earlier. What are you talking about? Asked Shoto. Before the damn festival even started, the asshole told me to, and I quote, you have a very strong quirk, and I'm here to tell you that while that may be the case, you will not beat my son. I have trained him since he was 4, though he refuses to come out of his rebellious state. That being said, I want you to make him use his fire. Narrowing his eyes, Shoto asked, what do you plan on doing? Shoto, you have nothing to worry about. While I will make you use your fire, I won't be helping the flaming sperm donator. Remember what I told you the day we learned about the festival. Nodding, Shoto spoke about his previous conversation with the elemental. You said, you want to challenge the guy who beat you in battle training, and can melt or phase through your ice, fine by me. But know this, you won't be able to beat me at half your power, even if I overexert myself. I was trained by the best, and I know that no one will hold back during the festival, so you need to get that through your thick peppermint head. Yeah, and I'm keeping that promise, said Reo, reading a notebook. I will make you understand that in a real fight, villains don't care about family matters and they will try and kill you, no matter what. Hello, everyone. The arena has been repaired, so may everyone please return to the main arena, shouted Mike from over the loudspeaker and inside the mindscape. Motherfucking god, Uncle Hazashi, yelled Ryo as he held his head, that hurt like a bitch. Receiving a look from Shoto, Ryo explained, long story, I was basically raised by UA's staff, the Midoriyas, so I call them family. As for the other thing, due to my electrokinesis, my brain can hear all frequencies and unfortunately play them in my head when I'm in my mind. Now, I really think we should go, cause I'm about to get a mouthful from Momo. Good point, I at least know how to leave this place thanks to last time, spoke the peppermint-haired boy as he slowly faded. How are you planning to make me use my fire, if you succeed? That's for me to know, and you to find out, shrugged the brunette, as he returned to reality. Ryo, did you hear me? Asked Izuku as Ryo looked at him and nodded. Yeah, and you aren't gonna beat me, Izuku, spoke Ryo as they exited the tunnel, cause I don't intend to hold back. Neither do I, Ryo. Hello, everyone, shouted Mike from the booth, welcome back to the sports festival. We have now reached the final event, the tournament, here are the lineups and the competitors. Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Denki Kaminari vs. Fumikage Tokiyami. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Ochako Uraraka. Tetsutsu vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Ryo Monroe vs. Nito Manama. Tenya Iida vs. Mei Hatsume. Itsuka Kendo vs. Ajiro Kirishima. Shoto Todoroki vs. Ibara Shiozaki. Ryo grinned at his matchup, and looked at Izuku, you're up first, bro. I got this, dude, smirked Izuku as Midnight called for the first fighters, telling the others to go to their viewing area. Fist bumping Ryo, Izuku headed for the tunnel to the arena, with Ryo walking to his seat. The hell, thought Ryo as he sat down, did I just sense Izuku as an elemental? Arena. First up, is Izuku Midoriya from the Hero Courses Class 1A against Hitoshi Shinso of the General Studies Class 1C, announced Mike as Izuku and Shinso reached the arena. If you will all please allow me to state the rules of the tournament we can begin, spoke Midnight from the referee stand. Once you are unable to might or you get knocked out of the arena, you lose, do you understand? Nodding, Midnight raised her whip, and started the battle. The two boys stood still, looking at each other as Izuku activated full cowling. Izuku Midoriya, spoke the lilac-haired boy, tell me, do you have a good quirk? Izuku was confused about the question, but he received a pain in his head again that told him not to answer the question. Don't answer, it's fine, chuckled Shinso, I will tell you this, the live-action Avatar movie, The Last Airbender is awesome. The entire stadium, including the monotone Eraserhead gasped, with Izuku and Ryo immediately clutching their hearts. You are horrible, said Izuku before being stopped mid-sentence. Shinso chuckled at how easy Izuku fell for his trap. I lied, that movie is worse than anything in hell. Now do me a favor and walk out the arena. Izuku complied, and turning full cowling off, slowly walked outside the arena. What's going on? Thought Izuku, my body won't obey me. What's this? Announced Mike. Midoriya is walking straight out of the arena. What's up with that? Shinso's quirk is called brainwash. Aizawa spoke into the microphone. It requires that as long as someone responds to him, he has complete control over them, their actions, etc. So it's his quirk, thought Izuku as he looked at the tunnel from before, but how I stop it? As Izuku looked at the tunnel, he noticed 8 shadowy figures, and recognized one of them as All Might. What is that? Thought the greenette. Unable to find out what it was, Izuku's left ring finger started to move on its own, and broke itself using one for all. Stopping and breathing heavily, Izuku looked at the ground, noticing that he was at the edge of the arena. What the heck? Shouted Mike. Midoriya just broke his finger, getting out of Shinso's brainwashing. Shinso's eyes widened as he heard the pro, the hell are you doing? Keep walking out the arena. A bit pissed, Izuku activated full cowling, and used Soru, immediately appearing in front of Shinso with an intimidating glare. What the? Shinso was soon interrupted by a palm attack, launching him out the arena and into the wall. As some dispersed, it revealed Izuku with both his palms out, with green lightning sparking all around his body. Hitoshi Shinso is out of the arena, shouted Midnight. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. As Midnight finished, Izuku watched medical bots take Shinso to Recovery Girl. Walking to the tunnel, Izuku headed to the viewing seats to join his classmates. Changing his mind, Izuku headed to Recovery Girl's office to talk to Shinso. Ryo, have you seen Midoriya? Asked Jiro, he never came to the seats. He's in Recovery Girl's office, said the teen, not even looking away from Tokiyami and Kaminari's fight. Dude, you didn't even move, spoke Sato. I don't need to, said Ryo, my geokinesis allows me to have a sort of seismic sonar, which I call geolocation. Ryo, Momo asked very sweetly, you haven't ever used this while we were bathing, have you? Feeling the danger radiating from Momo and most of the class, but mostly Momo, Ryo decided to do the right thing, tell a half-truth. No way, said the elemental, trying his best to prevent his quirk from working, I have never done that to you all, especially you. Scanning the boy very closely, she smiled, okay, I believe you. Turning back to the battle, it showed Kaminari using all of his quirk, causing Ryo, Ochako, Siro and Momo to groan. He didn't learn anything during training, did he? Asked the gravity girl. Nope, said the tape user. As Dark Shadow pushed Kaminari out the arena, Midnight spoke, Denki Kaminari is out of the arena. Fumikage Tokiyami is the winner. As soon as she said that, a voice from behind Iida spoke, ah, man. I missed it. Looking to see Izuku, Iida chopped the air. Midoriya, where were you? We were waiting for you to return. Relax, Iida, said the greenette as he sat down next to Ochako. I was just talking to Shinso. Shut up, Deku, spoke Bakugo as he left the group to prep for his match. No one cares what you were doing. Come on, round face, I'm about to kick your ass. Looking at Ochako, Izuku saw that she was pouting cutely, puffing her cheeks to Kirby form. Don't call me round face, said the brunette as she followed Bakugo and left to prep. Okay, everyone agrees that her face is adorably round, correct? Asked Izuku once Ochako left. Everyone nodded, but Ishido just started to tease Izuku. Ooh, does Midoriya have a crush on Uraraka? The greenette turned beet red, looking away. Well so it's like. You're not denying it, teased Ishido, causing Izuku to become redder. Guys, the fight's starting, shouted Jiro and Reo, getting everyone to shut up and watch. You got this, Ochako, said Izuku as the match begun. I honestly made this whole chapter in one night when I pulled an all-nighter thanks to coffee, I'm just forgetful. Also more of the 6 superpowers will appear, and shoutouts go to who guesses them. Still looking for a beta. Powerhouse out. 62 Chapter 19. The Sports Festival begins. Part 4. Reviews. The Toxic Love Machine. You have no idea how much I agree. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01. Yes he is, yes he is. Disclaimer and author's note. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. There is now a poll for Rio's hero name. The poll and this author's note will be gone once I reach the chapter, so vote while you still can. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. The sports festival begins. Part 4. Here we go, folks, exclaimed Mike. We have 2 more students from Class 1A. It's the screaming, yelling, explosion master, cast Yuki Bakugo, versus the girl that has gone beyond the stars to reach her goal, Ochako Uraraka. Once the 2 reached the arena, Midnight spoke, let the battle begin. Play Astronaut in the Ocean by Masked Wolf. Come on, round face, shouted Bakugo as he made explosions in his hands, don't hold back. Ochako narrowed her eyes as she touched some debris from the previous fights, and putting her finger together, made it float. Running towards Bakugo as she made more debris float, Ochako dodged an incoming explosion, and turned. I only need to touch him once, thought Ochako, attempting to grab Bakugo's uniform, only to be met by an explosion to the face. What did I just say about holding back, Uraraka, shouted Bakugo as he blasted forwards to attack the girl. Looks like things are heating up, Eraserhead, shouted Mike as the 2 fighters launched at each other. You're giving me a headache, Mike, said Aizawa from beneath his bandages. Uraraka, thought Ochako, before returning to the battle, that doesn't matter right now. It's time to get serious. As Bakugo got closer, Ochako launched herself at him, only to be met with another explosion. Grinning, Ochako appeared in front of Bakugo, and inches from his uniform, reached for it. Bakugo's eyes widened, and realizing that he had blasted her jacket, blasted backwards to put some distance between him and Ochako. Hey, kid, shouted a pro in the stands, quit playing around with her, and take her out. You're making yourself look bad. Aizawa immediately spoke up, you who said that, are you a pro hero? If you are, then go home and hang up your license. Bakugo is not playing around with his enemy, he's being cautious of her. Ochako Uraraka's quirk is versatile and powerful. He's acknowledged her strength, because he knows to attack. If you think Bakugo is toying around with Uraraka because she's a girl, you haven't understood anything while being a hero. The pro that spoke up was surprised at what just happened. He had not only been called out, but he was embarrassed despite most not knowing exactly who Eraserhead was talking to. Looking back at the battle, Aizawa watched as Ochako continued to be blasted as she reached for Bakugo, with the blonde backing away from any close encounters. Ochako was tired, she had been receiving explosion after explosion, leaving either a scar or a bruise. Panting on the other side of the arena, Ochako smirked and touched her fingers together, confusing the blonde as he looked up. Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw a large amount of debris centered above him, and looking at Ochako, saw her put her fingers together, letting the debris fall. Ochako grinned, and ran at Bakugo before watching him raise his left arm, unleashing a massive explosion at the debris, destroying it in the process. Ochako's eyes widened at Bakugo's display of power, but continued to reach for the blonde, grinning as her middle finger touched his uniform before being blasted in the face. Thanks to the blast, Ochako had been launched back, but due to overworking her quirk, she collapsed from exhaustion. No, spoke Ochako from the ground as she looked at the explosive boy, I can't lose. Ochako urged herself to stand, but despite her efforts, her body would not obey her. Mom, Dad, Izuku, spoke Ochako as she saw darkness overtake her, I'm sorry. Unconscious, Ochako was defeated as Midnight spoke, Ochako Uraraka is unable to continue. Katsuki Bakugo is the victor. Bakugo grinned madly, and walking off, headed to his area. Once the medical bots took Ochako to Recovery Girl, Mike decided to speak. It's time for us to take a 5-minute break, everyone, announced the sound elemental as he turned the cameras to commercials. Recovery Girl's office. Ochako, shouted Izuku, Reo, and Momo as they opened the door to the nurse, all hugging the brunette once they got through the door. Hey, guys, smiled Ochako, glad to see that her friends wanted to check on her. Are you okay? Asked Izuku, pointing at her injuries. Ochako chuckled, I'm fine, just a couple bruises and burns. Momo smiled. You had a really good fight. Yeah, spoke Reo. I didn't expect Bakugo to get all that in a single blast, though. Thanks, I guess I underestimated Bakugo a bit. Ochako softly chuckled. I want to stay longer, but I have to go get ready for my match, spoke Momo. It's fine, go ahead, spoke the gravity girl, I understand. Nodding, Momo bowed and left the floor to go resupply her fat lipids. Reo looked at recovery girl, who was motioning at Izuku and Ochako, the two happily smiling at each other. Understanding, the brunette spoke, you know, I gotta go and practice too, you don't mind. Shaking her head, Ochako watched as the elemental left, with Chio leaving with him. They're adorable, aren't they? Asked Momo, appearing next to Reo. 100%, chuckled Reo. Hey, I'm a little confused about something, said Momo as she ate a chocolate bar. How are you able to use your speed streak without temporary memory loss? I figured either you or Kaminari would ask me this. Shrugged the teen, that drawback only takes effect if I produce too much electricity, so instead I just spread the lightning around my body, enhancing my physical abilities a ton. I guess that makes sense, spoke the creation user, quickly eating a bag of candy. Will the next competitors please head to the arena? Mike shouted from the loudspeaker. Smiling, Reo kissed Momo's cheek. You got this, babe, go kick some metal ass. Momo giggled before nodding and heading to the arena, intentionally moving her hips as she left. Turning red, Rio's face burst into flames, which he quickly put out. That woman is gonna be the death of me. If it isn't the infamous Reo Monroe, spoke an annoying voice, you may think you are all that, but understand this, once I defeat you in our battle, Momo will drop you like the trash you are and come begging to be with me. I will ensure victory, for Class 1B is superior. I'm only gonna say this once, spoke Reo as he looked Manama in the eye, I will defeat you, and even if I don't, that won't change anything. I will give you the same warning that I did the last time we talked. Go away, before I not only decide to freeze you at sub-zero, but I will make sure you don't get to do anything in the festival but stand there. Noticing the frost on Rio's hands, Manama simply scoffed and walked away. I'm gonna savor beating his ass to a pulp, spoke Reo, speeding away to watch Momo's match. Welcome back, viewers, Mike shouted into the microphone, it's time for the fourth match of the first round. It's the Man of Steel, Tetsu versus the girl who can literally make anything, Momo Yao Yorizu. The two students smirked at each other before Midnight spoke, if both competitors are ready, the battle will begin. Once Midnight spoke those words, Momo created some gauntlets, and Tetsu changed his skin to metal, charging at the girl. Smirking, Momo jumped in the air and kicked Tetsu in the chest, causing him to step back a bit. Nice kick, but it takes more than that to stop me, smiled the metal boy. I know that, smirked Momo, sending a vibrational punch at the elemental's chest. Ack, groaned Tetsu as he was sent backwards, that fucking sucked. From the stands, you could hear both Shiozaki and Iida shouting, language. Charging at Momo once more, Tetsu sent a punch in her direction, causing Momo to sidestep the attack, and grab the boy's arm and stomach. You ever hear that metal is a great conductor of electricity? Asked Momo. Tetsu was a little confused about the question, but before he could answer, he received a large shock. Having a boyfriend that is an expert in the elements has its benefits, spoke Momo as the metal elemental collapsed, being electrocuted until he passed out. Tetsu is unable to battle, shouted Midnight. Momo Yaoyorozu advances to the next round. The bots grabbed Tetsu, and headed to Recovery Girl. Momo smiled happily, and looking at the viewing area, saw Reo jump over the railing, and she soon found herself being twirled in the air as she kissed Reo on the lips. Surprised, Reo kissed her back, and the two continued making out until they were interrupted. Ahem, as much as I love young love, there's a battle that must begin, spoke Midnight as she motioned to a waiting Manama, unless you rather I join you too. Reo turned red as his hair turned to flame, with Momo glaring at the rated R hero, who had her seductive face on. Sighing, Momo waved at her boyfriend, leaving the arena through the tunnel. Well, while that was quick, and I guess the next match is about to start. It's the Master of the Elements, Reo Monroe versus the copycat of 1B, Nieto Manama. The two boys glared hatefully at each other as Midnight spoke, if both fighters are ready, then let the battle. Wait a second, spoke Manama, grinning evilly, I have a proposal. If I win this battle, Monroe must leave UA, and never return. That is absurd, exclaimed Midnight. Deal, spoke Reo, causing everyone to gasp, but if I win, you have to receive a punishment, decided by me, Mr. Aizawa, and Principal Nezu. That's reasonable, spoke Aizawa from the booth, considering Manama's ultimatum. It's a pretty logical deal. Not at all frightened, Manama smirked, deal. Midnight just groaned at the boys, before starting the battle. Play Run Wild by Thutmose and Nambe. It's time for you to admit defeat, shouted Manama, touching his wrist and firing scales at Reo. He can copy quirks, thought Reo, this is gonna be fun. Running towards the incoming scales, Reo turned intangible, allowing them to pass harmlessly through him. Folks, we have a good match going on here, exclaimed Mike. About to punch Manama as his punchable face, Reo smirked as he turned his fist intangible, shocking Manama as his other hand was covered in ice. Reo, however, never punched Manama, due to Manama grabbing his head, and launched him backwards. Preventing himself from exiting the arena, Reo used his pyrokinesis to stabilize his landing. You have no idea how stupid you are, shouted Manama, as his body became covered in electric flames, you've given me the key to victory. So you're saying you needed to copy my quirk, Shoto's, Ibara's, Rin's, Kaminari's, and Subaraba's to win. You have more issues than Endeavor. In the crowd, the flaming hero simply growled in annoyance, while Shoto laughed, causing his class to look at him in disbelief. That doesn't matter, said Manama, not caring how he knew who he copied, and unleashing red electric fire at Reo. I will defeat you. Reo just stood there, yawning as the electric flames overtook him, and the crowd watched in horror as they thought Reo would be severely burned. The flames that had been sent towards Reo soon started to change color, and swirling around, started to be raised into the air before disappearing. You done yet? Asked Reo, as he revealed himself unharmed, though his top half of his uniform was burned away. Momo, and a couple others who were watching closely, blushed madly as they saw Rio's toned muscles. Stretching, Reo spoke, if you're gonna copy my quirk, then you better know the exact capabilities to use it. Allowing blue lightning to surround him, Rio's changed his skin to metal, shocking everyone. I was a bit surprised to find out that if I try hard enough, I can use metalokinesis as well, and I got a few pointers from Tetsu. Cursing his classmate, Manama pounded the ground, causing the arena to break apart, with giant ice shards to come out of the ground. Reo saw the ice, and finished stretching, immediately running at Manama, destroying the crystals thanks to his armored body. Smirking, Reo also decided to form ice armor from the destroyed crystals, and destroying more, finally reached Manama, ready to attack. As Manama saw him form a fist, he turned intangible while smirking, since Reo would exit the arena if he missed. Reo smirked, and turned his fist intangible the second he made contact with the copycat's face, blasting him out of the arena and into a wall, creating a crater where the previously stood. Every single person that didn't know, train, or raise Reo stood there with their mouths wide open, surprised at Rio's attack and control of his quirk. Standing up, Reo winced, I know you're an obnoxious asshole that doesn't give a fuck about anyone but yourself, but are you okay, man? There was no response, and Midnight raised her whip. Nieto Manama has exited the arena, as well as been defeated. Reo Monroe is the winner. Reo just grinned as he simply jumped in the air, and thanks to his flames, flew to his friends, receiving another kiss from Momo, and a long hug from Shoto. What the actual fuck, Reo? Shouted Jiro in disbelief from his previous fight, when can you use metal and be so hardcore? Meh, shrugged the multi-elemental, always, but I never knew how until I met Tetsu. I'm just curious, spoke Kaminari, when you punched Manama in the face using your speed, was that a less powerful version of Flash's infinite mass punch? Close, young Jedi, grinned Reo, it was the actual thing, but I call it my crater impact. Awesome, said Kaminari. Hey, asked Ojiro, I saw Manama turn intangible, but you still landed a solid hit on him. How did you do that? Intangibility and invisibility cancel each other out, here's an example. You know Lemillion, well if he and I fought, then our intangibility would cancel each other out, and we would actually land solid hits on each other, while if I turned invisible, then I would be able to see Hagakure, and she would be able to see me. Everyone nodded, and Kirishima simply shouted, I would honestly love to see you two fight. It would be so manly. I'll see if we can make that work sometime, said Reo, not telling him that it has happened multiple times already. Kirishima gave a thumbs up as he sat down in his seat. Iida soon left for his match, with everyone waiting in anticipation. Reo, you okay? Asked Izuku, returning with Ochako. Dude, I have never been so glad to fight, exclaimed Reo, I just beat Manama's ass, cause the dude gave me some pent-up stress, and I just won by knocking him into the wall. Did we miss something? Ochako asked. Manama gave Reo a proposal, if he lost the match, then Reo would have to leave UA for life, while Reo said that he, Principal Nezu, and Mr. Aizawa would decide a punishment for Manama, spoke Hagakure, making Izuku nod his head. That sounds like Manama. The class simply agreed and sat down as they saw Iida and Hatsume's match begin. Iida's match was honestly the longest one yet, since the entire thing was an advertisement for Hatsume's gear, so naturally, most of 1A did the logical option, take a nap. The entire match lasted at least an hour and a half, with Izuku writing down most of the gadgets and inventions, before joining the others in their nap. Once it was over, Hatsume walked out of the arena, allowing Midnight to announce Iida's victory. Kendo and Kirishima's match was surprisingly not that long, but thanks to her martial arts knowledge, Kendo was able to defeat Kirishima, despite the manly teen hardening his body to withstand her attacks. Despite that, he managed to land some attacks, even if he did get giant punched out of the arena. Shoto's match was the quickest, since he simply froze Shiozaki up to her neck in vines, and explaining things, though leaving a lot out, Midnight allowed Reo to thaw her out. That concludes the first round of the tournament, shouted Mike, causing Reo, who was training in his mind with Izuku, Jiro, and Aizawa, who was trying to sleep. The quarterfinals are about to begin. Don't worry about a break, we have plenty of time, but I would advise that you get some snacks for the ride. As Mike spoke, the matches appeared on the screen. Izuku Midoriya vs Fumikage Tokiyami. Katsuki Bakugo vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Reo Monroe vs Tenya Iida. Itsuka Kendo vs Shoto Todoroki. The students that were fighting smirked, ready to go beyond and win. I am trying to release more chapters every day, and I'm working on a few stories, such as Will of Deku, Element X, and my recent idea, Dark Acad 62 Chapter 20, The Sports Festival Begins. Part 5. Reviews. Guest. Just wait and see. The Toxic Love Machine. It will be good, laughs evilly. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, he will return. Disclaimer and author's note. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OC. I'm not sure if anyone can see the poll for Rio's hero name, so I will be showing you the options here. 1. Adapt. 2. Essential element. 3. Natural phantom. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. The sports festival begins. Part 5. Unknown. It sees the boy with the green hair and the one with elemental abilities are advancing quite quickly, spoke Kurogiri, cleaning a wine glass as he poured some scotch in it, giving it to Shigaraki. Shut up, Kurogiri, said the annoyed villain. I'm already pissed that we have to watch this, but this red-headed bag of trash has to be here too. The man in question smirked, drinking his whiskey. I would kindly ask that you do not speak about me that way, Tenko. The room fell silent in shock, with Shigaraki reaching his hand out in anger. Shut up. That is not my name. Dark green lightning began dancing around the man as he dodged the hand, dislocating Shigaraki's shoulder in less than a second. I advise that you don't try that again, said the man as he sat down to finish his drink. Sports Festival Stadium. Welcome back everyone, and welcome to the quarterfinals, yelled Mike. We will be showing the matchups for whoever has forgotten. The screen soon changed, revealing the competitors and their matches. Izuku Midoriya vs Fumikage Tokiyami. Katsuki Bakugo vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Ryo Monroe vs Tenya Iida. Itsuka Kendo vs Shoto Todoroki. The crowd cheered, excited for the next match. Our first match is the powerhouse of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya, versus the Prince of Shadows, Fumikage Tokiyami. The two boys walked out of their tunnels, watching each other for any chance of increasing their chances. Once they both reached the top of the arena, they continued watch each other before midnight announced the match had begun. Not wasting any time, Tokiyami summoned Dark Shadow, immediately attacking Izuku. The Greenette smirked, and activated full cowling, blocking the incoming punch from Dark Shadow, though Izuku hadn't moved a muscle, which surprised the Shadow. You've never seen One Piece, have you? Asked Izuku before grabbing the Shadow and quickly penetrating its form with his finger. Dark Shadow and Tokiyami simultaneously gasped, before the darkness elemental was knocked backwards by the figure of Dark Shadow. The two looked up at Izuku, seeing him with his hand held out, ready to flick his fingers. Tokiyami simply nodded at the Shadow, and it flew over to Izuku, attempting to push or throw him out of the arena. Izuku simply sidestepped the Shadow, pushing it out the arena, before speeding over to Tokiyami. I apologize to you and Dark Shadow about this in advance, but I have to win this festival and I don't intend to be stopped, spoke Izuku in a cold, yet sincere tone. Before the raven-headed boy could process what he meant, he found himself thrown about of the arena, and though he crashed into the wall, it wasn't as much force than with Shinso or Manama. Fumikage Tokiyami has been knocked out of the arena, shouted Midnight. Izuku Midoriya advances to the next round. Izuku smiled, running over to his classmate and extending his hand to help him up. Tokiyami raised an eyebrow, but took his hand nonetheless, asking, why would you help us? Noticing that the boy said, us instead of me, he smiled. I may have won, but you're my friend and I want to be able to help everyone, including you. For the first time in his life, Tokiyami smiled, and walked with Izuku to Recovery Girl with the elemental's arm slung over Izuku's shoulder for support, of course. Returning to his seat after leaving Tokiyami with Recovery Girl, Izuku noticed that 3 people were missing. Momo was gone, probably due to her match coming up next. Bakugo was also gone, probably for the same reason, but for some reason, Ryo was also gone. Shrugging, Izuku just watched as Momo appeared, with Bakugo coming out of the other tunnel. I don't know if I should be worried for Bakugo or Momo, groaned a voice, causing everyone to turn around and notice Ryo. Hey, said the brunette, rubbing his head, I'm just a bit worried about Mo. Kaminari motioned for Hiteen to sit down. Don't worry, Ryo. I'm sure everything will be fine. Ryo sighed, at least she's not going against Shoto. I would have to handle him if she got hurt. Everyone looked at Shoto before looking at Ryo. Did we miss something? Shoto looked at his cousin, who shrugged and nodded. We're cousins, Shoto bluntly said. Don't ask how we found out. That's personal. Everyone nodded, understanding Ryo's comment about Shoto earlier, and why they called each other by their first names. We can talk about this later, spoke the class representative. The match is starting, and I have no intention of missing this. Proving he was not joking, he allowed lightning to dance around his body, effectively getting everyone to shut up. Arena. As Momo and Bakugo reached the arena, they glared at each other, BTH wanting to move to the semifinals. If the competitors are ready, then let the battle commence, shouted Midnight, starting the match. Bakugo immediately launched himself at Momo, who created metal gloves, and dodging Bakugo, grabbed his arm. Bakugo prepared to blast Momo into oblivion, but as he turned around, he was met with a wall of flames. What the hell? Shouted the explosive blonde, looking at the stands. What the hell is this, nature freak? Ryo shrugged from the stands, causing Bakugo to get angrier before he heard a voice. Didn't you know? I'm perfectly capable of dealing with you on my own. Bakugo turned around, widening his eyes at the impossible sight that he had seen. Momo's right hand was covered in flame, and he only assumed that she had flame dancing around her body as well. Surprise, smirked Momo, blasting Bakugo with a fiery blast, with the blonde instinctively dodging it. The hell, thought Bakugo, looking confused as he caused more explosions. Ponytail shouldn't be able to make flames. Nature freak said. That's when it hit him. Momo was using those gloves to mimic nature freak's quirk. I'm willing to bet that you think you've figured it out by now, huh? Asked Momo, creating frost in her left hand as the other sparked with electricity. I'm mincing the elements, but I'm not copying any quirk. Ever heard of spellbreak? I'm simply using similar gauntlets to create my own elements. Bakugo growled in annoyance. He always hated spellbreak, and now Momo had turned the game into her own little bitch. I don't give a fuck about your strategies, said Bakugo, extending his arm with his hand out, forming a small circle with his other hand. AP shot. Machine gun. Bakugo began unleashing orb-shaped explosions, similar to the ones at the entrance exam, but they were larger in size, dealing more damage. Momo's eyes widened as she ran from the incoming blasts, and eyeing one, ducked from the attack. What the hell? Shouted Momo, that could have seriously hurt me. Bakugo didn't care, blasting forward as he prepared to blast Momo out of the arena. You wanna fucking go, Yaoyorozu, shouted Bakugo, blasting the Rabinet, who managed to make a shield in time. In the stands, Ryo was doing his best to stay calm, knowing that this was part of the festival, but he hated seeing Momo in danger, especially when Bakugo was the danger. Ryo, said Shoto, holding the boy's shoulder, and cooling him for some reason, you need to calm down. You're melting the seats, and you're kinda causing a mini earthquake. The brunette looked around at his class, noticing all of them sweating, and seeing the rails had been melted slightly, before realizing why Shoto calmed him down instead of anyone else. Sorry guys, said the teen, rubbing his head and cooling himself off with his nearby water, I'm just a little worried about Mo. Bakugo can be, well, a dick that only cares about winning, and will do anything to win no matter what, asked Jiro, causing everyone to chuckle. Don't worry, Ryo, said Asui. Call me Su. Ahem, Su said, Yaoyorozu can handle Bakugo, and if she doesn't, you or Izuku will more likely deal with him. Ryo smiled, and his flames died, allowing a smile to fur across his face. Thanks guys. I'll try not to melt anything anymore. Ochako smiled, it's fine, you're just being a good boyfriend. Ryo smiled, watching his girlfriend, with full confidence that she could handle the explosive blonde. Momo had been continuously dodging attacks, and despite the fact that she had not only electrocuted, burned, punched him with a vibrational gauntlet, and had large boulders dropped on him, Bakugo continued to attack Momo. Bakugo blasted Momo with more explosions, forcing her to make another shield. Momo was dangerously close to the outside of the arena, but she was too focused on the fact that Bakugo had called her by her name instead of an insulting nickname. Before she could properly assess the thought, she heard Midnight announce, Momo Yaoyorozu had been pushed out of the arena. Katsuki Bakugo advances to the semifinals. Eyes wide, Momo looked down to see that she was indeed out of the arena, with a large scorch mark on her uniform. Keep your head in the game, Yaoyorozu, said Bakugo, walking away as the medical bots neared the creation girl. Smiling slightly, and laid on the carrier as the bots headed to recovery girl. You okay? Asked a voice that made Momo smile. I'm okay, I ran out of lipids after making that latch shield, but I'm good, babe. Smiled Momo, looking at Ryo. Are you sure? Asked the elemental, I could end my match in less than a second and come check on you. Momo frowned, I'll be fine, besides, Iida didn't really get to have a match against Hatsume, so that would be kinda mean. Yeah, but, Momo shook her head, no buts. I'm gonna go get healed up, while you are going to have a fair match with Iida, understand? Ryo prepared a rebuttal, but knowing how his girlfriend was, decided against it and nodded, walking to the arena as the bots and Momo left. Saburaba's right, she does have me whipped, grumbled Ryo as he walked to the arena. Arena, all right folks, it's time for the third match of the quarterfinals, spoke Mike as the competitors walked to the arena. It's the speedster with a passion for air chopping, Tenya Iida, versus the literal ground-breaking teen with a knack for tricks, Ryo Monroe. Ryo and Iida soon reached the arena, with Midnight starting the match. Listen Iida, smiled Ryo, while we both know each other's capabilities, I'm gonna give you a chance to show everyone what you can do, since you didn't get to before. Iida nodded, and chopped the air as he bowed, thank you, Ryo. I will take this opportunity to do my very best against you as a combatant. Ryo smiled as Iida ran at him, extending him, intending to kick him upside the head. I said I would allow you to show everyone what you can do, said Ryo as Iida's leg passed through him before turning tangible. I never said I would allow myself to get hit. Iida's eyes widened, and turned his leg the opposite direction, causing it to move backwards, knocking Ryo across the arena. Ryo was a bit surprised at the attack, but managed to create some pillars to keep him from being knocked out of the arena. Spitting out blood, Ryo smirked, I guess even a guy like you has a few dirty tricks. Forming an ice staff, Ryo stood, but you're not the only one who has dirty tricks, Iida. Iida's eyes widened, and managed to sidestep the incoming attack from hitting him, but the elemental managed to grab his left leg, specifically his calf. Tell me, can you manage to melt ice at sub-zero temperatures? Asked Ryo, sweeping the staff from underneath the engine user. What are you? Iida never finished, because he soon felt his left engine being blocked, and looking, saw ice covering it. You've got a minute before that ice spreads, and believe me, smirked the older brunette as he backed away, not even Endeavor can melt that once it fully spreads. The crowd gasped, and Endeavor simply grunted, remembering when he was frozen by the younger boy. Iida frowned, and desperate, ran at Ryo with his engines at full throttle, effectively thawing out the ice in the process before hitting him. Iida smiled before he heard a voice behind him, you do realize that you aren't the only fast one here, correct? You never hit me with that attack, you simply saw my afterimage. Turning around, Iida frowned at the smiling figure of Reo, covered in electricity that sparked around his form. Usually, I wouldn't do this, but seeing as how you like to do things quickly, I think it's time to end this match. Iida immediately started his other engine up, since the other would be stalled for a while, when he found that he couldn't move his leg. Looking down, the brunette found his legs covered in cement, and looked at Smintas, who shook his head, before looking at Reo. The elemental brunette had his left arm above his head, with the other close to his chest, with both in a fist while his legs were spread apart. You remember earthbending from Avatar, don't you? Asked the teen, catching Iida's attention. I'm giving you one chance, Iida, said Reo, electricity sparking in his hands. I don't want to have to tase you, I mean, you have literal metal in your calves. The engine user thought about it for a second, and considering that he did indeed have metal in his calves, decided to take the safe way out. I accept defeat, shouted Iida. I understand that I am against a stronger opponent, and I concede. Midnight nodded and raised her whip. Tenya Iida has admitted defeat, meaning Reo Monroe is the winner and advances to the semifinals. Reo smiled, and releasing Iida from the concrete, helped the other to recovery girl, despite needing some help as well. As usual, Shoto's match was quick due to not caring, but the first time he had frozen Kendo, she enlarged her fists, breaking the ice to the surprise of the dual-haired teen. Considering the fact that she had just been frozen up to her neck in ice, Shoto froze her again, but Kendo was too cold from the first attack, meaning she wasn't able to escape. Shoto won, and due to Reo being in the infirmary, Endeavor had to thaw out the redhead, allowing the dual-haired teen to glare at the hero as he left the arena. Unknown, at the same time as Iida's match. A man in a black, white and red costume with a white bandana over his eyes was standing over a bleeding body of a pro hero, satisfied with his work as he licked his sword. It is time to continue my work, spoke the man sheathing his sword. You, shouted a male voice, what have you done to him, hero killer? The man turned around and smirked, ah, Ingenium. I'm glad you can witness my latest purification of society. While you yourself are a true hero, I cannot allow you to escape and get back up. Ingenium was immediately on guard, but he found himself getting cut as the villain neared him. How sad, spoke the man, licking his knife, the great Ingenium has been defeated far quicker than I imagined. Ingenium immediately froze, falling to the ground, unable to move. The villain neared him, and stabbed his back and legs, though he purposely missed any vital areas. You will survive, Ingenium, said the man, sheathing his sword, you will be a messenger to other heroes. Tell them that they are not worthy, and anyone who dares to get in the way of my dream will die to the hand of Stain. Stain soon disappeared, moving through the shadows in the process. After Stain left, a blue velociraptor with black stripes, a blue and black mask, wheels on its feet, and a green hourglass on its chest appeared, picking up the injured pro hero. Don't worry, Tensai, said the velociraptor in a very raspy voice, I'll get you to the hospital. You're lucky I came when I did. The velociraptor ran to the hospital, and explained everything to the doctors, headed for the door before he was stopped. Wait, who are you? Asked a male doctor, we may need your help again. The blue creature looked at him and smirked, you can call me XLR8. XLR8 zoomed off, leaving a blue and black trail behind him. Elsewhere. That was close, I almost timed out in front of them, said XLR8 as a green light surrounded him, revealing a humanoid male wearing a green and black hoodie and a strange watch on his left wrist, with the same hourglass symbol but with a black base and white lines surrounding it. I need to get home, but based on the news, I'm guessing that the sports festival is happening, said the boy, I can blend in easily. Besides, it's not like Nezu or 13 will be going anywhere. The boy raced off to the festival, not noticing another boy behind him. I'm not sure what happened, but I need to find out where exactly I am, said the boy, everyone else must be worried. The boy then ran off, heading to the nearest store in order to blend in with the crowd. More mysterious characters have appeared, as well as 2 more of the 6 superpowers. I do not own these mysterious characters, but once I reveal who they are I will also reveal their owners. 62 Chapter 21, The Sports Festival Begins. Part 6. Reviews. Guest. Just wait and see. The Toxic Love Machine. It will be good, laughs evilly. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, he will return. Disclaimer and author's note, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. I'm not sure if anyone can see the poll for Rio's hero name, so I will be showing you the options here. 1. Adapt. 2. Essential Element. 3. Natural Phantom. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. The sports festival begins. Part 6. It's the moment you've all been waiting for, folks, shouted Mike, it's time for the semifinals. The crowd cheered in excitement as the matchups appeared on screen. Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. Shoto Todoroki vs Reo Monroe. The crowd cheered even more before Mike shouted, seeing how our first 2 combatants are ready, it's time for them to head to the arena so we can begin. Izuku and Bakugo glared at each other as they both left for their tunnels, each thinking the same thing in their mind. I don't care what happens, I'm winning this festival. Hey, Reo, asked Shoji, who do you think is gonna win? Yeah, spoke Jiro, Bakugo may have the attitude of a garbage can, but he's still powerful. True, but Izuku beat him in battle training without breaking a sweat, smirked Kaminari. I could tell you who wins this battle, but I don't want to ruin the surprise, smirked the elemental, watching the rivals enter the arena. Everyone looked at the boy in suspicion, causing him to smirk at their reaction. Man, this is gonna be good, yelled Mike. It's the explosive blonde with a temper, Katsuki Bakugo, versus the boy WHO has been smashing and speeding his way here, Izuku Midoriya. The two reached the top of the arena, and Midnight was about to start the match when she got interrupted. Excuse me folks, but I have just received an update from Principal Nezu saying that from this match forward, the out-of-bounds rule no longer applies, and there will be a surprise after the tournament. Suddenly, a see-through force field appeared around the arena, and somewhere in the crowd, Nezu chuckled in delight. Midnight just looked at the announcer's booth in shock, while Izuku and Bakugo were both smirking, glad that they had more room to move around. Play Shine by Matt Bellis. Groaning, Midnight started he match, rolling her eyes in the process. Izuku immediately activated full cowling to 10%, green lightning sparking around him, while Bakugo charged towards him, using high explosions to speed up his movements. Bakugo increased the power in his explosions, allowing him to blast Izuku and send him out of the arena. Izuku flew backwards as the field became covered in smoke, with green lightning still sparking. Nice blast, Bakugo, smirked the one-for-all user, cracking his knuckles. My turn. Bakugo's eyes widened as Izuku zoomed towards him, uppercutting him into the air until he reached the dome, electrocuting him in the process. Wow, that looked like it hurt, spoke Mike, earning himself a smack upside the head from Aizawa. Electrical force field, thought Izuku, good to know. Bakugo landed back onto the arena, coughing as he stood up. Fuck you, Deku. That was a shitty move you pulled. Hey, I'm not the one who decided to use an electrical field, spoke Izuku. I don't give a fuck, shouted Bakugo before positioning his arms like he did with AP shot, machine gun. Izuku frowned, and prepared to dodge the explosions, but they never came. AP shot, shouted the blonde, unleashing a narrow, yet massive explosion at his rival. Izuku's eyes widened, and using Soru and OFA, managed to dodge the explosion, though it scorched a bit of his hair. What the fuck? Shouted Izuku, looking at the damage that the blast had done. Are you trying to kill me? Bakugo didn't answer, only because he wanted to stay in the festival. Izuku scowled, and ran at the blonde, with the pain in his head telling him to duck, which he listened, dodging an incoming explosion, kicking Bakugo into the closest cement wall. Damn you, Deku, grumbled Bakugo, crawling out of the human-shaped crater, blasting towards Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened, sidestepping the blonde, only to receive an explosion to his back. Bakugo smirked, time to end this, Deku. Izuku crouched down, drop-kicking Bakugo before feeling a hand on his face. It's over, Deku, shouted the elemental, causing Izuku to smirk. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Bakugo, said the greenette, causing the blonde to look to his left, looking at two fingers that were ready to be flicked. Growling, Bakugo let Izuku go, and the greenette did the same, with the two ending on two different sides of the arena. I can agree with you on one thing, Bakugo, smirked Izuku, powering up to 20%, it's time to end this. Bakugo jumped in the air, and creating explosions in rapid succession, started spinning at extreme speeds, building up speed while heading for Izuku. Izuku chuckled, and cocked his arm back, preparing a punch, and extended his arm, aiming for Bakugo's face. The two boys were inches away from each other, readying their attacks. Howitzer. Detroit. Impact. Smash. As the two attacks clashed, a large shockwave was caused, with smoke filling the arena, and no one made a sound, not even Reo, who forced himself to not use geolocation. The smoke dispersed after 5 minutes, revealing both Izuku and Bakugo out cold, with no sign of either waking up soon, that is, until someone pointed out that one of them was moving. The boy smiled, groaning at his aching muscles and bones, specifically his broken arm. So, did I win? Asked Izuku, receiving a nod from Midnight, announcing his victory before he passed out. In the stands, Class 1A was speechless. They had just witnessed one of the most epic battles in a sports festival, with both being extreme powerhouses, and Izuku had just passed out with a broken arm. What the actual fuck, Reo? Shouted Siro, Jiro, Kaminari, and Mina, astounded by the display of power from Izuku and Bakugo. When did those two get OVs like that? Did you know they could do that? Are you as powerful as them? Reo smirked, standing up and stretching as he answered the questions. In that order, I don't know what the fuck is, ever since they got their quirk, I only know Izuku's moves due to invisibility, and you'll see when I beat Shoto's ass. Momo smiled, kissing Reo good luck in his match, and his strange humor, making the boy smile. Shoto raised an eyebrow, we use our quirks, we do not punch each other's ass. Everyone's sweat dropped at Shoto's lack of teen language. My fellow friends and girlfriend, we need to help this innocent peppermint blossom into a cultured peppermint, to which everyone but Iida nodded. Reo, it is not appropriate to teach Todoroki such foul language, as well as your other methods, shouted Iida, chopping the air as he spoke. Iida, relax, said the brunette as he walked off, just think of it as a bonding experience between us. Iida would have rebutted, but Reo and Shoto were long gone. With Shoto, the dual elemental had finished preparing, and he was heading to the arena when he was stopped by someone he had no intention of talking to. When are you going to stop this rebellious phase and use your flames? Asked Endeavor, his flames crackling around him. Shoto didn't respond, he had no intention of talking to the bastard. You need to learn that denying your power will make you weak, and you were not created to lose to anyone, even your cousin. He will not go easy on you, and you need to talk him seriously. In his fight against the engine boy, he had not lied when he said that even I cannot melt his ice once it fully spreads. Shoto began to walk away before the flame hero said something that made him snap. Once you learn to use your fire, I will be the one to mold you and Reo into the ones to surpass all might. Shoto stopped dead in his tracks, and spoke, Reo wants nothing to do with you, nor do I. If you believe for 1 second that we will allow ourselves to be made into your tools, then you are a bigger fool than I thought. Shoto and Enji both walked off, leaving in different directions. Arena. Are you ready, everyone? Shouted Mike. It's the second and last fight of the semi-finals. The elemental with an attitude and son of Shift, Reo Reo Todoroki Monroe, versus the ice-cold son of Endeavor, Shoto Todoroki. Looks like it's a family battle. The crowd was a little shocked, not only at the fact that Shoto and Reo were related, but that they looked exactly alike, minus the hair and scar. As Reo walked out the tunnel, he noticed Shoto's scowl, and knew he could have a good reason to be pissed. The force field appeared again, causing Reo to smirk. Play ready set let's go by Sam Tinez. If both are ready, then let the battle begin, shouted Midnight. Shoto wanted to finish this quick and easy, so using his signature move, heaven-piercing ice wall. The boy covered Reo in ice, preventing him from moving. The crowd looked at the frozen teen, before noticing that he was no longer there. That's not very nice, Shoto. The dual elemental slowly turned around seeing a metal-covered Reo punch him in the face, sending him flying. Luckily for him, Shoto managed to rebound himself using his ice, and once he landed, sent another wave of ice at his cousin. Reo managed to dodge a bit, but due to being new to metal, his skin returned to normal, and some ice had impaled his arm. Fuck, shouted the teen, turning intangible, allowing the ice to fall, and giving him the chance to meld his skin back together with a small flame. Are you okay? Asked Shoto, actually concerned for the brunette despite shivering himself. I'm fine, groaned Reo, his left side sparking with flames while the other became covered in ice. I'm about to show you what happens when you don't use your full power. I already told you, shouted Shoto, getting interrupted by the other teen. Yeah, you won't use the bastard's quirk, yelled Reo as lightning sparked around his frozen, burned body. Well, guess what? You and that shitbag don't share the same quirk. You have his genetics, and that's it. You haven't even landed an intentional hit on me, Shoto. You think I'm trying to lose? Well, I'm not. Everyone here is giving it their all, except you. Are you going to stand there and attempt to freeze me, or are you going to use your power to go beyond plus ultra? If you're not willing to fight me at full power, then you will be eaten alive when you go out into the real world. Now show me what kind of hero you want to be. Shoto paused, and for a small amount of time, he remembered a happy memory of him and his mother, watching a video of All Might saving people. She asked him what kind of hero he wanted to be, which he said one that could save everyone, and he would do everything in his power to do so. Upon reliving a happy memory with his mother, Shoto's flames started to flare up, before turning into an inferno. In the background, Endeavor walked up to the edge of the arena and yelled, SHOTO. Reo smiled, happy that Shoto had stopped limiting himself, before quickly realizing something. Shoto said he had never used his flames in battle. Damn it, shouted Reo, turning around and running towards the force field. What the hell are you doing? Shouted Izuku and Midnight, receiving a smirk from Reo, who just jumped on the force field as he yelled in pain. Why the fuck would I do this? Screamed Reo, keeping hold of the force field despite wanting to let go. Reo, shouted a voice, stop hurting yourself. Reo managed to look at the voice with his fully blue eyes, who was not only Momo, but she was crying, causing Reo to let go, passing out onto the grass. Shoto was still heating up, literally, and due to his flames also being tied to his emotions, he ran at Reo, yelling as he ran. The yelling managed to wake up Reo, whose eyes returned to normal, though blue lightning sparked in his eyes, and as Shoto came in for a fire blast, the dual-haired teen saw that Reo was no longer there. Shoto looked behind him and saw Reo, but he was much different than before. He had more lightning around him, his face was blurry, and he didn't say a word. Shota, what's going on with your students? Asked Mike, shouting at his friend. We've got a mobile 8C on the fritz, and out of control elemental. Hizashi, said the underground pro, I'm not sure what's going on. Though if I am correct, then Reo is trying to contain Shoto, since Shoto has never used his flames in battle. Did you just refer to them by their first names? Mike asked away from the microphone, which Aizawa nodded. Their family names are both Todoroki, so I have to get used to it. Aizawa turned to the battle, and in his attempts to use erasure, either Shoto would block his vision, or Reo would simply be too fast for him to see. Reo was tired right now, and he knew Shoto was too. Choosing to end this, he grabbed Midnight, phasing her through the force field and returning to battle. I'm apologizing in advance, Shoto, said Reo, running around the arena at incredible speeds, making himself virtually invisible without using his intangibility. Reo had ran on the sides of the wall, and dodging an incoming ice blast along with flames, chose to just run around Shoto, creating a vacuum, causing him to pass out. Reo grabbed Midnight and brought her back to the arena, and before whispering something in her ear, ran off leaving white flames that read, thank you. The entire Class 1A had not said a word when Reo ran off, until Kaminari shouted. What the fuck was that? Asked the electric blonde, I've only seen one other person move that fast. The dude was practically invisible at those speeds, mumbled Sato. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who noticed, but Reo was also using his fire, ice, and lightning at the same time before, said Ochako, with everyone nodding. Yaoyorozu, what do you think? Asked the blonde elemental. Momo hadn't been fully paying attention, she was too distracted by the message from Reo, and by the fact that he had injured himself when he grabbed the force field. When he gets back, he's gonna get the scolding of a lifetime, thought Momo, radiating a terrifying aura. Unknown to the consequences, Reo appeared at the stands, smirking as he sparked with electricity. Remind me to never absorb that much electricity at one time again. Passing out, Reo was soon sent to the infirmary with Momo following close behind. With Shoto. Groaning as he woke, Shoto found that he was transported to the infirmary, though there seemed to be a flaming bag of shit next to him. Are you alright? Asked Endeavor, receiving no response. It's dangerous for you to release that much energy. You could have hurt yourself or someone else. At least you've decided to stop acting like a child with this rebellious phase of yours. Now I can mold you into the hero you are supposed to be, and help your cousin as well. It was then that Shoto spoke. Don't mention his name. I never even thought about you when I started using my fire. I admit, I need more control, but I have someone else who can help me. I will continue to use my power, but I will not let you dictate my choices. Enji was silent as Shoto turned over to rest, and walked out of the room, cursing his nephew and his influence. I need to find someone that would recognize me without asking any questions, mumbled the boy from earlier. Someone zoomed past me, so they're probably going to the festival. That's when it hit him. I know who I need to look for. Going to a nearby phone booth, the boy called a number as he smiled. Hello, who is this? Hi, I'm looking for Kenshi Jotaro, otherwise known as Jojo. I do not own these mysterious characters, but once I reveal who they are I will also reveal their owners. 62 Chapter 22, Author's Note. Author's Note. Hey, guys. Sorry for not posting this sooner, but I have been busy. My grandfather passed away, so it may be a while before I feel like updating this story again. Also, I feel embarrassed to admit this, but I have no idea how to send a beta request to anyone, on the app or the site. I'm not abandoning the story, don't worry, but because of this I will be answering any reviews now. 62 Chapter 23, The Sports Festival Begins. Part 7. Reviews. The Toxic Love Machine in Blazing Fire Star Kid 01. I have sent a request in DOCX or connections. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. The sports festival begins. Part 7. Ow, 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 shouted Reo, who is currently being held by his ear thanks to Momo. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. Momo continued to pull his ear while Chio had checked him over, with the only real wound being from the ice shard in his right shoulder. That's good and all, but why would you run off like that? Said Momo, smacking his head. I needed to get rid of the excess electricity, said the brunette, turning his head intangible. I didn't want to hurt anyone, especially you. Momo froze, unprepared for Rio's comment, blushing as she spoke. Okay, I can understand getting a safe distance away, but why would you thank me? You're the one who stopped me from overloading. Reo smiled before mumbling, and it would have ended bad if I had been sent into a coma again. What? Asked Momo. Nothing, said Reo, standing up. I guess it's finally time for me to beat Izuku in this festival. Chio shook her head at the boy's antics, before turning to her other patient, who happened to be the elemental's cousin. Hey, Reo, spooked Shoto, waking up. Sorry about the match, I guess I need more control over my flames. The brunette smiled, walking up to his cousin as he put his hand on his shoulder. It's fine, Shoto. I'm willing to train you to control your fire, and I hope we can have a bit of bonding time. Shoto smiled and nodded. I would like that. Reo and Momo left Recovery Girl's office, waving at the dual elemental. You and Izuku are gonna be so crazy this match, smirked Momo, watching Reo walk down the tunnel. The elemental chuckled. It's inevitable, Momo. I'll try not to give him hypothermia. Momo raised an eyebrow at the statement as Reo chuckled. I'm kidding. The Ravinette shook her head, walking to the stands as she chuckled to herself. Hey, Reo, spoke Shoto in his mind, go kick his ass. Language, joked Kokura. I blame you for this, Reo, groaned Tamada, earning a chuckle from Shoto. No, let's blame Endeavor. As much as I love hating Enji, Reo needs to focus. Thanks, Kokura, spoke Reo, I'm gonna win, guys. I promise. Shoto, we'll talk about how you can hear Kokura and Tamada later, but I gotta bounce. Blocking out the noise, Reo walked out of the tunnel, smirking at Izuku as he exited his own tunnel. Play one for the money by Escape the Fate. It's the tournament finale. Everyone, shouted Mike. It's the cinnamon roll of Class 1A, the powerhouse of the present, Izuku Midoriya. His opponent is none other than the kid WHO will roast you, soak you, shock you, drop you, or make you freeze in place, Reo Todoroki Monroe. The crowd cheered when the two were on the arena, smirking at each other as Midnight spoke. If you are both ready to fight, then let the battle begin. Midnight ran off and got behind the force field, knowing the strength of the two boys. Reo tossed Izuku a crystal staff, forming one of his own. Wanna start off easy? Asked Izuku, spinning his staff. I just don't want to see you beat so easily, smirked Reo as the two boys clashed, both having lightning sparking around them as a shockwave occurred. What the actual fuck? Shouted Mike, speechless for the first time in his life. Did you put these kids on steroids, Aizawa? They are both strong in their own right, spoke the bandaged hero. Reo has more experience in combat, while Midoriya has a knack for planning and being creative. This match will be interesting, sure, since both of them are at the same strength at the moment. Hizashi was too speechless to comment back, so he sat there and watched the match. Nice, said Reo, turning intangible as he dodged an incoming 5% Delaware smash, countering with a air shield. Yeah, figured that was a distraction, smirked Izuku, powering up to full cowling 15%, didn't think you would try and break my jaw. Meh, you win some you lose some, spoke Reo, finally getting serious and turning his skin to metal. Izuku smirked as he charged, only to be met by an ice wall. You thought I was gonna charge again, didn't you? The greenette looked up, seeing Reo skate over him, ice on his feet as he moved. Reo jumped off, and melting his ice skates, slammed both of his hands onto the arena, shouting, seismic quake. As he said those words, Izuku's eyes widened, jumping high into the air as the ground broke apart, with the entire arena soon being destroyed by one attack. Izuku had to land soon, but found that he was simply floating in the air, and shrugged, thinking the elemental had put a air stool below his feet to prevent him from falling. Dude, when was the last time you used that attack? Shouted Izuku, jumping and preparing to punch Reo. The elemental shrugged, not sure, it's been. It was at this moment that Izuku had sent Reo flying, hitting the shield and causing him to get electrocuted once again. Izuku widened his eyes at the sheer force of his power, being careful to not hurt himself or Reo too badly. Reo smirked, and jumping off the force field, spun in the air, allowing lightning to be thrown around him. Izuku immediately ran from the lightning, and powering up to 15%, jumped in the air and punched Reo, causing him to be knocked down. I would appreciate not being electrocuted, thank you very much, shouted Izuku as he watched Reo fade from view. Maybe, but I have more tricks up my sleeve, spoke the elemental as he tapped Izuku's shoulder, causing the greenette to look behind him before being punched in the face. Izuku was sent flying into the wall before he felt a chill up his spine, realizing that he was frozen in place, preventing him from moving. Nice try, Zuzu, chuckled the bluenet, but even with all your power, even you can't break Sub-Zero ice. Izuku narrowed his eyes, willing himself to 30% as he felt his muscles start to feel sore. I will not, spoke the one for all user as the ice began to crack, be defeated. As Izuku slowly broke out of the ice, Ryo's eyes widened, with him instinctively turning intangible, despite being flung out of the force field and into the announcer's booth. It would seem that Ryo has been flung out of the arena and into our booth, shouted Mike, is he still able to compete? Fuck, shouted Ryo rubbing his head as he received an unimpressed look from Aizawa. Are you actually toying around or are you serious? Asked the monotone pro. I was trying not to hurt him, said Ryo, his hair turning into the flaming white style when he wears his costume, but it seems that it's time for me to get serious. As he saw the multi-elemental blast off, Mike shouted, Ryo is up and headed back to battle. He seems to be sporting his white flames, so I guess it's time for him to get serious. Phasing back through the force field, Ryo rocketed towards Izuku, with his skin metal while lightning danced around him. Izuku, not expecting Ryo to get up so easily, attempted to block the attack, but due to the sheer force and speed, he was ultimately flung into the electric force field and was shocked until he fell face flat on the arena. Holy shit, shouted Mike, I'm not sure if that was pure rage or just a display of power. Ryo smirked and allowed his hands to be covered in water, watching the smoke disperse around Izuku. Damn, coughed the greenette as smoke appeared around him, you weren't joking about winning this festival. Ryo's eyes narrowed, knowing full well that the smoke from the attack had dissipated, so where was this new smoke coming from? Quickly scanning the stadium for any smoke-related elementals, he could only find one, and he was staring at him. I'm so gonna have to talk to him about this, thought Ryo as he internally groaned. As he was preoccupied, he failed to notice that the arena had been filled with smoke, and once he did, used his geolocation to find Izuku, who was currently behind him with full cowling 30% active. Ryo quickly turned his head, and saw the incoming punch to his face, forcing him to turn it intangible. Unfortunately, Izuku planned for this, and used his other fist to punch the bluenet in his stomach, causing him to be flung at the wall as he spat up blood. As the smoke cleared in both the arena and where Ryo was hit, the audience gasped as they saw a bunch of craters, with Izuku being the only one seen. Ryo Todoroki Minro is, started midnight before a voice yelled out. Aunt Nimari, yelled Ryo, crawling out of the crater, if you even think about finishing that sentence, you can forget about your secret being so secret. Midnight immediately closed her mouth, turning red as she walked back to her previous seat. I'm not sure what that was about, spoke the confused one for all user. You don't wanna know, shuddered Ryo, secretly smirking. So, what's next? Asked Izuku, you've been holding back, which is probably cause you don't want me to get hurt too badly. But I'll warn you, I'm about to destroy your whole career as the most powerful in the class, Ryo. Ryo smiled as he rose his hands, I wouldn't be so sure Izuku. The ice from Ryo's previous attacks had melted, turning into a large wave of water, causing Izuku to groan. You've gotta be fucking kidding me, said Izuku, running as he hoped to escape the incoming attack. Ryo spread his arms, expanding the wave while imbuing it with electricity before bringing his arms down, allowing the arena to be flooded, and immobilizing Izuku. Shock wave, shouted Ryo as the water filled the arena. Ag, shouted Izuku, despite being surrounded by water and being electrocuted. Mustering the strength to look at the elemental, the greenette saw as Ryo zoomed towards him, smirking. Izuku prepared for an attack and attempted to block, but the attack never came. It's kinda weird being here, but I'll make do, said a voice. The hell? Asked Izuku. The water soon stopped moving, with the crowd gasping as they saw Izuku with flames coming off his body. I don't really use this often, but seeing how you threw me into a crater, I'm feeling a bit opportunistic, said Izuku with Ryo's voice. You wanna tell him, or should I? Spoke Tamada from inside Ryo Izuku's mind. Nah, chuckled Kokura as another female voice chuckled, he didn't want our help, so he should figure it out on his own. How am I on fire right now? Asked Izuku. I'm possessing your body, meaning I've combined our abilities, said Reo with Izuku's body. As long as I'm here, you're both fire and shock proof, as well as shock absorbent. Out of nowhere, the destroyed arena started to shake, forming a thick layer of diamond and earth casing around Izuku Reo, with sub-zero ice covering the earth layers. I may just, said Reo before he was flung out of Izuku's body and into the force field, shocking him again and causing the greenette to be free from his elemental prison. What was that? Asked Izuku, shivering from the cold. The elemental groaned as he fell into the ground, coughing. What happened? The two boys locked eyes, and had one thought in their minds as they glared at each other. Time to end this. Izuku charged at Reo with full cowling 25%, with Reo doing the same with his electricity, clashing and creating shockwaves as they moved around the arena, with blue and green energy being the only thing visible, at least to people that didn't have the ability to perceive things that quickly. The two boys soon stopped after a full 10 minutes, panting as they smirked at each other. Guess I have no other choice, huh? Said Izuku, electricity still sparking around him. Reo smirked, blue lightning sparking as his arm turned to metal and he surrounded himself in flames. Nope, and it looks like I don't either. The two ran at each other at speed so fast, they broke the sound barrier. They both jumped in the air, and Izuku cocked back his arm, with Reo doing the same. Iron body. Crater impact. 100% Detroit. Fire. Smash. Fist. The two attacks collided, and as they did, you could briefly see a crack in the shield before the boys were flung apart as smoke covered the area. Mike finally spoke up, ending the 5-minute silence. Folks, it would seem that both Reo and Midoriya are still standing. The crowd was shocked as the arena cleared, and to their surprise, Mike was right. Reo and Izuku were both standing still, but neither had their signature lightning sparking around them. Reo and Izuku groaned as they chuckled, with Izuku speaking first. When did you learn Ace's move? I'll tell you later, said Reo, falling onto the ground into unconsciousness. Seeing that Midnight is too scared to risk her secret being revealed, spoke Aizawa. Reo Todoroki Monroe is unconscious, so Izuku Midoriya is the winner of this year's sports festival. The crowd cheered, and Izuku smiled, immediately passing out from exhaustion and broken arm. Izuku groaned as he opened his eyes, adjusting to the brightness in the room. Where am I? Asked the greenette as he looked around and saw Reo in the bed next to him. Recovery girl's office. Smiled Reo, attempting to sit up. We kinda caused each other to go past our physical limits. Yes, and I will be talking to both Aizawa and Toshinori about overexerting yourself, said Chio, hitting the boys with her cane, causing them to groan. While normally I would let you both rest, but seeing how you both are awake, Recovery Girl opened the door, revealing All Might, Momo, and Ochako smiling as they entered the room. We are here, shouted All Might, with Momo and Ochako continuing where he left off. To check on you both, said the girls, receiving a laugh from the others. Once everyone got their laughs out, Ochako asked, how are you two holding up? You kinda made some brutal moves out there. Reo chuckled, we can handle it, but I was close to using my best move yet. Izuku looked at Reo in astonishment. Wait, wasn't Crater Impact, Fire Fist your most powerful move? Reo shook his head. Nope, and I'm keeping it a surprise. Momo hugged Reo from behind. Isn't Recovery Girl's quirk supposed to make you tired right now? Meh, said the brunette, noticing All Might started to have steam coming from his body. I actually haven't been healed by Granny Chio's quirk since I found out I could heal myself and others. The four residents in the room that were new to this revelation stared slack-jawed at the elemental before Izuku spoke. Your quirk is too overpowered for too many reasons, said the greenette. Remind me what your quirk allows you to do, said Reo, shutting Izuku up as All Might deflated completely. I've really gotta try and hold my muscle form longer, said Toshinori, accidentally getting Momo and Ochako's attention. Ah, shouted the girls, jumping into Reo and Izuku's arms in surprise. Relax, said Chio, it's just All Might. Are you sure I should tell them? Asked Toshinori, getting a nod from the elderly woman. They're going to find out eventually, shrugged the pro-hero. Besides, Midoriya would tell them when he felt ready. Toshi sighed, and as Izuku set Ochako on the other side of the bed out of embarrassment, explained the scar on his stomach, the story behind One for All, and why Izuku was his successor. That's a lot to take in, said Momo, still processing the new info. Yeah, spoke Ochako, trying not to overload her brain with the new data. It may take a while to process this, but I would like you two to keep this a secret, requested Toshinori, the girls nodding as Izuku and Reo stood up. You ready for the awards ceremony, Izuku? Asked Reo, smirking at the greenette. Race you there, said Izuku, using full cowling 10% to zoom off. Reo chuckled and kissed Momo's cheek, running after the boy immediately afterwards. Just out of curiosity, said Ochako, looking at Toshi, do you know what the surprise is after the awards ceremony? Slowly buffing up, All Might shook his head. I do believe that Principal Nezu had mentioned it the day we told students about the festival, but I'm not exactly sure. Momo and Ochako looked at each other as All Might left the room, thinking one thing as they walked to their seats. Reo, what did you do? Ceremony. With the tournament at its end, it is time to award the winners, said Midnight, smiling as All Might landed beside her. I am here, shouted All Might as the crowd cheered for his appearance, to give you your medals. The four students, well all except Bakugo, who had a blank expression, smiled as All Might walked up to them, speaking to them as they received their medals. Young Bakugo, spoke the blonde hero as he put the medal around the boy's neck, you should be very proud. You may not have won, but reaching where you were is showing that you have what it takes to be a great hero. What the hell happened? Thought Bakugo, I got 4th place, how? I can understand losing to Nature Freak or Icy Hot, but I lost to Deku. How? He's not the son of a hero, he's a nobody who happened to get a quirk late. So what happened? Am I weak? I lost to Deku, so that must be it. It doesn't matter, cause I'll beat him with my own power. As Bakugo processed his defeat, All Might continued giving medals out. Young Todoroki, said All Might, smiling at the boy, you are strong in your own right, even if you had used your fire. Continue getting stronger and you will be a great hero and be an unstoppable force. Shoto nodded, smiling as All Might moved on. Young Todoroki Monroe, said All Might, using his godson's once again legal name, you may have reached second, but know this, you have not lost anything. Continue being a good person, a great ally, and you will with no doubt reach the top. I would try and minimize the damage if you can, though. Reo smiled, looking at his medal and then nodding in acceptance. All Might smiled as he looked at Izuku who smiled back. Young Midoriya, said the proud hero, you have exceeded expectations of you and gone beyond, taking on each challenge and emerging victorious. How do you feel? Izuku smiled as he was handed a microphone, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and while I may have won the sports festival, I have many more challenges to face. Winning is all I ever wanted, so I only have 3 more things to say to those challenges. Izuku went silent, with the crowd waiting in anticipation for his announcement. The Greenette held the mic and shouted, I am here. The crowd cheered at his announcement, and All Might smiled, jumping into the stands as Midnight approached the mic. With the tournament over, said the rated R hero, the fight between the first and second place winners against a pro hero of their choice will begin once they have decided. Izuku walked up to Reo while Bakugo and Shoto left for the stands, with Izuku finally processing what Midnight said. What the fuck, Reo? Shouted the Greenette. Reo simply smiled, holding 2 thumbs up at him. Meanwhile, this ID mask was actually a really good idea, thought the boy with the watch, now no one will recognize me at all. The boy that previously had been wearing a green and black hoodie was now wearing a white and black one with its hood down revealing his black hair and mean-looking face. Think Beta Izuku. Turning the corner, he saw a man wearing a green tux and a black and red mask. So, said the man, what are you doing here, kid? Unless you have a good reason for being in this universe, I'm afraid I gotta deal with you. What do you mean? Said the disguised boy, I'm heading home. I warned you, said the man, grabbing the boy and dragging him into an alley. The boy instantly reached for his still visible watch, about to slam it down as the man grabbed his attention again. Relax, said the man, I'm not gonna kill you, I just needed to talk. I'm a chaotic neutral guy. Anyway, wanna know how I recognized you? The boy nodded, keeping his hand near his watch. It's easy to find myself, so I came to the only place you would. Home, smirked the man, relaxing. Now, why don't you put the Omnitrix away and talk to your friend the anarchist, okay kid? The boy was shocked by the fact that he knew about his watch. Fine, said the boy, make it quick, anarchist. Thanks to Bored and Sleepy 2000 for all owing me to use the anarchist in this story. Also, we have one more chapter before the Stain arc, and for all my big 3 fans, you may or may not like the plan I have for their upcoming appearance. Author's note, I'm not sure if anyone can see the poll for Rio's hero name, so I will be showing you the options here. 1. Adapt. 2. Essential element. 3. Natural phantom. 4. Element. I do not own these mysterious characters, but once I reveal who they are I will also reveal their owners. 62 Chapter 24, The Sports Festival begins. Part 8. Reviews. The Toxic Love Machine. The punishment will be revealed in the next arc. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. The Sports Festival begins. Part 8. I hope you have some popcorn viewers, cause this next match is going to be one to remember, shouted Mike, getting even more hyped up. I suggest that you get your cameras out while our contestants decide who they are fighting. On the arena, Izuku was a little busy talking to Reo about their situation. What the hell, man, said Izuku, not expecting this at all, why didn't you tell me we would have to do this? Reo shrugged, I figured we could talk about it after the last fight, but you were unconscious. Izuku groaned, accepting that this next fight would be a bit difficult. Fine, we can do this, but we're not fighting All Might. Reo chuckled, I'm not that crazy, plus I don't wanna hurt him, and I was thinking we could fight Mirko. I found her in the crowd when you were fighting Bakugo. No, I was thinking Kamui Woods or Edgeshot, argued Izuku. Dude, I have fire, remember? Kamui wouldn't last long if I burnt him, and Edgeshot is too fast, plus with him mainly using stealth to his advantage, that wouldn't work here. The two kept going back and forth for 5 minutes, suggesting Yukio, Smintos, Eraserhead, and even Hawks, who Izuku had seen in the cafeteria, before deciding on a choice that made the two content. We have decided that we will fight, shouted the two boys, pointing at the hero, Endeavor. The crowd gasped as the flaming hero looked at the two boys, nodding. Reo smirked at Izuku, this is perfect. Not only can we counter him perfectly, but we are so in sync with each other by now that he won't be able to keep up. Izuku smirked, yay, and it helps that you hate the guy. When it comes to him, he's literally fuel for your fire. Reo nodded, looking at Momo and Shoto, who were dumbfounded by the two friends, shaking their heads as they sat down. Endeavor finally appeared, his flames dancing around him as he walked to the boys, standing in front of them with a blank expression on his face. The flame hero finally spoke, "I am giving you boys one chance to surrender and prevent yourselves from getting hurt." Izuku and Reo looked at each other before looking back the red-headed hero before chuckling. "You don't want to hurt us?" laughed Reo, flames around him as he pulled out a blue ring with a black R on it. "Yeah, that's bullshit. If anything, you should probably be afraid, cause Reo and I," smirked Izuku, "we're gonna beat you so bad, Hawks will take your place as number 2. The crowd had heard the three and gulped, knowing that they were all powerful in their own right, while Hawk's sweat dropped at the comment. If the fighters are ready, then let the battle," Midnight nervously said before being interrupted by Reo. "Hey Auntie," asked the elemental, "would it be alright if we put on our hero costumes?" Midnight was a bit confused about the question, since she didn't think that wasn't possible at the moment. "Don't ask, Midnight," said Aizawa on the microphone, and knowing what the teen had planned, it's fair since they both are fighting a pro hero instead of a student. Reo nodded, holding out his fist before the ring seemingly opened, revealing an empty hero costume that looked like Rio's. Reo let it stay in the air for a couple seconds, jumping into it while turning intangible, putting it on as he turned his hair into its fiery white style. The crowd watched in interest, a bit confused about how a suit fit inside a ring, while the entire Class 1A sat there with their mouths wide, with the exception of Momo. Izuku was also surprised, before realizing something. "How am I supposed to put on my suit?" asked the greenette. Reo reached into a pocket on his belt, revealing a watch and gave it to Izuku. "Put this on your wrist and tap the side," smiled Reo. Izuku was confused, but all thing considered, followed his directions. Tapping the watch, a green light appeared around Izuku, scanning him as he was covered in armor that went around him, surprising him. The armor was bulky at first, but it started to slim down, and once it did, revealed a costume similar to Izuku's hero costume, though the base was metallic and flexible, allowing him to still move around while he fought. At this sight, the crowd was once again speechless, including both hero classes. "Dude," shouted Izuku, "did you have this on you the whole time?" Reo nodded, "Early birthday present." "Wait, what's it made of?" asked Izuku. "Nanites, Momo made them, and helped me figure out how to make it scan someone's costume to put it in the database." "So you're telling me that you create hero tech in your spare time?" asked Izuku. "You didn't have to do this for me, Reo." "Dude, you're my brother from another mother, I always have your back," smiled Reo, before chuckling, "unless you don't want it." Izuku held his watch to his chest, "You ain't getting this back." Reo chuckled, before Endeavor spoke, "I would appreciate it we got on with this fight instead of wasting time." The boys smirked, nodding at Midnight as she got behind the now activated force field, starting the match. "Out of generosity, I will allow you two to make the first move," said Endeavor, making Izuku raise his eyebrow. "You sure you wanna do that, fireman?" said Izuku as he noticed strange devices hook up to Rio's neck. "Your defeat is inevitable, so I will allow both of you to make the first move," said Endeavor, receiving a smirk from Reo. "You heard him, Izuku," said the brunette, "let's kick his ass." Play Stronger by Kanye West. Reo inhaled deeply, and blowing in his direction, surrounded the flame hero in ice, temporarily freezing him in place. "This must suck, huh?" asked Izuku, using full cowling 10%, Soru to appear in front of Endeavor, punching him, sending him to the edge of the arena. "Giving us the first move was your mistake, Enji," said Reo, jumping into the air as he activated his newly named Metal Man while activating his speed streak. Narrowing his eyes, Endeavor melted the ice, and noticing Izuku, sent him flying into a wall with a powerful punch. Looking at Reo, the hero sent a stream of flames at him, intending to knock him down. The fire was headed in Rio's direction, but as he stopped the attack, Endeavor noticed that Reo had not even been slightly burnt, and gritted his teeth. He must have phased through the attack, thought Enji. "You're wrong, shitbag," said a very familiar voice. Surprised, the hero looked at Rio's eyes, revealing that he was the one who spoke in his head. "Izuku, you okay?" asked Reo. "Yeah, I'm good, Reo," said Izuku, "iron body protected me from the impact." "Wait, how are you in my head?" shouted Izuku, realizing that he was talking to Reo in his mind. "Conversation for later, let's do this," said Reo, punching Endeavor in the face. "I'm coming, but we aren't done with this yet," said Izuku, blasting out of the crater in the wall and launching himself at Reo. Reo caught Izuku's hand, and spinning them in the air, threw Izuku at Endeavor while yelling, "Human slingshot." Izuku was sent flying at Endeavor, who countered with a fiery blast, but at the last second, he noticed his own fire change direction without warning. "What the hell?" thought Enji. Izuku smirked, cocking his arm back as he yelled, "Detroit Smash." Endeavor heard the attack name, and was a bit surprised, not noticing the incoming fist to his face. The flaming hero was sent flying into the force field, shocking him until he fell, the hero's flames getting brighter as he got angrier. "Hey, Uncle Enji," said Reo, appearing in front of him with a smirk, "you do realize that you're getting your ass handed to you by two 16-year-olds, right? I'm sure that the number 2 hero had more strength than that. Guess I was wrong." Reo walked away, smirking at Izuku as he felt heat behind him, turning around before being pulled up by his costume, revealing Endeavor who had covered himself in flames. "Ah, man, Reo has just pissed Endeavor off," shouted Mike. Fighting Endeavor was a logical choice, said Aizawa. Midoriya can counter his speed and strength, while Reo can handle his fire without risk. You want strength, boy, said the hero, I'll give you strength. While holding Reo, Endeavor sent a blast of flames at him, engulfing him in flames, causing Reo to simply make an air ball and play with it. Do you pay attention to anything? Asked the elemental, Izuku running up behind him. I'm fucking fireproof. Endeavor immediately stopped his attack, sending a punch at Reo, who got launched backwards, being knocked into Izuku as the two flew backwards, activating Iron Body and Metal Man to protect themselves. Fuck, that actually hurt, said Reo, rubbing his jaw. Reo got up, using his icy abilities to form his heaven-piercing ice wall, giving him cover to help Izuku. Damn, that sucked, said the Greenette, grabbing Rio's hand as he got up. I have an idea, but we need to be in complete literal sync, said Reo, watching the ice slowly melt as he saw the flame hero's figure. That's last resort, but I'm willing to try if it will give us the edge, smirked Izuku. We better be quick, cause here he comes, shouted Reo, watching Endeavor glare at him. Hell Spider, shouted the pro, 8 thin streams of flames appearing from his back as they headed for Izuku and Reo, who were currently running from the attack, it following them wherever they went. I'm pretty sure he's very pissed now, shouted Izuku, running from 4 flaming streaks. Yeah, in hindsight, this whole thing was a good idea, but now I'm not so sure, shouted Reo, running from his own 4 streaks. A bit tired of running, Izuku turned around, flicking his finger as he dodged any streams of fire, getting slightly burnt despite each one not landing on him at all. Reo saw Izuku and chuckled, why am I running? He stopped, and as a stream of flames neared him, he grabbed it out of the air and broke it from its source, spinning it around as he turned it to metal. Endeavor growled in annoyance, now knowing exactly why his flames never touched either boy. You know, fighting you may not have been my best idea yet, smirked Reo, the metal wrapping around his chest, but I love the look on your face when you realize that your flames are being controlled by someone else. Everyone watching grew silent, trying to figure out if they had misheard the boy. What is he talking about? Shouted Mike, one of the many elementals in the crowd who were very confused. For a teacher, you really don't read his file often, groaned Aizawa, now in his halfway opened sleeping bag. Rio's quirk allows him to not only command his 6 main elements and give him the natural abilities of a ghost, but he is also able to manipulate other elemental attacks, even if he's not the one who made the attack. It's the main reason why Midoriya hasn't been hit by Endeavor's flames. In conjunction with his ghostly abilities, Reo is a force to be frowned with, hence the name of his quirk, Elemental Ghost. Everyone in the crowd except the ones who knew Rio's quirk because he had told them or he was trained by them was a bit surprised at the explanation as they watched Reo swing the metal chain at Endeavor, wrapping him in it. Hell chain, shouted Reo, his arms bursting into flames as the chain was as well, burning Endeavor with his flaming whip as Izuku smirked. Noticing his nod, Reo grunted, and using as much strength that he had, swung Endeavor at Izuku, who was ready with a Detroit smash. Not trying to be beaten by the boys, Endeavor slowly started melting his binds, melting them off as Izuku swung at him, missing his head by a couple inches. Attempting to attack again, Izuku swung at Endeavor, surprised when his fist was caught by the flaming hero. Ah, shouted Izuku, his arm being burned as Enji stood up. Here's the difference between me and my brother, boys, said Enji, the flames around his face getting brighter. I don't hold back. I don't try and play nice. I'm also stronger than him. Reo had overheard his uncle and his hair was growing brighter, it turning blue for a split second as it raised itself in the air. I suggest you choose your next actions very carefully, Enji. Reo warned darkly as blue lightning surrounded him and his skin had crystal shards start coming out of it, otherwise after this fight. You're gonna be knocked down to number 3. Endeavor simply threw Izuku to the side, the Greenette holding his arm that was covered in burns as the flaming hero scoffed. Reo looked at Izuku, his blazing hair and rage disappearing as he ran to him. Izuku, stay really still, okay, said Reo as he melted the nearby ice, covering his hands in the water, it glowing as he held it on the burn. The crowd watched in amazement as Reo healed Izuku, with a couple pros commenting how they think both boys would be great to have as a sidekick. This is gonna sting for a bit, but it will help cover the entire wound, said Reo, healing him faster as he froze the water, keeping the healing properties in it. It's sub-zero, so the only one who can melt it is me, smiled Reo, pulling out a sling for Izuku's arm, don't worry about the fight. I got you in this mess, so I'm gonna get you out of it. Reo stood, his normal hair shading his eyes as he spoke, his voice matching the same frequency as Aizawa's earpiece. Get the restraints, said Reo, looking at his uncle who had an understanding look. Looking back at Izuku, Reo glared at the ground with his head down. Tell me, Endeavor, Reo softly spoke, do you know what fear is? Confused by the question, Endeavor simply said, of course I do, there's not a single hero in here that doesn't deal with fearing for both their lives and the lives of others. Reo chuckled, the arena becoming darker as he was covered in blue lightning and white fire. I don't mean fear when you're being a hero, said Reo, electric shuriken appearing in his hands, I'm talking about your personal worst fear. Class 1A stands. What is this? Said Ochako, a bit frightened by Reo at the moment, I've never seen Reo so angry. He has a right to be, said Shoto, trying to establish a connection with Reo, he just saw one of his closest family get burned, and thrown aside like a rag doll. I know, but, why is it so dark? Asked Ashido. Monroe, no, Reo has reached one of his breaking points, said Tokiyami, grabbing everyone's attention. He has become so angry that his rage could not be shown through his flames, so it went to another element, an element of darkness. It's not a good path to go down, I should know. That doesn't make sense, shouted Hagakure. Reo only has 6 elements. It's not possible for him to use darkness. Rio's not your ordinary elemental, you know, spoke Shoto. He has the equivalent of elemental abilities of all of ours combined, meaning he could very well gain more. I have no doubt my cousin is powerful, and I'm sure you all know this. Reo cares for us in his own way, especially the one he's closest to. Todoroki, what are you saying? Asked Ochako, receiving a sigh from the dual-haired teen. Remember what happened to that monster at the USJ? Asked the scarred teen, receiving a nod from everyone. He saved us, said Bakugo. To the surprise of everyone else, he risked his life to save us, putting him in a mini coma for days. Exactly, said the dual elemental, his flames igniting before they died. My father just badly burned someone he considers a brother and threw him away like nothing happened. So the question is. He was soon interrupted by the only person who had not taken her eyes off of Reo. How bad is Reo going to destroy Endeavor? Said Momo, a bit of tears coming down her face. Everyone who had not come to this conclusion gasped, with most of the class getting up and heading for the stairs before the exit was blocked by ice. What the hell, Todoroki? Shouted everyone but Bakugo, Tokiyami, and Momo. Shoto shook his head. Reo caused that, even if I would have done it anyway. He can sense your movements, remember. He doesn't want to get anyone else hurt. What about Endeavor? Asked Kaminari. Yeah, he's not making it out of there without a couple broken bones, chuckled Shoto, a bit nervous. Arena. Before now, if you ever told Enji Todoroki that he would be scared of a 16-year-old boy, then he would burn you alive. But now, Enji was terrified of the sight in front of him, not that his face showed it. Reo was walking towards him with icy armor around him, dragging an electric sword across the ground as he threw his adeptly named shocking shuriken at Endeavor's shoulders, with his skin turned to ice, his hair flaming in the air. Tell me, uncle, said Reo, his sword being covered in white flames as his voice became distorted, what do you fear? Enji didn't respond, the shuriken temporarily preventing him from doing anything. If you're wondering, I'm not going to kill you, said Reo, grabbing Endeavor's arm and putting it to his face. You've got one chance, number 2. Use your fire on me and stop this. Better yet, use your prominence burn. We both know that's the only way I'll even feel your attack. Enji tried with all his strength, but the shuriken were keeping him from activating his quirk. Pathetic, said Reo, grabbing his arm and breaking it. You feel that pain. That's what happens when I see assholes like you hurting someone I love. All you criminals watching, and I know you are, this is your only warning. Come for my family, my friends, any of the people I care about, and I will not hesitate to send you to the hospital. Reo looked away, creating a ring of fire around him and Enji as he whispered something to the red-headed hero who nodded. Once he was finished, he walked away, looking at Aizawa as he spoke. Now, I only have a couple seconds left, so I'll make this quick, said Reo, sensing 4 figures he knew well coming in fast. Any criminals that are out there, you have one chance to turn yourself in. This was not a match, it was a fucking setup. I knew Izuku and I could take on Endeavor and win, but I didn't count his holic rage into the equation. I will find you, and when I do, you better surrender or fight like you mean it. This whole fight was only set up because I asked Principal Nezu. I am one of many, yet one of few. Do not fucking test me, because you will not win. Quote. The 4 figures sighed, one of them groaning, why is he so difficult when it comes to this? A feminine one spoke, I don't know, but he's in for a talking to. I wonder what that darkness is, maybe a cloud or a quirk. Maybe it was special effects. Ooh, could we get some special effects? A soft male one spoke, I'm not sure that I want to face him. That darkness is scary, and it doesn't seem like special effects. Come on guys, said a cheery male voice, we've done this before. He may be stronger than the last time, but we were made as the restraints for a reason. The male then disappeared while shouting, I'll see if I can catch him off guard. He's not gonna catch him off guard, is he? Asked another feminine voice. Nope, said the other 2 figures. Reo was a bit busy talking to the camera when he felt something below him. So you're here, huh? Chuckled Reo, turning intangible while standing on air. That's not gonna work, you know. Maybe not, said the mystery man, his face appearing, but this will. The man then phased out of the floor and through Reo, revealing a blonde man with blue eyes in a white suit and red cape, with the number 1 million in gold numbers. The man fell back, and to the surprise of everyone, grabbed Reo and held him on the air platform. Just because I'm the one who asked for you 4 doesn't mean I'm gonna be a pushover, said Reo, turning tangible before he was sent flying against the wall by a golden spiral, soon finding himself being trapped by tentacles. Where's the other one? Asked Reo, noticing that one of them are missing. Closer than you think, brat, said the last hidden restraint. There you are, said Reo, watching them as they were carried in the air. I hate you, Reo, said the restraint. You know you love me, smirked Reo, heating his hands before being knocked unconscious with a bat that came from the final attacker. My name is Sumai, brat, shouted the now named Sumai, who was dressed in blue and purple combat armor. Sumai Onagi, hero name, slime me. Her quirk, slime. By manipulating her body, she is able to change her size, shape, appearance, and construct weapons and armor by studying it or eating it. Fun fact, she actually never removes her hero costume, since it has been created to change with her. Thanks, Sumai. He was cooking my tentacles, said the shy restraint that was dressed in a large hooded robe. No problem Tamaki, said Sumai, her face turning red as she turned into literal slime. Tamaki Amajiki, hero name, Sunniator. His quirk, manifest. He can turn his body into anything he eats. For example, if he eats calamari, he can have octopus arms, though he is the shy one of the group. You two are so cute, squealed the other female who dressed in a tight teal and purple suit with a halo above her head. You two should date. Najire. What are you doing? Said Sumai, red as a cherry as she covered the girl's mouth. Removing the slime from her mouth, the now named Najire looked confused. What do you mean? I'm trying to get you two together so you two can go on a double date with Mirio and I. Najire Hado, hero name, Najire-chan. Her quirk, wave. She can make spirally shaped waves of energy and blast her opponents with them. Najire, please stop teasing the lovebirds, chuckled the man in the white suit, otherwise known as Mirio. Mirio Tagata, hero name, Lemillion. His quirk, permeation. He can phase through anything, though don't ask him to show you without his hero costume's pants. Fine, but I want extra cuddles tonight, said Najire, getting laughs from the others. What happened? Said Reo, now waking up and spotting the only students that could stop him and vice versa. I hope you're watching folks, cause this is a rare moment, shouted Mike. I would like to introduce Najire Hado, Tamaki Amajiki, Sumai Onagi, and Mirio Tagata, 4 members of the Big Five. The crowd was a bit confused at who the last member of the Big Five was and why they didn't appear, but cheered nonetheless. Don't ever do that again, said 2 people that got Rio's attention. Feeling a dark presence behind him, Reo looked to see Momo and Izuku with a dark aura around them, with Momo knocking Reo out as she and Izuku dragged him off to the stands. Sumai snickered, looks like Rio's gonna be on punishment for a while. I didn't know he had a girlfriend, Najire excitedly said. Lucky him, said Tamaki, standing alone as he was swallowed in depression. I'll give him some pointers when he and I can talk, smiled Mirio, watching as Reo was dragged away. Well, that just happened. Anyhow, with no word from Endeavor and Reo being dragged away, the match is a draw. In conclusion, the sports festival is officially over. Fireworks were lit, with many people cheering while pros looked at the others in interest. The sports festival had ended with a bang, but there was a new presence in its place, a dark presence. Stands. Well, that just happened, said Zero, not wanting to piss off his 3 classmates that had just left the arena. Yeah, it makes you wonder, said Ashido, a mischievous smirk across her face. If it isn't Class 1A, said a voice that made all of them groan, you are all such savages, using your quirk like that. With that last performance, I wouldn't be surprised if that idiot got expelled from the school. Manama had often pissed people them off, but he was getting infuriating. Manama stopped, feeling cold as he looked at Shoto, who was holding his arm. Shut up and leave before I do something I regret. The blonde for once listened, backing away as his arm was thawed out, returning to his class, getting knocked out by Kendo as soon as she saw him. Guys, said a voice, everyone turning around to see Reo, I'm sorry for scaring you all. I just got so upset seeing Izuku get hurt, and the fact that I know other things that Endeavor has done. I understand if you were upset with me, but I would do the same thing if it were any of you. The multi-elemental stood silently, his class not saying anything before he felt arms around him. After everything that's happened, I understand why you went a little berserk, said Izuku, hugging Reo with his good arm as Momo spoke. While I was a bit scared, I can understand why as well, said the Ravenet, hugging him. I'm pretty sure that anyone here can get being super protective of the ones closest to you, especially after losing your parents, said Ochako, hugging Reo, who had tears rolling down his cheek, hugging the others back as he cried. Reo kept looking at his friends and girlfriend, looking up at Shoto who was rubbing his arm due to not knowing what to do thanks to being antisocial most of his life. The teen chuckled, pulling his cousin into the hug, the 4 falling on the floor as they all laughed. You do know that you're gonna have to help heal Endeavor, right? Asked Momo, getting up as everyone started to leave. Damn it, groaned Reo, helping Izuku up as he walked out of the stands, following his girlfriend. I may not have won, but I didn't lose either, thought Reo as he smiled as he looked at his friends. Somewhere else. What do you mean? Jojo's not here, the boy who had dialed the Jotaro family shouted into the phone. Master Kinshi has more important matters to attend to than dealing with an eager fan, said the man on the phone. I will inform him that you have called. Wait, said the boy, being hung up on immediately to his displeasure. Damn it, said the boy, walking off while reaching in his jacket pocket and pulling out a picture. I'm trying, I promise that I will return to you too soon. Walking off, he could have sworn he saw a small, one-horned girl with white hair in a hospital gown with bandages on her arms and legs. Rubbing his eyes and doing a double take, the boy looked and saw that no one was there, causing him to sigh and walk off, trying to get a good disguise. If I'm gonna be stuck here a while, might I get a place to stay? That concludes the sports festival arc. If anyone is curious about Sumai, she's the reason why it's called the Big Five, plus I don't want Tamaki to be a third wheel. I ship Mirio and Najire, but please don't hate me for it. I'm pretty sure no one has given me a single suggestion for Rio's hero name, which will be announced in the next few chapters. Please leave comments so I can take your voting into account here. Your opinions really matter to me. 1. Adapt. 2. Essential element. 3. Natural phantom. 4. Element. 62 Chapter 25, Home Hijinks. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OC. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Home hijinks. Are you sure about this? Asked Reo, staring at Shoto with a serious expression. It can't be undone. I'm positive. Nodded Shoto. I can't be persuaded from my choice. Well, alright then, said Reo, putting gloves on as he went to work. Next morning. Morning, everyone, asked Izuku, yawning as he came into the kitchen and got out his All Might mug. What smells so good, Sato? Blueberry pancakes with chocolate croissants plus bacon and eggs, said the teen chef. Want some help? Asked Izuku, making his coffee as Sato nodded. So, what's next, chef? Smirked Izuku, putting on an apron before washing his hands. Well, next I was going to make some mochi, cause I know Uraraka loves it, then I was gonna make a souffle that Aoyama showed me, said Sato, pulling out the recipes for each meal. Izuku nodded, the two boys getting to work as more of their classmates woke. Is it just me, or does it smell really good in here? Asked Ashido, Momo beside her half awake. It's not just you, Ashido, Izuku said from the kitchen. The pink girl groaned, okay, you know how Sue wants to be called, Sue. Can you all just start calling me Mina? I consider everyone to be a good friend. Okay, but how are you gonna let everyone know? Asked Sato. Momo chimed in, you could always put it in the group chat, Mina. Good idea, Yao Momo, smiled Mina, pulling out her phone and typing away. Yao Momo? Asked the Ravenet, a bit confused by the nickname. Oh, the girls and I call you that since your name is a little long, chuckled the pink elemental, I hope you aren't offended. It's fine, just unexpected, plus my family name is a bit long, smiled Momo, spotting more classmates as she drank her tea. So, Yao Momo, smirked Mina, how far have you and Reo gone? Momo was so caught off guard by the question that she spat out her tea, receiving a stifled laugh from the yellow-eyed girl. Sorry, chuckled Mina, grabbing the paper towels and handing them to her. I mean, have you done the deed? Is he good in bed? I need the deets. Momo turned to the smiling girl, her face redder than the now-awake Kirishima's hair. We haven't done anything like that, just kissing, hugging, and cuddling, though I wouldn't tell if we did. Mina's smile turned into a cute pout, frowning, come on, he hasn't tried to do anything. I need some romantic stuff. No, he's been patient and understanding, which is something I appreciate, smiled Momo. Are you being serious? Asked the pinkett, no romantic tea. No juicy tidbits. We actually haven't even seen each other's rooms, chuckled Momo as she walked away, though if you want to have some romantic experiences, I would suggest talking to Kirishima. Wah, said Mina, turning a slight shade of white, not expected that from the classy girl. Morning, everyone, said Shoto, grabbing a banana as Reo appeared next to him. Izuku quickly took notice of both Reo and Shoto, smirking. Morning, guys, said Reo, receiving a kiss from Momo, how did you all sleep? Like a baby, said Toru, waking up next with Ochako and Sue. Hey, Shoto, said Izuku, could you cool down my coffee? It's hotter than I expected. Shoto nodded, getting up and cooling down the coffee, sitting down on the couch as everyone else woke up. Morning Bakugo, said Shoto as Bakugo sat on the couch. Fuck you, icy hot, yelled Bakugo, getting up and making his own coffee. No thanks, I'm straight, said the elemental teen, receiving a laugh from everyone. Soon, Izuku and Sato had finished making breakfast, and everyone had eaten while Shoto and Reo had a silent conversation with each other. Ready for phase 2? Asked Reo. Shoto nodded, ready. Shoto got up, heading to the restroom. Hey, Kaminari, asked Reo, I have a couple of devices that need to be charged later, do you mind? Kaminari shrugged, why not? Though I don't get why you don't just do it yourself. I'm going to be personally training you elementals to use your quirk to its fullest potential, said Reo, pointing at them with his fork, meaning, while I could charge them myself, you need to learn how to control your output. Okay, but I would like to know what present Mike was talking about at the sports festival in those third years there, asked Kaminari, everyone looking at Reo as they waited for an answer. Looking around, Reo chuckled, I was gonna tell you all in the next arc, but now it's fine. Those 4 students were Mirio Tagata, Nijire Hato, Sumai Onagi, and Tamaki Amajiki. Otherwise known as the Big Five. Wait, why are they called the Big Five if there are 4 of them, and why did they show up at the first year's festival? Asked Ochako, eating her mochi. They came cause I asked for them, said Reo, receiving a confused look from everyone. I said it into Mr. Aizawa's earpiece. As Izuku may have mentioned before, I grew up both at UA, and with him and his mom. I kept my training here, and as expected, I got stronger thanks to the hellish training. When I turned 14, I could power a whole car with one blast, meaning that I needed to be able to be dealt with if needed. Naturally, I was against it, as anyone with that kind of power would be, but I grew to like it. The restraints, as they were called, were given the task of stopping me if I went berserk or my anger got to a certain point. They were all students who topped everyone in the hero course, and due to me being 2 years younger, were also first years. Those students' names were Mirio Tagata, Nijire Hato, Tamaki Amajiki, and Sumai Onagi, who were given the title of the Big Four during their first years in UA, since they were all powerful in their own way, with another joining their ranks, expanding the Big Four into the Big Five once they were second years. Who's the 5th member? Asked Kirishima, who was eating his second plate of food. That's classified, said Reo, getting up and washing his plate. Shoto soon came back, getting his own plate soon afterwards before noticing the tension in the room. What did I miss? Asked the dual-haired teen, receiving no answer. Never mind, I don't want to know, said Shoto, walking over to his seat next to Momo and giving her a kiss on the cheek. At this sight, everyone simply looked at Shoto and said, "We pray for you, my friend, but I would advise that you start running." Why would I run? Asked the confused teen, smirking at Reo. I don't seem to be in any danger. Reo sat down, quietly eating his pancakes as everyone looked at him, expecting something to happen. Reo, said Ochako, you do realize that Shoto just kissed Momo, right? No, he didn't, said Reo, receiving a chuckle from his cousin. Let's keep this going for a bit, Reo said in Shoto's mind. It is pretty funny to watch, said Shoto. Momo was soon silently emitting a dark aura, and with surprising speeds, punched Shoto in the face. Everyone could only watch in surprise as Shoto dodged the punch, not expecting him to move at such quick speeds. Change in plans, said Reo, let's just show them. I don't plan on getting destroyed today. Wise choice, because I may be next, said Shoto, the too scared of Momo at the moment. We've kept this going long enough, haven't we? Shoto asked Reo, who nodded. It was a bit funny, chuckled Reo, carefully getting something out of his eyes. I'm surprised no one noticed, said the dual-haired teen, figured that either Bakugo or Izuku would notice first. I did, but I played along, chuckled Izuku, I wasn't gonna stop this from playing out. The cousins looked at each other before Shoto shrugged, I would expect that from you. Okay, can someone tell us what's going on? Asked the class, confused by this whole situation. You ready? Asked Reo, holding a camera for some reason. Shoto nodded, removing something from his eyes as well, smirking. Damn, said Shoto, you should have seen your faces. Okay, what's going on? You don't usually talk like that, asked Zero, which Shoto laughed at. Okay, said the dual-haired teen, holding something on his fingers, we've kept them in the dark long enough. Activate your quirk on 3, okay. Reo nodded, 1, 2, 3. The two activated their quirks, with Shoto being surrounded by lightning, while Rio's fire was activated in his hand, but only on his right side, confusing a few of the students. The few people that knew either Shoto or Reo were still confused, while the top students in the class happened to immediately understand what happened. Nature freak, why the hell did you and Icy Hot switch appearances? Asked Bakugo, a bit annoyed at the whole situation. Wait, what is going on? Asked Kirishima, just as confused as everyone else. Got it in one, said Shoto, turning intangible to confirm the blonde's statement. Why? Asked everyone, wanting to get a good reason in response. I wanted to show you all something, said Reo. Reo just suggested this. The now revealed Reo had been chuckling. To be fair, I didn't think he would actually agree, but it was worth it. Reo continued chuckling, not noticing Momo walk up to him, pinching one of his nerves. Ah, shouted the boy, collapsing to the floor, Momo, please let me go. Not until you tell me why you did this in the first place, said the rabbinette, pinching harder. Reo groaned, looking to Shoto and Izuku for help, with the greenette shark his head while Shoto spoke up. I wanted to show you all my face, said Shoto, catching everyone's attention as he moved his hair to the side, revealing his blue eye. Everyone gasped in surprise at Shoto, whose face was completely normal, due to the fact that his scar was no longer there. Surprise, said Shoto and Reo, who had been allowed to stand. Wait a second, said Momo, realizing something, I kissed Shoto earlier. Shoto turned red, causing Reo to punch his shoulder, don't even think about it, dude. He then turned to Momo, when you were about to kiss him, I sped over and turned invisible, so I was the one receiving the kiss, not him. Momo chuckled, as much as she loved her boyfriend, he could be a bit much sometimes. How did Todoroki know about the Big Five? Asked Ojiro, sitting on the couch. Which one? Asked Shoto, which some groaned, it was a joke, did I say it wrong? No, that was good Shoto, said Reo, stretching, 2 things, Ojiro. 1. Just call us by our first names, otherwise that's gonna be an overused line. 2. I possessed Shoto, with his permission of course. Everyone nodded, though Momo was still curious about something. Hair dye? Asked the creation user, which Reo chuckled. Yeah, said the boy, rubbing his neck, I won't be able to remove it until Monday. It's alright, said Kirishima, I dye my hair too. I think it's super manly. Everyone groaned, with Bakugo walking back to his room. I don't have time for this, groaned the blonde, taking an apple with him. Iida then decided to walk back inside, sweating from his daily morning run. Good morning, everyone, spoke the engine user as he made his plate, how are you all doing this fine morning? Reo and I switched appearances, said Shoto, as if nothing was wrong with that. As those words left his mouth, both Shoto and Reo found themselves being lectured by Iida, the two just sitting on the couch as they listened. Unknown. Okay, anarchist, said the boy with a watch, taking off a mask and rubbing his eyes, who are you, and why did you want to talk this early? The anarchist sipped his tea, soon pulling out a bag of weed. Want some? Asked the chaotic man, it's the best in my universe. The boy was annoyed, and started turning the dial on his watch as he spoke. 1. I don't smoke. 2. Stop changing the subject. Anarchist nodded, good answer. He then grabbed his lighter, annoying the boy further. I'm out of here, said the boy, heading back to the street. Ever hear of the multiverse? The anarchist said, getting the boy's attention. What are you talking about? He asked. That's not possible, the multiversal theory has never been confirmed. Pulling out a device, Anarchist spoke, true, but that's only because the government, or some people just want to have their own fun. I'm the latter, but my multiversal teleported isn't letting me leave, so I can't get home right now. What does this have to do with me? Asked the boy, still fidgeting with the watch. You came out of a portal, as well as another person, said the anarchist. Before I continue, stop messing with the Omnitrix. I don't want you to unlock the master control or turn into a Tokastar, or worse, a Celestial Sapien. I'm fine with not messing up the reality I'm in, thank you very much. Too late for that, said the boy, holding his head in his hands as he processed the new info. Look, let's face it. You're obviously overwhelmed, and need time to process this, spoke the anarchist as a purple portal appeared behind him. Get some rest, practice your training, cause we may have to fight next time we meet. A bit confused, the boy nodded, not noticing his watch beep a bit as he walked away, heading to his hotel room. The anarchist spoke something as he walked into the portal, groaning in pain as he sat down. Well, said the man, drinking a beer, this complicates things. Dorms. Hey, Izuku, said Reo, motioning to outside, mind if we talk? Sure, said the greenette, following his childhood friend outside. Izuku was surprised to see Todoroki, who was out there admiring his new hairstyle when he saw the two walking up to him. Midoriya, Reo, said the temporary bluenet, how are you? We're good, said Reo, but I need to talk to the two of you, and this was the best option. The elemental then grabbed each of their shoulders, putting them in his mindscape. Whoa, this is new, said Izuku, looking around the black void. Not really, shrugged Shoto, I've been here before. Really? Asked Izuku, which Shoto nodded. As much as I enjoy this, I think it's time we got down to business, said a voice that made the two turn around. Gentlemen, meet Kokura and Tamada, the elemental spirits of lightning, fire, water, air, and earth, said Reo, who had his natural blue hair, and mumbled, you could also call them my spirit parents, cause I can't do anything without them seeing it. Oh, hush, chuckled Kokura, chasing Reo around the void. I am Tamada, the first elemental to use earth, water, and air, spoke Tamada, bowing, my comrade is the beautiful Kokura, the first elemental to use fire and lightning. Kokura, having caught Reo somehow, soon came over, oh, sweetie, you flatter me. Reo soon was released, and Izuku and Shoto managed to get a good look at the two spirits. Kokura was wearing a yellow dress with flames on it, while she wore a lightning-shaped necklace and earrings. Tamada wore a blue and white GI, with a sash that had a symbol for earth, one for air, and one for earth. Izuku took note to write this down in his notebook. Now, Izuku, said Reo, sitting down at a chair that appeared from nowhere, you may be wondering why you're here. Izuku nodded, and sat down in a chair next to Shoto, who just motioned to go with it. Well, ever since the sports festival, I've been able to hear your thoughts and such, and speaking of, you're clueless when it comes to girls. Now, I can understand that it would be temporary, but I haven't been able to sleep since, cause I'm hearing your thoughts. Izuku was a bit confused, and ignoring the clueless comment, turned to the spirits. I'll make this quick, said Kokura, when Reo possessed you, he could hear your thoughts, and due to you know what, it became permanent. What? Shouted Izuku, causing Reo and Shoto to hold their heads in pain. Try not to shout, it registers for all of us, said Shoto, who had decided to make some soba for himself. How are you eating right now? Asked Izuku, a bit confused by what he was watching. Don't question it, I've learned not to, responded the half-redhead, sipping away at his meal. Izuku, said Reo, getting the boy's attention, we need to talk about one for all. The greenette was a bit confused by how Reo was speaking to him in his mind, considering they were all in a mental place. Ixnay on the Oni Ofreale, responded the boy, realizing what Reo said. Relax, Izuku, said the elemental, I put us in our own mental room, so we're free to chat for a second. Izuku nodded, and somehow started writing all this in a notebook, which he didn't even realize he had. Like Shoto said, don't question it, said Reo, shrugging. Okay, what about one for all? Asked Izuku, curious about his quirk as well. I can't really understand it, but I'm sensing you as an elemental, and I don't understand why, said the bluenet, you should know at least that, but besides that it was nothing. Why would you sense me as an elemental? Asked Izuku, which Reo shrugged. Hey, I'm not the one with the most powerful quirk in the world, said the bluenet, you just started making smoke from nowhere. It's not my quirk, so how should I know? Look, I'm sorry for coming to the resident elemental expert in our class, Izuku sarcastically spoke. The two chuckled, with Reo nodding, we can tell Uncle Might later, but I got to help Shoto for a bit until then. Tell All Might what? Asked Shoto, hearing the last of the conversation. I was gonna tell him how much I'm thankful for his help with our training, said Izuku, not really lying since he was going to do that anyway. Oh, okay, nodded the heterochromia boy. Now Shoto, smiled Reo, I'm gonna see if I can train you a bit with your fire, and if he doesn't mind, I would like Izuku to help. Nodding, Shoto was a bit confused, why did we have to talk through the link? Reo shrugged, 1, I need to practice with it more often. 2, I don't want Manama overhearing us and I'm not interested in burying him alive today. The two looked at Reo, shrugging as they remembered the display in the fight with Endeavor. By the way, what was that darkness at the sports festival? Asked Izuku, getting Shoto curious as well. Said the elemental, I'm a bit energetic. I may train as well. Reo then broke the connection, and Shoto and Izuku stood there as they watched him speed away to the teacher's sleeping area. I guess he doesn't wanna talk about it, said Shoto, breaking the silence. Yeah, he'll tell us when he gets ready, nodded Izuku, the two heading in Ryo's direction. While we walk, I should tell you some stories about Ryo, chuckled Izuku, pitting his hands in his hoodie. Izuku then began talking about Ryo's funny parts of his childhood, and the dual-haired boy chuckled at a couple of them. Yeah, this is gonna be the start of a beautiful friendship, thought Izuku, smiling. Here's a filler chapter for you guys, I wanted to make it a bit funny, as well as informative. Anyway, next chapter is the hero names, and if I haven't received any suggestions or votes, then I'll choose myself. I regret to inform you that while he is a great character, Izuku will not be interning with Gran Torino. I have a better idea in store for him, and Ryo as well. 62 Chapter 26, Internships. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Reviews. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01. Thanks, I wanted to have a small break between arcs. I have a good idea what I'm doing for the next filler chapter. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Internships. Monday. As the students began entering their classes, they tried their best not to stare at Class 1A, mainly Ryo and Shoto. Ryo, why are we being stared at? Asked Shoto, not minding the looks, but finding it strange. Our hair, remember, said Ryo, I wasn't able to completely get all the dye out yet, so we still look like each other. Shoto nodded, and walking behind Ochako, Su, Iida, Momo, and Izuku, headed to his seat with Ryo doing the same. Once everyone was seated, Aizawa came in a few minutes later, revealing his bandages were gone and he had only gained a small scar below his left eye. 8 minutes early, said the teacher, nice work. He then pressed a button on a remote, turning the projector on. Well done on the sports festival, even if you didn't get to show much, said the monotone hero, looking at Izuku, Ryo, Shoto, and Bakugo. Midoriya, congrats on getting first place, but try to minimize the damage next time. Bakugo, you did well, but you can get better. The teacher finally noticed Shoto, and groaned at his slightly blue hair before looking at his nephew who chuckled nervously. I don't even want to know, said the teacher, turning back to Shoto. Shoto, you also did pretty well, but you need to learn to control your flames, which your cousin has volunteered to help with. Ryo, I find it very interesting that you caused more damage than Midoriya during your last fights. You need to learn restraint, and while I understand a few of your methods, you need to find alternatives. You did well fighting, but I need to talk to you after school about something else. Ryo nodded, and Aizawa spoke again. If you take a look at the board, a few of you may or may not find your name listed here. Intern offers. Ryo Monroe 12,452. Shoto Todoroki 12,451. Izuku Midoriya 12,451. Momo Yaoyorozu 10,356. Katsuki Bakugo 10,000. Ochako Uraraka 8,450. Tenya Iida 5,050. Ejiro Kirishima 200. The listed ones were a bit surprised, though Ryo, Shoto, and Izuku looked at their numbers with curiosity. As you can see, some of you have received internship offers from pro heroes, began Aizawa, while those of you haven't been listed, you will receive a list of choices. Now, since you're going out into the world, said a sultry voice, you'll need names to be called. The students turned their heads, and a couple students Siro and Kaminari started ogling, at the sight. Midnight slowly waked into the classroom, intentionally swaying her hips as she looked around the class lustfully. A couple male students blushed as they met her gaze, quickly looking away when Ryo glared at them, despite the boy read himself. Hello, students, said Midnight, walking to the board, if you're going to be heroes, you'll need to come up with good hero names. A couple of them nodded, excited at the assignment. Of course, smirked the female pro, looking at Aizawa, be sure that your hero name fits you. You could be stuck with that name for the rest of your career as a hero. Why did she look at Mr. Aizawa like that, the class asked themselves. Aizawa then handed Aoyama some boards, and they were soon passed out to everyone, who were a bit confused. Now, I would like you all to write down a name for yourself, said Midnight, remember that it has to be appropriate, meaning of violent, sexual or hurtful names. You can talk amongst yourselves for ideas. The class nodded, and started their assignment while Aizawa fell asleep in the corner of the room. 15 minutes later. Alright, class, said Midnight, for those of you that have chosen your names, please come on up. Aoyama stood up, ready to present, feast your eyes, I am the sparkling hero, the shooting star that cannot stop twinkling. The class sat in silence, while Midnight walked up to the smiling boy. Good, but if you take out the shooting star that, and then turn cannot into a can't, then it's easier to understand. Aoyama smiled, too right, mademoiselle. Are you serious, thought the class as Aoyama sat down. Mina came up next, alright, my turn. My codename, the alien hero, alien queen. Midnight shuddered, like that monster from the movies. I don't think so. Mina frowned, sitting back down as she groaned. Sue raised her hand, how about I go next? Get on up here, smiled Midnight. Sue shared her name with the class, I've been thinking of this name since grade school. Call me the rainy season hero, Froppy. The crowd cheered at the name, Aloe happy that it was normal, Froppy. 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 The rest of the class wasn't doing as well as they hoped. Momo looked at Ryo, who had multiple names written. Ryo, what's wrong? I can't come up with a name, this is a bit harder than I thought, shrugged the boy. Momo smiled, try a name that resembles you the most, then go from there. Ryo smiled, that's some creative thinking, Mo. Momo smiled as that gave her an idea. Izuku was having a hard time as well. I've gotta think of a name that suits me, thought the greenette, it has to signify my goals and struggles as well. I know this isn't your fault, said Reo, looking at Izuku, but I'm trying to think. Sorry, said the one for all user. Jiro turned to Kaminari. I got an idea for you, what about jamming Ye? Kaminari thought about it for a minute. Oh, like the guy who did a farewell to arms. No, said Jiro, laughing, because even though you're super powerful, you always jam your brain. Come on, stop fucking with me. Jiro stopped chuckling, and walked up to show her name, the hearing hero, Soundwave. I like what I'm hearing, smiled Midnight. Shoji went next, Tentacle. Tentacool, said Midnight. Zero went up, the taping hero, Cellophane. Ojiro went up with his name, the martial arts hero, Tailman. Nice, said Midnight. If he's Tailman, then I'm the sweet taste hero, Sugar Man, shouted Sato. Mina came up with a new name, Pinky. Pink perfection, smiled the pro. Kaminari was next, I'm the stun gun hero, Chargebolt. Momo smiled as she went up with her name, I wish not to bring shame to this name. I'm the everything hero, Kriti. Creative, Midnight commented. Ochako stood next, from now on, I am Uravity. Everyone else had incredible names. The only ones left were Iida, Reo, Shoto, Izuku, and Bakugo. I am Tenya, said Iida. You're going with your name, asked Midnight. Iida nodded, I have a name in mind, but I need to prove I am worthy of it. As Iida sat down, Reo noticed he wasn't acting like his normal self. Shoto went next, I'm the fire and ice hero, Freezer Burn. That's cool, smiled Midnight. Bakugo was up, I'm the explosion hero, Dynamite. Explosively accurate, said Midnight. Reo walked up next, I came up with this name when I was thinking of a catchphrase. I'm the elemental hero, Adapt. If you don't mind me asking, what's the catchphrase? Asked Midnight, piquing others' interest. I was going to wait, shrugged the temporary half-redhead, but it's fine. Reo then gained a serious face, you wanna know what I do when I'm in a tough spot? I adapt. He then chuckled, I know, it needs work. I think it's fine, smiled Midnight, smirking at the boy, you could show me how you adapt later. Reo then turned red, bursting into flames as he walked to the window and phased through it. The class simply looked at the window and then at Midnight before Shoto asked, is this normal? Sure, he's an easy tease, chuckled Midnight, I remember his 13th birthday when. All of a sudden, a blue flash of lightning appeared next to a desk, before you finish, just know that I have your secret hanging in the palm of my hands. Midnight gulped, anyway, you haven't gone yet, Midoriya. As Izuku walked up to present his name, the entire class thought, what dirt does he have on her? Izuku took a breath, I was called this name many times in my life, and each time I was pushed harder to achieve my goals. I then realized that it was an important part of me, so I should own up to it, but with a different meaning. Are you sure, Zuku? Asked Reo, literally knowing what he was thinking. I'm sure, said Izuku, from now on, I am the power hero, Deku. Deku will no longer be an insult, but the name of a hero. The class cheered, but Bakugo was pissed at Izuku that he chose that as his hero name. The bell soon rang, and everyone soon started to head to their next class as Midnight spoke, you have the week to choose your internships, and we'll send your choices through your emails. As Reo and Momo walked out the classroom, Momo kept her eyes on Midnight. Grabbing Reo, she held him close to her chest, looking at the pro as she simply said, he's mine. Momo soon released Reo, and failed to notice the boys on fire, blushing red face. Lunch. Reo, Izuku, waved Ochako, sitting with Momo, Shoto, and Iida, we saved you a seat. The two boys smiled, walking over to their friends. Hey, guys, smiled Izuku, what's up? Shoto raised an eyebrow, the sky, Midoriya. It was about a minute of silence before the group chuckled, with Reo patting his cousin's shoulder. No, man, chuckled the multi-elemental, he means what are you doing or something like that. Shoto nodded, slightly embarrassed, my apologies, Midoriya. I'm still not used to being as social with anyone. It's fine, Shoto, smiled Izuku, and you can call me Izuku if you want. Shoto nodded, looking at Iida, who was staring intensely at his food. So, does anyone know who they're interning under? Asked Momo. I'm going with Gunhead, said Ochako, putting her fists up in a fighting position. I thought you wanted to be a rescue hero, like 13, said Reo. Yeah, chuckled the brunette, my fight with Bakugo showed me that I need to get better at fighting, otherwise I'm not gonna last long as a hero. The group nodded, understanding that they would need to learn new tricks in order to improve. What about you, Reo? Asked Ochako, who are you going to intern under? Not sure, I've narrowed it down to 3 options though, said Reo, receiving curious looks his way, you all want to know who they are, don't you? Everyone nodded, it's either Mirko, an underground hero named Red Flame, or Edgeshot. Hearing Mirko's name piqued Izuku's interest, you received an offer from her too. Reo nodded, as well as the rest of the top 10. Same here, though I didn't get one from Endeavor, not that I'm complaining, said Izuku. Shoto and Reo looked at each other in suspicion before quickly pulling out their phones. The two teens groaned in annoyance, confusing the others before they were shown the screens. We both got an offer from the bastard, and the other 10 that aren't all might, growled Shoto. He's a persistent asshole, I'll give him that, chuckled Reo, looking at Iida as he put his phone away. Hey, Iida, asked the elemental, who are you interning under? You haven't said anything, and Shoto and I are very good at cussing out the flaming sperm donor. Iida chuckled, smiling at his friends. Ah yes. I was just deep in thought. You see, Ingenium is my brother, so I have quite a long way to go. Izuku instantly brought out his notebook. Wow, Iida. That's awesome, do you have any notes or tips from him? The engine user sweat dropped at his friend's antics as he asked, where are you interning? I have chosen to go to Hosu to intern with Manuel, smiled Iida, not noticing Reo raised an eyebrow at him. I believe I can learn much from him. Where have you chosen, Yaoyorozu? Asked Iida. I will intern with Uwabami, smiled the Rabinet. I believe I can learn how to use my quirk more efficiently. What about you, Izuku? I'm going to Mirko, though I heard that she never does internships. I wonder why she would send both me and Reo an offer. I don't know, but I've made my choice, smiled Reo, though the look on his face said it was also something else. I'm going to Red Flame. No use in us both going to a hero that already causes a bunch of damage alone, and I need to do my own thing. Fair enough, though you haven't told us where you're going, Shoto, Izuku pointed out. I'm not quite sure, said the dual elemental. I need to improve with my fire, and I've been training with Reo for that. I might go to a hero that focuses on hand-to-hand instead. If I may, I suggest you intern with Manuel, Shoto, spoke Reo. Why? Asked the teen, confused since Iida was already heading there. Iida's not telling us the entire truth, spoke Reo. I trust him, but I would feel better knowing that you're keeping him on the right track. Shoto nodded. I will go to Manuel then. Okay, thanks, physically smiling at him. I'm going to Manuel, said Shoto. If I don't get to learn any fighting, I may be able to fill out some paperwork. The group nodded, eating their lunch before Reo spoke. I almost forgot, said the temporary half-redhead. I'm gonna be out later, so call if you need anything. I'm leaving Mo and Zuku in charge while I'm gone. The two nodded before Izuku asked, it's today. Reo nodded, slurping away at his katsudon before heading to the support course workshop. After school, Aizawa was a bit tired, but the teacher in him wouldn't allow the purple-haired teen in front of him to fail. Mr. Aizawa, asked Shinso, are you sure I'm doing this right? Aizawa groaned, kid, you'll know when you're doing something wrong. For now, keep practicing not getting tangled in the capture scarf. Shinso nodded, as he started getting untangled from his support item. Hey, Uncle Aizawa, said a voice as they looked in their direction and saw Reo. I was wondering, actually, I'm curious about what's going on here. What do you want, Reo? Asked Aizawa, rubbing his eyes. I'm busy helping a student. I just wanted to see what you wanted to talk to me about, shrugged Reo. Aizawa nodded, okay. Shinso, do 100 sit-ups then get ready to spar. Shinso nodded, groaning as he heard Reo. I'm gonna warn you now, he's giving you a warm-up. Shinso gulped, starting his sit-ups while thinking, if this is a warm-up, then he must be slowly torturing me. Aizawa turned to Reo. I wanted to talk to you about the sports festival, specifically your fight with Enji. Reo scoffed, if you want me to apologize, then I'll fight you so I don't have to. The asshole deserves it after everything he's done. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the boy's confidence. No, I was hoping we could talk about why that darkness appeared. Oh, well to be honest, shrugged the elemental, I'm not sure. I didn't even realize it happened. Aizawa put a hand on the boy's shoulder. Look, I don't want you to go back to how you were when I met you. Don't let anger control you, you control your anger. If you need time, I get it. You wanna keep your anger directed at Enji, but you shouldn't try and ruin his reputation. He's still a hero, even if live television saw him burn Midoriya's arm. Reo growled at that internally, his hand turning to flame as he did. Also, I've approved your request to leave for the day, spoke Aizawa. You also have permission to use your quirk if deemed necessary. Reo smiled, thanks, UNC. Aizawa smirked slightly as he motioned to the dorms. Yeah. Now get out of here you little shit. Reo could only chuckle as he walked to the dorms, glad his uncle hadn't lost his sense of humor. 1A dorms. Hey, guys, said Izuku, opening a bottle of soda as he sat next to Kaminari. You ready to get destroyed in Smash Bros Ultimate? Kaminari chuckled, him and Siro grabbing the nearby controller before they were joined by Kirishima and Bakugo. You're going down, Deku, shouted Bakugo, picking Shulk. Izuku chose Captain Falcon. I don't think so, Bakugo. Shut up, Deku. Siro picked Samus. You guys never chill, do you? Yeah, you would think that you two would get along from time to time, chuckled Kaminari, picking Pokemon Trainer. Kirishima chose Little Mac, maybe, but having a rival is super manly. To each his own, shrugged Izuku, tossing Kirishima and Siro a soda from a nearby cooler. You know I'm gonna kick your asses, right? I've played every version of this game. Oh, it's on now, said Kaminari, the match starting, you're gonna eat those words, Midoriya. The six boys fought each other in the chaotic game, not noticing Reo walk up behind them. Having fun? Asked the boy, his hair back to its original blue and black receiving nods. I figured, but I'll see you all later. Izuku paused the game for a second. You want some company? I could switch with Sato. Reo shook his head. It's fine, plus I would rather not be soaked by your tears. Maybe another day. Reo walked to the garage, bumping into Momo on accident. Oh, sorry, said Momo, blushing. I guess I wasn't watching where I was going. No, that's my bad, said Reo, rubbing his neck. I should have been paying more attention to where I was going. Momo grew curious. Where are you going? To see my parents, sighed the brunette. I wanted to take the bike out since I'll need to get used to it more. Do you want some company? Asked Momo, Reo shaking his head. No, it's fine. I just need some time alone. Next time, though. Momo nodded, understanding, I'm here if you need to talk to someone. Reo nodded, kissing Momo's cheek as he headed to the garage. Climbing on the motorcycle, Reo started it up, sending an electrical current through the doors to open them. Looking at the building, he smiled, putting on his helmet as he exited UA. On the streets of Japan, a blue and black motorcycle had been riding through. This motorcycle belonged to none other than Reo Todoroki Monroe. I love this motorcycle, shouted Reo, driving around a couple cars. Reo smirked, I wonder if I could upgrade this baby even more. Reo stopped at a red light and looked at the display he was shown on his helmet. Features. Weapons. Armor. Elemental features. Wheels. Autopilot. Tutorial. Voice command has been activated. Reo grew curious, voice command. Access granted, said a male computer voice, welcome, Reo Monroe. Reo smirked as he turned right once the light was green, I would like a tutorial, please. Tutorial activated, said the computer. The display showed the tutorial, though with voice command, it was easy to navigate. Reo found that he could activate anything through voice, and if he wanted, make the entire bike electrified or blazing hot while he was away from it. Once he had arrived at the graveyard, he also found that he could store food or drinks in the seating compartment as well. Reo parked, walking up to a couple of tombstones that were covered in flowers as he held his helmet in his arm. Hey, Mom, Dad, Reo softly spoke, it's me, Reo, but you probably knew that since I'm your only child. I miss you both so much, and I wish you were here now. I hope you don't mind if I tell you what I've been up to. I made it into UA, made some new friends, and even got a girlfriend after I woke up from a mini coma. Reo paused, taking a breath as he formed two Sub-Zero roses and placed them in front of the tombstones. I know, I should have been more careful and I shouldn't have used my elemental overdrive, but I was desperate to save everyone, said Reo, a couple tears rolling down his face. I should tell you both about my girlfriend, Momo Yaoyorozu. She is the most incredible girl I've ever met, and she keeps amazing me with what she does. She can create anything as long as she knows its atomic structure. I'll bring her to meet you both next time. I got second place in the sports festival, with Izuku beating me thanks to, you know what. After that, I kind of beat up Uncle Enji when Izuku and I fought him. We also found our hero names, mine is Adapt. Internships are coming up, and I'm going with a pro named Red Flame. I'm trying to make you both proud, but I'm not sure if I can do it. I want to save everyone like you and Uncle might, Dad. I'm just not sure if I can live up to your legacy. You were the number 2 hero, for crying out loud. I'm not sure if I can live up to that. The brunette sniffed, wiping his tears as he looked at the tombstones. It's getting late, I should get back to the dorm soon. I'll visit soon, I promise. Reo sighed, hearing an engine behind him. Thanks for the bike, kid. Reo turned around, and saw a scruffy-looking man wearing a leather jacket on his motorcycle, speeding away from the graveyard. Reo sighed as he put on the helmet, and after waiting 30 seconds, chuckled, he must not have seen the festival. In a blue flash of lightning, Reo ran off to catch the thief. Haha, this thing is awesome, shouted the thief, I could sell this for millions. The man then saw a button on the right handlebar that said, Nitro, and smirked. I wouldn't press that if I were you, said a voice, causing the man to look at him. Hi, I would like my bike back, if you wouldn't mind, said Reo, I don't feel like getting yelled at by my girl. The thug scoffed, and not thinking that Reo wasn't going his fastest while running, pressed the nitro button. Fuck you, kid, said the man, speeding away from him. I guess I missed something, shrugged the teen, no matter. Computer, disable weapons and activate autopilot. Weapons disabled, spoke the computer, autopilot has been activated. Where would you like me to go? Head to the nearest police office. Destination set. Reo then sped up, running side by side with the motorcycle. So, are you gonna give up? I really don't want to damage my motorcycle. The crook was surprised to see Reo, and pulled out a gun on him. Reo raised an eyebrow, you obviously didn't watch the sports festival. He then reached for the gun, melting it into a molten puddle as the man quickly let it go. I'm giving you one more chance to surrender before we get to the police, said the elemental, unless you rather I push you off. The man growled, you're becoming a real pain in the ass, kid. I get that a lot, smirked Reo. Realizing what he said, the man narrowed his eyes at Reo, what do you mean, police? The bike is on autopilot, shrugged the brunette, it's amazing what you can do with technology these days. The man growled, and attempted to turn the motorcycle, but it didn't budge. Yeah, that sucks for you, smirked Reo, the man raising his arm at him. Reo watched as the man fired a knife at him, and growled as he subconsciously sped up more, the world around him stopping. Okay, I can't dodge those, or I'd be putting civilians in danger, thought Reo trying to find a solution. If he has a limit that I can use to my advantage, if not, then I'm gonna have to get him into the air. Reo smirked at the last idea, and as he took his next step, made an earth ramp that would launch the man high into the air, giving the bike an electric boost. As time returned to normal, the man screamed since he was going much faster than he wanted, and found himself being launched into the air while screaming Bloody Mary. The elemental teen smirked, and jumped into the air with fire coming from his feet, blasting in the same direction. Kid, please, shouted the man as he was separated from the motorcycle, I'll give you money, food, whatever you want. Just let me go. Reo raised his eyebrow as he spoke, computer, disable autopilot. Autopilot disabled, said the computer. Look, I just want my motorcycle back, said Ryo, putting his hands in his pockets. I'm hungry, tired, and just visited my dead parents. So excuse me if I don't want anything from you. The man simply shouted, I'll do anything. Just don't let me die. You don't have to do anything, and you're not gonna die, said Ryo, pointing below him. The thief looked down, watching a small whirlwind lower them onto the ground where the police were waiting, having received a call ahead of time. Here you go, officer, said Ryo, covering the man's hands in metal from his pockets. He's all yours. The officer nodded as he grabbed the man. Thanks, kid. You shouldn't have used your quirk though. Ryo scoffed, hating that law. 1. Before I left UA, I got permission from Eraserhead to use my quirk. 2. Even if I didn't, I would have done it anyway. I understand why the rule exists, but if I hadn't done anything, then I wouldn't have my bike back, and he would have put civilians in danger. I refuse to allow anyone to die on my watch. The officer would have said something, but deep down he knew the boy was right, and called UA to confirm what Ryo said. After receiving a confirmation about permission to use his quirk, Ryo was soon allowed to leave, though it was almost dark by then. Hooking his phone up to his helmet, Ryo put it on and said, Computer, call Goddess of Creation. Calling Goddess of Creation, Ryo then drove in the direction of the dorms, soon receiving an answer. Hello. Hey, beautiful. I'm on my way back, said Ryo. Need me to stop for anything? Well, could you pick up some dinner? Asked Momo, nervously chuckling. What happened? Asked Ryo, hearing the nervousness in her voice. Well, it's Bakugo and Kaminari's turn to cook today, and our electric blonde may have short-circuited the oven with his laugh somehow, meaning we can't cook anything. Pizza is on the way, chucked Ryo, making a quick U-turn. Anything else? Super speed has its perks. Not really, said Momo, a crash coming from behind her. Do I want to know? Asked Ryo. No you don't, chuckled Momo, I'll see you soon. I love you. Love you too, Momo, smiled Ryo, hanging up. Ryo soon stopped in front of the pizza place, and getting off the vehicle, remembered to electrify it before he grabbed his keys and went inside. Hi, can I get 3 medium pepperoni pizzas and 2 with habanero, ghost peppers and jalapenos? The employees looked at him like he was crazy, before shrugging and getting to work. He has grown quite a bit, said a female voice. I wonder if he's as good as his father. Why don't you go see him? Asked a man with black hair, who was holding various sharp weapons on him. I plan on it, said the woman, just not quite yet. I plan on surprising him during his internship with Red Flame. That asshole, huh, chuckled the man, at least the kid is smart. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen someone who isn't worthy. Oh, hush, chided the woman, don't you have a meeting with a certain hero? Yeah, said the man, getting up from his seat, don't wait up for me. The man left, soon running through the rooftops. Hero killer Stain, said a dark voice, causing him to turn around and throw a knife at it. My apologies, said the purple, misty man, I mean you no harm, I only wish to bring you an opportunity. Stain raised an eyebrow at the swirling portal that appeared next to the figure and put his sword away. You better not be wasting my time. He then walked through the portal as it closed behind him, leaving only an empty city. Izuku was honestly glad that Ryo had taught him how to put up a mental block, cause he did not need to deal with any more shit right now. After dinner and a half-hour of quirk analysis, Izuku went to sleep. He soon found himself in darkness, and immediately thought, what does Ryo want? But no, the universe had to go and make him its bitch. As of right now, he was currently looking at a man with white hair and a scar across his face, who was currently talking about One for All. Oh, yeah, he also couldn't do anything but look around. You okay, kid? Asked the man. I know this might be a lot to process. Do you want me to repeat it? Izuku nodded, the man holding out his hand as a light shined from it. The man nodded in understanding. You have awakened my quirk, Danger Sense. It allows you to see a vision of the incoming danger, but because you are so new, you'll only get a tingling in your head. The man sighed. One for All has been getting stronger, and each time it gets passed on, it cultivates more power. Throughout the years, it has evolved, until it was finally ready. Hear me well, Izuku Midoriya. Your journey has only begun. As you have awakened my quirk, you will begin to experience 5 more quirks that you will have. You have already accidentally used the quirks of the 7th and 5th users, though. Izuku's eyes widened, though not sure what he was talking about with other quirks. I am here instead of them because you had awakened my quirk first, and giving you access to multiple quirks at once would kill you if you weren't ready for them. The man looked at his arm. I'm about to fade. Keep mastering One for All, we will guide you from here, where our spirits live on. As he started to fade, the man remembered something. I must warn you. There has been a disturbance in One for All singularity point. You are not in any danger, as long as the suspect does not know or see you. We are trying to locate them as we speak. Now, return to your body. Izuku gasped, sitting up with sweat all over his face. Feeling a surge of energy, Izuku turned over to look at his arm, which had the red streaks of One for All. What the hell? Asked Izuku, running to the restroom to wake himself up. I'm gonna need to talk to All Might about this. Stain is here. What's going on with One for All? Why is there a disturbance in the singularity point? Who is Red Flame? Who is the woman Stain is talking to? Keep reading to find out. I also went with adapt for Ryo's hero name, so yeah. 62 Chapter 27, New Mentors. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OC. Reviews. The Toxic Love Machine. What is coming soon, but I have one element that I want to introduce. Give Reo first. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. New mentors. Do you all have everything you need? Asked Aizawa, who was making sure everyone got on the correct train. There were few students left, since most of them had already left before them. Momo, Reo, Izuku, Ochako, Bakugo, Shoto, and Iida nodded, holding up their cases with their hero costumes inside. Good, now get on the bus, you pains in my ass, said Aizawa in the most monotone voice possible. Izuku could only chuckle as Iida began chopping the air at his teacher, shouting about how teachers should set an example for students. Reo smiled as Ochako, Bakugo, Iida, and Shoto soon left for their internships before turning to Momo and Izuku. You guys ready? Asked Reo, his car and motorcycle parked behind him. Izuku and Momo smiled, all three of them hugging each other before Momo's limo arrived. My ride's here, sighed Momo, kissing the brunette's cheek. Good luck, both of you. You too, Momo, smiled Reo, I love you. I love you too, smiled the Ravenette as she walked away. It was soon only Reo and Izuku left. Izuku turned to Reo, so. Reo sighed before pulling out some keys and handing them to Izuku, holding them close for a bit. You scratch up my car, and I will beat your ass, then you'll have to pay for a new paint job. I get it, chuckled the greenette, any damage to the car will be unleashed tenfold in my wallet and my ass. Reo sighed before dropping the keys into Izuku's hand. I'm serious, I don't even have enough time to replace all the tech in it. Just so you feel better, if I scratch your car in any way, you can sell my hero merch to cover the cost, chuckled Izuku, positive that he wouldn't damage the car now. Reo raised an eyebrow. Deal, now if you'll excuse me, I need to get to Jakku. The two boys chuckled as they walked to their vehicles, Sun driving off to reach their internships. Why do I feel like those two are gonna cause some trouble? Groaned Aizawa as he left to go back to UA. With Momo. Welcome, Yaoyorozu, said Kendo, hugging the girl, I didn't know that you were coming here. I wanted to find new uses for my quirk, smiled Momo, the redhead nodding. Uwabami soon walked up to them and smiled, welcome, girls. I hope we can learn a great deal from each other. Thank you, Uwabami, smiled Kendo. It is an honor to learn from a pro like yourself, said Momo. Well, I may have something for you girls right now, clapped Uwabami, her snakes dancing around. With Shoto and Iida. Welcome to Hosu, Tenya and Freezer Burn, smiled Manuel, receiving a nod from the two boys. Iida nodded, bowing in respect, thank you, Manuel. I will do my very best to make you proud. Shoto bowed, I am glad to be here. With Bakugo. Have you calmed yourself yet? Asked Best Jeanist, holding Bakugo by the threads of his costume. Let me go, yelled Bakugo, trying to free himself with explosions, I'm ready to kill some villains. Best Jeanist sighed, I seem to have my work cut out for me. With Izuku. Hello, said Izuku, walking inside the dark and empty apartment. Izuku looked around, carefully heading to the restroom before he felt a pain in his head to move now. Not arguing, Izuku leapt back, dodging a dark-skinned leg that soon broke the floor. The hell? Asked Izuku, powering up full cowling just in case. Hey, you've got good moves, kid, said a female voice as the figure stood, showing her ears, kinda pissed at Reo for not accepting the once-in-a-lifetime offer. Izuku tilted his head in confusion, though he kept full cowling active. Who are you, and how the fuck do you know Reo? Damn, here I thought you were smart, said the woman, clapping as the lights came on, revealing her white leotard with a yellow crescent, yellow and gray strap on her hips, and purple line near her the crotch area, chocolate-colored muscular arms and legs that had purple stockings, a fluffy tail and ears. Izuku just stood there slack-jawed, realizing that he had just been attacked by Mirko, and he didn't know if he should be scared or honored by that. What are you waiting for, kid? Asked Mirko, confusing Izuku, suit up. Izuku smirked as he quickly changed into his hero uniform, knowing he would be learning a lot from Mirko. With Kirishima. Tetsu, shouted Kirishima upon seeing his favorite elemental from 1B, you're interning with fourth kind as well. Yeah, said Tetsu, I'm hoping I can improve my durability. Figured this was my best option. If you boys are done chatting, I think you better suit up, said a gruff voice that caused Kirishima and Tetsu to look at the four-armed hero, fourth kind. Fourth kind, sir, shouted the two boys, Red Riot Real Steel reporting for duty, sir. It's an honor. The four-armed pro smirked, these boys mean business. With Reo. Hello, asked Reo, walking inside the apartment building, anyone home? I'm looking for Red Flame. As Reo took his next step, he felt some metal nearing him, and instinctively turned intangible. Good reflexes, kid, said a male voice, you should have found a way to dodge or deflect without using your quirk. You're becoming too dependent on your sixth sense, that you're forgetting about your other abilities. Reo raised an eyebrow, who are you, and what are you talking about? I'm always using my abilities to my fullest. The male smirked, if you think you're right, then fight me. Reo shook his head, unless you're Red Flame, I'm not risking harming a civilian. I'm not stupid. The man chuckled, smart kid. Well, you're in luck. The name's Hisashi, and I'm the pro hero Red Flame. Hisashi stepped into the light, revealing a bush of black hair, freckles, and a red jacket with a respirator around his neck. He also wore a black shirt, with multiple knives, pouches for various items, and blue jeans with combat boots. Ryo couldn't explain it, but Hisashi looked way too familiar to him to be a coincidence. You mind if I change? Asked Ryo, motioning to his suitcase. I can't use the ring unless it's an emergency. Hisashi nodded before pointing behind him, first door to your left. You won't miss it. Ryo nodded, and heading to the restroom. Hosu. In the streets of Hosu, a swirling portal had appeared in an alley, with a man with a white mask stepping out. That fool, said the man, he knows nothing of true justice or hatred. He's just a spoiled brat. Flashback. Hero killer, said a raspy man, wearing hands all around his body. My name is Tamura Shigaraki, and I would like to invite you to the League of Villains. Stain raised his eyebrow. If I were to join this league of yours, then what are your goals? Why are you a villain? Shigaraki smiled. I hate All Might, I hate this society, and I hate heroes. I want to destroy anything that pisses me off, don't you agree? Stain gripped his sword, and soon unsheathed it. As I thought, you have no convictions, no true purpose for your villainy, you're just destroying anything that makes you mad, like a child throwing a tantrum. The hero killer swung his sword at Shigaraki, who caught it, decaying it in the process. I would be careful about your choice of words, hero killer. The player always wins against the side quests. The hero killer narrowed his eyes. My convictions are sound, I kill the unworthy, and I purge society to free it from false heroics. Your games on the other hand, are nothing but an excuse to play villain, meaning you should die here and now. He pushed his sword near Shigaraki's neck, before the teal-haired villain broke it in half before reaching for Stain's face. Shigaraki, stand down, said a man wearing a mask, shadow tendrils holding his arm in place. Anarchist, let go of me before I kill you as well, said Shigaraki, trying to escape the tendrils. Tamura, calm yourself, said the purple television screen. Kurogiri, return the hero killer to Hosu. He has declined our offer, so there is no need to keep him here. Anarchist, release Tamura and go check on our spy. Anarchist nodded, deactivating his quirk before walking out the door before he faded away to another location. Kurogiri nodded, creating a portal for Stain, the killer walking through it. Flashback end. Stain narrowed his eyes, jumping to another rooftop. That brat had better not come to my city, said Stain, looking at the city below him, otherwise I'd kill him. The villain sighed, returning to his hideout for some rest. With Izuku. This is hell, thought Izuku, sweating from his current fight with Mirko. I'll be dead by the end of the week. Izuku barely withstood the rabbit woman's next attack, blocking it with his arms before wincing at the amount of force that was being put on his leg. Come on, kid, shouted Mirko, slightly sweating with a smile plastered across her face. I haven't had a good fight in a while. Let's finish this. Izuku smirked in determination, powering up full cowling 20%, iron body and running at the rabbit hero. Mirko and Izuku clashed, shockwaves damaging any nearby furniture near them before Izuku fainted, his right arm broken in unimaginable ways. It was about an hour later when Izuku woke up, groaning while he rubbed his head. What happened? Groaned the greenette, sitting up while noticing his healed arm. Good, you're awake. Izuku looked at where the voice came from, revealing a chocolate-skinned woman with white ears in a sleeveless belly shirt and booty shorts, causing him to go red and look away. I gave you one of those healing bottles from your costume, shrugged the woman, walking to the kitchen. Thanks, said a blushing Izuku. BB by the way, who are you? The chocolate woman chuckled. I thought you would have recognized me without my hero costume. She then curved her wrists in front of her face, and bent her legs before asking, recognize me now. Izuku's eyes widened at the revelation. You're the rabbit hero, Mirko. Aren't you Captain Obvious? Said Mirko, pointing to a hot pot of beef stew. Eat up. Izuku nodded, walking to the table and eating the stew, which was really good. Mirko smirked at the boy, getting up and walking to the sofa, giving the greenette a view of her ass, though he was actually looking at her oh-so-muscular legs that could squeeze the life out of a man, the boy wishing. Enjoying the view? Asked Mirko. Fuck, thought Izuku, immediately looking away. I don't mind, shrugged Mirko, sitting on the couch. Ryo's actually done more than you think. That got his attention. How do you know Ryo? He's my ex-boyfriend, said Mirko, causing Izuku to spit out his water in shock. You should have seen your face, laughed Mirko. I used to train with the brat. Sorry for the confusion, Ms., started Izuku. Call me Rumi, said the bunny woman. You probably wouldn't be able to say my last name correctly anyway. Oh okay, Rumi, said Izuku. Okay Midoriya, now that the introductions are done, head to bed, said Rumi. We're waking up bright and early tomorrow for training then patrol. Izuku nodded before asking, which way do I go? 2 lefts then turn right. Izuku then left, getting showered and heading to bed. This is gonna be a wild week. With Ryo, at the same time. Ryo stood in the living room, electricity sparking around him as he dodged multiple knives, trying to pinpoint where they were coming from without his geolocation. Come on, kid, said a smug Hisashi. I know Kokura and Tamada taught you to do way more than just dodging. Ryo growled, knowing he was right. He was the son of Shift, damn it. He trained with some of the best pros, hell, he was one of the strongest in UA. He should be able to beat one pro. Covering his arms and legs in metal while infusing them in electricity, the brunette closed his eyes, trying to sense Hisashi. Hisashi threw another knife, and Ryo saw this, doing a spinning flip as the knife harmlessly passed him. The pro smirked, throwing 3 more, before smirking in surprise. Ryo had his hands held out, the knives floating in the air. Hey, Monroe, asked Hisashi, causing the brunette to drop the knives. I didn't know you could control metal. Recent development, shrugged Reo. Hisashi nodded, I think that's enough training for today. Go take a shower while I make dinner. Reo nodded, which way to the guest room? Second door to your right. Reo soon left, grabbing his phone and seeing a photo from Momo that caused him to blush madly, texting her back. Adapt. I'm making this my wallpaper. Kriti. Fine by me, now you can see it every time you open your phone. Adapt. Or, I could see you, which is even better than a photo. Kriti. How are you the one who causes me to be embarrassed, yet I'm the one who keeps you wrapped around my finger? Adapt. I will neither confirm nor deny that. After a bit more flirty banter with Momo, Reo soon texted the Deku squad chat. Adapt. How's everyone's internships? Kriti. Okay. I've been getting fashion tips from Uabami, and Kendo and I are her models. Uravati. Ooh, I bet you look really pretty, Momo. Freezer burn. Paperwork is fine, though I heard that Endeavor is close to Hosu. Adapt. That sucks. Sonic spammer. Please refrain from using that kind of language, Reo. Sonic spammer. Also, why was my name changed? Adapt. You know damn well why. You spin dash piece of. Kriti. Number. Adapt. I didn't even. Kriti. I said no. Adapt. How are you interrupting me through text? Deku. What the hell? Uravati. Backred. Izuku. Deku. To be fair, Rio's right about the spamming, Iida. Sonic spammer. What is spamming? Uravati. It's a term of endearment. Freezer burn. So, what are your mentors like? Adapt. We're continuing this at the dorms, but Hisashi is actually pretty good. Uravati. Gunhead is teaching me a lot of fighting styles. Sonic spammer. As Todoroki said. Adapt. Which one? Freezer burn. Which one? Creation goddess. I swear to God, Reo, I'm gonna choke the life out of you when we get back. Adapt. Please don't. Creation goddess. With my thighs. Adapt. I'll die a happy man. Sonic spammer. As I was saying, Shoto and I have just been doing paperwork, though we have patrol tomorrow. Uravati. That's good, Iida. Deku. Mirko is really strong. I broke my arm while clashing with her, and I used iron body. Adapt. So did you drink the healing water? I expected Rumi to break a couple bones, so I snuck those in your costume before you left. Deku. So you do know each other. Adapt. Fuck. Kriti. Reo, explain. Uravati. I'm interested as well. Freezer burn. Please indulge us. Sonic spammer. I find this piquing my curiosity. Adapt. She babysat me if no one was available, and I sparred with her sometimes. Kriti. And. Adapt. What do you mean? Kriti. You turn intangible when you lie, and your hair turns to ice when you don't say the whole truth. Reo looked in the mirror, and saw his hair was in fact now made of ice. Adapt. How the. Kriti. Woman's intuition, my love. Reo cursed himself, replying to the message. Adapt. Okay. When I was 7, Rumi may or may not have let me cuddle with her time to time. Freezer burn. So, you're telling me that you got to hug those chocolate muscles up close. Adapt. Why the hell did I introduce you to a love life? Freezer burn. Because I asked about it after you showed me what porn was. Adapt. Creation goddess, Deku, and Uravati. What the hell, Shoto? Adapt. I can't wait to beat your ass like last time. Freezer burn. I have no regrets, but I will talk to you all later. Iida and I have to sleep, and he just fainted from the messages. On his behalf, we bid you good night. Freezer burn and Sonic spammer have gone offline. Uravati. I'm out too. Good night everyone. Uravati has gone offline. Deku. Same, good night. Deku has gone offline. Adapt. I'm out too, good night. Kriti. We're talking about this later then. Adapt. Okay. Kriti has gone offline. Reo sighed, putting his waterproof earbuds in before turning some music and getting in the hot shower. 30 minutes later, Reo exited the shower and saw a message from Izuku. Adapt. What's up? Deku. I want to ask, what's Red Flame's quirk? Adapt. Oh, he can breathe fire. Deku. That bastard. Adapt. Care to explain? Deku. In a sec, does he have black hair and freckles? Adapt. Yeah, why? Deku. Red Flame is Hisashi Midoriya, my, overseas, father. Adapt. Oh, shit. Deku. Yeah. Adapt. I can't promise that he won't have frostbite in our next sparring session. Deku. Don't kill him, though. Adapt. Yeah, Aunt Inko would handle that. Deku. I'll call tomorrow, GN. Adapt. GN, Izuku. Deku has gone offline. Reo sighed, getting dressed and heading to his room for a quick recon. Using his renamed Geo Pulse, Reo saw that Hisashi was still in the kitchen, giving him a bit of time. The elemental team then tapped his wrist, a hologram appearing as he searched for any info on a villain named Paradox. Unfortunately, any info was kept secret by the Hero Safety Commission, and he cursed himself, putting on his watch as Hisashi called him for dinner. Reo sighed, hoping that the man wouldn't piss him off. Unknown. In a sandy area, a woman with a black side with a purple handle stepped out of a portal, a black mask covering the bottom half of her face while a purple hood covered her head, multiple sharp weapons in holsters, including a curved sword and knife on her hip. She also had sleeveless gloves, the gray chestplate covered in purple lines, a black P covering her left breastplate. It seems that he is headed this way, smirked the woman. I wonder how he'll react to me. The woman simply laughed maniacally, black energy covering herself as she disappeared from view. With the boy with the watch. Okay, Luckily for me, I can use Diamond Head's Titanite for payment, since I have no cash on me. Sighed the boy, looking at a picture of a brunette with a bob cut and a white-haired girl with a tiny horn. I will return to you, I promise. The boy then sat up, looking at the watch while twisting the dial, revealing a flaming humanoid silhouette, another of a velociraptor-like being, one of a humanoid figure with tendrils coming out of its head, a four-armed figure, a canine-looking one, a humanoid figure with what looked like a hood covering itself, with many more following. The teen looked through it once more before laying down and sighing, I'll look for 13 tomorrow, I should get some rest. This chapter has been beta read by Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, and if anyone else wishes to beta read, send me an email at dflashgodspeedatom@gmail. 62 Chapter 28, First Patrol. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. First Patrol. It was a beautiful day outside, there were no villains in sight, people were busy chatting on the streets, and two figures were busy jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Yup, you read that correctly, Deku and Mirko were jumping across the rooftops, using it as both a vantage point and a training exercise, though Izuku was a little behind. Hurry up Deku, shouted Mirko, jumping down to street level with Izuku following behind. Landing onto the ground, the greenette painted, how the hell is this a teaching lesson? Mirko smirked, looking around while walking, well for one thing, it's helping you out with that full cowling super move. Getting your whole body used to multiplier is one thing, but you also gotta be able to move through obstacles with that move. Also, another thing, I noticed how you primarily use your fists for your attacks, and it got me thinking. So, I asked UA for a bit of info, and it turns out, and I wholeheartedly agree, you're trying too hard to be like All Might. Deku turned away while red from embarrassment, what makes you say that? Dude, the rabbit girl said with a deadpan expression, in the sports festival, you literally shouted, Detroit Smash, and, Iron Body, 100% Detroit Smash, which are moves derived from, or directly copied from All Might himself. I can see an All Might fan easily, and you are no different. Deku chuckled, walking with the chocolate woman, what does that have to do with copying All Might? Mirko sighed, let me answer that question with a question. Do you know why I use my legs for combat? Deku nodded, because the leg muscles are stronger than. Deku paused, remembering all the times he had injured himself when fighting, realizing that he was doing everything wrong. He had been so much of a fan of All Might, that he hadn't realized that he wasn't All Might. Meaning, he needed to not only find his own fighting style, but he needed to make OFA work for him in his own way. He knew it was gonna take some effort, but it was all gonna be worth it. Rumi, would you mind teaching me how to fight with my legs? He asked. I thought you'd never ask, the rabbit girl said with a smirk, but just forewarning you, it's not gonna be easy. Nothing ever is, Izuku said with a smirk. Plus I can teach you how to win the heart of that round-faced girl you mentioned, Rumi said. Ryo said something about her name being Uraraka. Izuku sighed. When I get back, I will kick Ryo's ass for this. Literally. Rumi chuckled at the greenette, I can even teach you a couple tricks for the future, considering that you and Ryo are rivals or whatever. Izuku nodded, pulling out his notebook as they reached Rumi's apartment. Okay, we don't have much time to train you, since we're headed to Hosu later, but I can show you the basics, said Rumi, walking to the door. Also, if you're gonna stare at my thighs the entire time, don't let it distract you. Izuku blushed, walking inside before noticing that the room was empty, looking at Rumi in confusion. She immediately caught on, I expected you to ask me to train you with your legs, so I had some friends move the extra stuff to the garage. Izuku simply shrugged, stretching while Rumi spoke. Okay, first thing you need to is activate your full cowling move, but it comes with a twist, smirked the bunny, holding his arms behind him while wrapping rope around them. In order for you to receive your dinner, you have to be able to fight me with only your legs for 30 minutes straight. Izuku gulped, and despite the fact that he could very easily break the rope, powered up full cowling while Rumi charged at him. With Iida and Shoto. The most important thing about being a hero is being alert and aware of your surroundings, and knowing when and when not to fight. Said Manuel, there are times that a villain is too strong for one hero, and we would need to retreat and call for backup. Freezer Burn nodded, I can see how that is a good option, but what if you are able to handle the villain, but they manage to overpower you? The best course of action would be to keep him occupied the best you can until help arrives, Manuel answered, if you have to, run. But also make sure that civilians are safe from harm and all that. Sure thing, Freezer Burn nodded. Meanwhile Tenya was thinking about the hero killer. The very thought of him made his skin crawl. He started having flashbacks of visiting the hospital. His older brother Ingenium had been attacked by a vigilante calling himself Stain. Because of the injury, he was forced to retire. Tenya turned to Manuel. Sir, there's something I need to check out. I think I saw someone walk this way, he said. Sure thing Tenya, just be careful, Manuel said. With that, Tenya started walking to a specific area. Manuel turned to Shoto. I think you should go with him, Manuel said, there might be more to Tenya's story than he wants to tell us. Make sure he stays out of trouble. Shoto nodded. With Ochako. There was a class going on at Gunhead's agency. Ochako was part of the class. The students were learning various attack techniques. Gunhead was observing each of them. Remember, don't just feel the attack, Gunhead said, the pose is also the important part of a move. Like this. Gunhead then did a pose to which Ochako saw. Look at how cute that pose is. Ochako said. With Ryo. Ryo was training his quirk while training with Hisashi. He soon started creating weapons of ice and fire in order to defend himself against Hisashi. Let's see if you can take this, he said. He started breathing balls of fire at Reo. He started to dodge out of the way while heading closer to his target. He remembered the training he did with Momo before the sports festival. I need to thank Mo for this later, he said to himself, absorbing an incoming fireball into his fire staff. As he kept creating different weapons from different elements, Hisashi noticed that Reo was being more aggressive with his attacks. Hey, kid, said the raven-haired hero, stopping his attacks, you okay? You seem pissed for some reason. Yeah, I'm fine, said Reo, trying his best not to burn the room despite it being fireproof for obvious reasons when an alarm went off. Hisashi immediately pressed a button in his ear, his mask forming around his face. Relax, scoffed Reo, tapping his wrist as a hologram appeared, it's my crime alert. There's a robbery at the bank. Hisashi chuckled, you're a smart kid. Come on, let's go. The two elementals walked to the garage, getting on their motorcycles as they rode to the bank. Computer, continue Project FS10, and activate stealth mode, said Adapt, his bike turning gray and black. Nice, smirked Red Flame, pressing a button on his bike that turned completely black. When we get back, I got questions for you, Midoriya, said Adapt, infusing his bike with electricity. Fine by me, shrugged Red Flame. Red Flame shrugged, parking as the two walked up to the police when the pro asked, what's the situation? An officer noticed the two and pointed to the building, we've got quirk users holding civilians hostage, and we have no idea how many there are, or what they can do. Adapt spoke up, I believe I can help with that, Detective Tsukauchi. My quirk allows me to sense any others with elemental type quirks as well as what element, and send out a sonar pulse to see where people are. Nice to see you again, Reo, said Tsukauchi, I wish it were under better circumstances, but by all means, go ahead. Adapt nodded as he turned invisible, I'm Adapt in uniform. The detective nodded, turning to the pro hero, have you told him yet? No, but he's probably figured it out already, shrugged the fire hero. Meanwhile, Adapt had silently approached the building, and putting his hand on it, sensed 6 elementals, though there were about 15 people altogether. Adapt walked back to the officers, giving them the info as he became visible. 15 people, 1 ice elemental, 2 electricity, 1 water, 1 for earth, and 1 for fire, said the hero in training, but why would they have a water elemental if there's no nearby water source? Right now it doesn't matter, said Red Flame, giving the teen an earpiece, you're the best here when it comes to stealth, so you can sneak in through the building without alarm. Try and get the hostages out, and we'll join you once you give the signal. The teen nodded, simultaneously turning invisible and intangible as walked into the building, staying behind various objects in case he was spotted. Red Flame, I'm in, whispered the elemental teen, I see a guy with knives for fingers, one with an ice touch, and one that seems to be creating weapons. Good job, kid, said the pro hero, quirk usage is authorized, the police will stall while I sneak in from the vents. Copy that, smirked Adapt, unleashing a geo-pulse, sinking into the ground afterwards. 15 enemies, 12 hostages, thought Adapt, his head appearing from the ground, let's get the hostages out first. Sensing at least 5 civilians, the hero in training told them, calm down, everyone. I'm gonna get you out of here, but you need to act normal. While he received no mental response, the ones who heard him nodded, allowing him to grab 2 of them, the 3 disappearing from sight. The 2 civilians shuddered due to the intangibility, being provided cover from the police as the teen spoke to the officers, there's more hostages, I'm headed back inside, but I need a diversion. Tsukauchi nodded, what do you have in mind? Adapt smirked, well. Hurry up and get that cash, said a red-headed man with electricity sparking around him, we gotta get out of here before the pros arrive. Whatever, Danzo, scoffed a 6-armed man, not like you're doing anything. I told you not to use my real name, said Danzo, turning around to see his comrade gone. What the hell, shouted Danzo, before feeling a blade to his neck. If you don't want to end up like your friend, I suggest you surrender, said Red Flame, who had dropped down from the ceiling vent. Danzo smirked, trying to electrocute the hero, keyword trying, when he realized he couldn't activate his quirk. The raven-haired hero chuckled as he knocked the man out, you gotta love anti-quirk cuffs. Attention, criminals, said a voice that the hero recognized, we are willing to negotiate the release of the hostages in exchange for 5 million yen. Please send your leader out to speak. The pro groaned, jumping back into the vents, what the hell are they thinking? The leader of the heist soon walked out of the bank, holding a female hostage close to him as his hand was covered in frost. You've got 10 seconds to give me the cash before I give this bitch hypothermia, shouted the man, ice spreading around the woman's neck. The police nodded, sliding the case over as the woman was released. The sweet smell of boozy, began the man before his eyes turned from a neon orange to sea blue. The man then winked at the officers and turned around, grabbing his walkie-talkie and speaking, we got what we came here for, boys. Grab everything you can and release the motherfuckers. Copy that, boss, said multiple voices as the hostages came running out the building. The man then dialed a phone number, glad that it was answered, this is Red Flame, go ahead. Hisashi, I know you're still inside. Get out now, said the man, immediately hanging up. Meanwhile, the pro was slightly conflicted. On one hand, a villain knew who he was. On the other hand, only a few amount of people from Japan know his name and phone number. On the other hand, his protege could possess people, so that ruled out the other options. Quickly getting out of the vents as ice approached him, Red Flame used his grappling hook to hang onto a lamppost, shocking him as he saw a villain freezing the inside of the building, covering it in a layer of earth as well before punching himself and passing out. The pro was still confused until he saw a see-through figure standing over the knocked-out villain. Civilians have been released, said Adapt, turning intangible. The villains are unconscious, ready to be arrested. The officers nodded, walking into the bank with the criminals in anti-quirk cuffs, designed to prevent criminals from using touch-type quirks. Thanks Red Flame. You too, Adapt, said the chief, the two nodding as they rode off on their motorcycles. Meanwhile, Izuku crossed his arms as he looked out the window. Remind me again why you're driving instead of me. Rumi chuckled, cause I refuse to be driven around by a 16-year-old, and this isn't your car anyway. Izuku grumbled, pressing a button on the center console as a hologram appeared. We're 10 minutes from Hosu, said the greenette. Wait a second, that's not normal. What's up, kid? Asked Rumi, keeping her eyes on the road. The radar was just showing one person, but now there's like 14 of them, Izuku shouted. Get in the back now, said Mirko. Deku nodded, sitting in the middle seat as he was soon detached from the car, a single wheel forming in front of him as the back two combined into one, the blue and black turning to green and gray. Deku smirked, seeing Mirko in a white and purple tricycle with two wheels in the front. Zooming past him, Mirko spoke through the comms. Quirk usage is authorized no matter what. I'm gonna go ahead and handle some of those assholes. Deku nodded, allowing full cowling to activate, causing the bike to propel himself at the city, riding up the walls before he came to a stop and took a breath. Fuck, said the greenette, I need a lesson to drive that thing. Ag, shouted a voice, Deku immediately looking in the direction where it came from. Instinctively, Deku hopped on the bike as he heard his phone chime, seeing Shoto's location nearby. At least I know where I'm going, said the OFA user, zooming off. 5 minutes earlier, Iida was running through the streets of Hosu, and having lost Shoto in the crowd, continued looking for his intended target before he spotted a man with black hair and multiple sharp weapons. Hero killer, shouted the engine user, I have come to get my revenge. You have injured someone very close to me. Stain looked at the teenager and scoffed, you're the type that should be purged. Always thinking about revenge or yourself, not caring if someone else needs assistance. Iida ignored him, racing at him while shouting, Recipro burst. Stain saw this coming a mile away, and dodged the attack, cutting the boy with a small knife before licking it. The brunette immediately collapsed, unable to move his body as he felt was stabbed in his arm. Before I kill you, tell me why exactly a student of UA decided to come after someone who has earned the name Hero Killer, asked the villain. You paralyzed my brother, Ingenium, shouted Iida, crying a bit, he was a true hero, always standing up for what's right, and you ended his career. The only reason he isn't dead is because he was saved by someone named XLR8. Stain nodded, while I understand wanting to get justice for your brother, you are still unworthy, having put revenge before saving the life of a hero, and for that you must die. Stain easily stabbed Iida's shoulders, and was about to aim for his head before he was soon blasted away by a stream of flames. You should really be aware of your surroundings, said a monotone voice that Iida recognized. Stain groaned and ignoring the burns, saw a red and white-haired teenage boy with a costume that had a zipped-up blue base, red and white straps covering his chest, a red and gold belt with two silver cylindrical-shaped objects connected to them, and white boots. Son of Endeavor, growled the villain as he grabbed a blade from his side, I didn't expect you to be here as well, but if it gives me a chance to rid the world of you before you become your father, I will gladly take it. Stain suddenly appeared in front of Freezer Burn, the teen being surprised as he quickly put an ice wall between him, Iida, and Stain. Tapping his phone quickly, the dual elemental watched as the ice broke, Stain dashing at him soon after. Present time. Izuku drove through Hosu, finally getting back on the streets as he finally reached Shoto's location. His eyes widened as he saw the pro-hero native bleeding against a wall, with broken ice showing Stain, Iida, and Shoto. Immediately jumping off the bike, Deku used the closed alley to run along the walls, propelling himself near the fight. As he neared them, Freezer Burn partially froze the hero killer, giving the power hero a chance to attack. Detroit Smash, shouted Deku, punching Stain in the face as he was flung away from the battle. Freezer Burn smiled, glad you made it, Izuku. I figured you had a good reason for not sending a message along with your location, smirked the greenette as he saw Iida. Iida, are you okay? Asked the worried teen, rushing to his aid. I am unable to move at all, and my arms have been damaged badly, said the engine teen, but what are the two of you doing here? Izuku looked and saw Shoto helping native and spoke, I could ask you the same question, Iida. You really thought it was a good idea to attack the Stain alone. Iida couldn't lie, I had to get revenge for my brother. His career as a hero is over because the hero killer has paralyzed him from the waist down. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose, and you couldn't have asked Reo or someone with a healing quirk to help. Instead you decided to attack the vigilante that hurt your brother, and failed to notice another hero about to be killed. Iida simply laid on the ground in shame as he processed everything, but his thoughts were interrupted by the rumbling of rocks. Out of nowhere, a blade cut Deku's arm, and Stain soon followed. Dodge to the left at a 90-degree angle. Deku followed Danger Sense's directions, and gasped as he narrowly dodged Stain's sword, the vigilante grabbing the blade that he threw and licking the blood off of it. Deku groaned in pain as he fell, his body paralyzed as he was looking at the wall before Stain spoke. You have my respect, kid, said the killer, not only did you put others' safety before your own, you kept your cool, and protected the fakes from me as much as you could. For that, I will spare both you and Endeavor's son, which I have to ask your names. My name is Deku, said the Greenette. I'm going to be a hero that can save everyone with a smile no matter the danger. Stain was soon frozen as Freezer Burn spoke. My name is Freezer Burn, and I'm aiming to become the #1 hero for others, and prove to them that I am nothing like my father. Stain chuckled, not bothering to get out of the ice. You two are true heroes, not fakes like the many others. You represent what it truly means to be a hero. Deku groaned, the feeling in his hand coming back to him as he stood. I was the one who was cut last, thought the OFA user, so if I'm right, then. Shoto, shouted Deku, what's your blood type? Freezer Burn was confused by the question, AB, why? Deku was sure now, mine is O, so the effects of his quirk must be limited to the type of blood. Freezer Burn nodded in understanding before Iida spoke, get out of here, you two. This is my fight, and I refuse to let you get hurt anymore. Deku stood as green lightning crackled around him, fuck no. A hero's job is to meddle where they're not supposed to, especially protecting others. The Greenette rushed at Stain, who was free, unleashing kicks and punches that he dodged with ease, and any that managed to hit him had little to no effect. No way, thought Izuku, backflipping to Iida's immobile body, that's Tekai and Kami-e. Stain then appeared in front of Freezer Burn, and using his finger, stabbed him in the right shoulder. The heterochromia boy groaned in pain, falling to the ground as Stain brought a finger to his mouth. The elemental waited for the paralysis, but instead saw a large wave of wind headed in Stain's direction, causing him to be knocked away, the blood coming off of him. I said get out of here, shouted Iida, this is my fight. Freezer Burn groaned at his engine friend, you want to fight? Then stand up and be a hero. Honor your brother instead of getting revenge. For a full minute, Iida's world was turned upside down. He then remembered what his brother had told him when he saw him last in the hospital. Tenya, I think my time as Ingenium is over, spoke Tensai Iida. But who will carry on your legacy? Asked Tenya, concerned for his brother. Tensai chuckled lightly, you didn't let me finish. I want you to take the name. You are more than ready for the hero business, even if you have a bit more to learn. Tenya nodded, crying, I will do my best to honor the name, Tensai. Iida slowly stood, a determined look on his face, my brother may have lost the name Ingenium, but that doesn't mean it is gone. I have made mistakes, issues that I would like to change, but that makes no difference. I will honor the name Ingenium, for that is my hero name. The rocks shook as a figure with blades appeared, so you think that one declaration of commitment means you're a hero. You are wrong, and I must cleanse you in society. Shoto, Iida, and Izuku all stood near each other before Izuku spoke, Shoto, can you keep him off the ground? Don't let him breathe, just keep attacking him. Iida, the two of us are going to attack from above. Seeing as they had no other plan, Shoto made multiple ice obstacles as the hero killer lunged at them, breaking through the ice with ease. Deku jumped into the air using the walls as support, while Iida powered up his engines and ran up the wall with his friend. Stain, who was too busy to notice the boys as he was breaking more ice, failed to dodge the incoming attacks from the heroes in training. Deku had been above him, his right leg extended near Stain's face, with Iida's engine-powered leg, which had blue flames coming out of it, was quickly brought down with a swift motion as the two shouted. Recipro. Texas. Extend. Smash. Stain, who was not expecting this in the slightest, was soon knocked out, drool coming out of his mouth showing that he was unconscious. SHOTOOOOO, shouted a voice that made Izuku and Shoto groan, why did you not contact me when you were in Hosu? Endeavor soon spotted the knocked out villain and stabbed Native before Shoto spoke, 1. Get the hero killer to the police. 2. I'm taking Native to a hospital, along with Ingenium. 3rd, my life has nothing to do with you, that's why. Freezing Native's wounds, Shoto helped him get to a nearby ambulance, with Tenya close behind. Izuku was about to talk to them, but he was soon grabbed by his shoulder, nice work, kid. You had the easier job, considering Endeavor, Gran Torino and I had to fight the League of Villains monster things. Thanks, Mirko, said Izuku, before processing what was said, wait, you all fought Nomus. Mirko shrugged, a couple of them, no worries though. Congratulations on defeating the hero killer. Izuku sighed, nodding as he walked to his parked motorcycle, before he felt a sharp pain in his shoulders and noticed he was no longer on the ground. Ah, shouted Izuku, looking up to see a winged Nomu carrying him. Deku, said the monstrous being, help me. Izuku had been trying to stop freaking out in order to process the fact that the Nomu spoke, when suddenly, 5 teal-colored crystals were launched at the Nomu, causing it to drop Izuku and give Mirko a chance to catch him. Are you okay, kid? Asked the bunny hero, who received a nod. Endeavor quickly grabbed the Nomu by its face, and unleashed an attack that prevented it from regenerating. Prominence burn. The flame hero dropped the headless body, turning around to check on Izuku before turning to a large figure with shards coming out of his shoulder blades who was being blocked by dust. Not that I don't appreciate the help, said Endeavor, but I advise you to reveal yourself. The figure scoffed with a gruff voice, Endeavor, we both know that you don't appreciate my help, but for the sake of your sanity, I'll bite. The figure soon revealed himself to everyone, showing his indigo and diamond-like silicon-made body with a rectangular head that also had a back fin on it, and on his chest was a familiar hourglass symbol. The heroes simply looked at him with a confused look, before the figure was covered in a blinding red light revealing a black-haired boy. I thought you would recognize me, Izuku, said the teen, removing something from his face as a little girl with white hair appeared behind him, and his hair turned from black to green, becoming very familiar to everyone nearby as they noticed a black, bulky watch on his wrist. Nice to meet you all, said the boy, revealing his freckled face. Come help Eri, and I'm Izuku Midoriya, but for the sake of confusion, call me Omni. Same time as the Hosu attack. As Reo and Hisashi drove through the streets of Jakku in silence after stopping the bank heist. Hisashi sighed. Look, if there's something that you want to get off your chest, I suggest you say it. Reo didn't respond, only glaring at the raven-haired pro near him. Hisashi shook his head. Fine, but. He was then interrupted by an explosion in front of them, knocking them off their vehicles and knocking Hisashi unconscious in the process. Reo groaned, his hair turning to a small ember as a high-pitched sound rung in his ears. Adapt stood, noticing a figure with purple and black armor that covered everything but their eyes, a shadowy scythe, and black flames coming from their feet reveal themselves, speaking in an obviously female voice. Hello, Reo, said the woman, it's been a while since I last saw you, say 14 years. Adapt's eyes widened as he realized who this villain was, the first one he had seen in his life, and his father's killer. Flames became visible as two electric swords appeared in his hands. I'm warning you, don't piss me off any further, Paradox. I know what you're thinking. How dare I leave two cliffhangers in a row? You will get your answers in the next chapter. This chapter has been beta read by Blazing Fire Star Kid 01. 62 Chapter 29, Facing Your Past. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OC. Reviews, The Toxic Love Machine, things only get better from here, especially with Omni. Thoughts, Speaking, Mental Speech, Buff Might Speaking. Buff Might Thinking, Attack Names, Facing Your Past. Adapt stood in silence as he glared at Paradox, who was twirling her darkness side like a toy. What the hell do you want? Asked Reo, his body crackling with electricity as flames danced around him. To return to me what is rightfully mine, dear, Paradox said in a strangely sweet voice. Adapt groaned, let's just get to the part where I kick your ass, and I inevitably get sent to the hospital. If you insist. Suddenly, the elemental teen was flung backwards into a street pole, blood spilling out of his mouth from a single punch. The hell, thought Reo, this bitch is crazy. Adapt slowly stood, and groaned, watching the villain in front of him wait for him to retaliate. He growled in annoyance, using his speed to appear above Paradox and attack her with an electric blade. I expected more from Shift's son, taunted the villainess. Adapt smirked, and using his free hand, made a flaming blade which he swung upwards, hitting her. That tickled. Reo gasped at the incoming punch, that he phased through, when he was suddenly punched across the city in an instant. Reo had blacked out from that attack, soon hearing a voice that was new to him. Rise, my warrior. Do not let fear control your power. Reo instantly woke up, and noticed that he was about to crash into multiple buildings, so he phased right through them, flying back to his target in the process. Meanwhile, Hisashi had regained consciousness, and noticed that Reo was fling above him while looking at Paradox. He groaned, grabbing the radio in his ear and spoke, this is Red Flame, I need backup immediately, level top 10. Paradox is back. Reo growled as he blasted towards Paradox, the woman unleashing black flames and constructs that he managed to dodge. Turning his skin metal, Reo dropped down from high in the air, pounding the ground with all his strength as he yelled, Tremor Pound. The ground shook around Paradox, magma coming up along with many different types of metal. The metal soon wrapped around her body as the magma was launched at her, the teen yelling, Molten Wave. The magma had soon covered her, and Reo, knowing that wouldn't stop her, took a breather while thinking, this isn't working, she's gonna break out of that soon. I need a new strategy, but with those attacks I can't use fire or earth for 30 minutes. Use the darkness. Reo tried to ignore the voice, but it kept bothering him, telling him that it was his only hope, but he felt like it was wrong, so he chose to talk to an expert on the element soon. Thinking back to a training lesson with Hisashi, Reo recalled a conversation. Flashback. Reo and Hisashi were currently practicing using hand-to-hand combat, when Hisashi asked him something. Hey, kid, said the pro, I've noticed that you only use your base elements in combat, why is that? Reo looked at him in confusion as he dodged a kick, what do you mean, base elements? I've only got my regular 6. Hisashi chuckled as he flipped Reo over his shoulder, you're not the only one who's a fan of elemental users. I've seen Avatar The Last Airbender, Legend of Korra, Naruto, I love One Piece's Logia fruit users, the list goes on. My point is, you were able to use metal when one of your base elements are earth, right? So who's to say you can't use literally any element you want, assuming you have access to its core element? Reo froze, allowing himself to get punched in the face on accident, I'm an idiot. I could have been making glass cannons, controlling plants, hell, I could even control tech if I wanted. Hisashi chuckled and helped him up, exactly, think about that for a while, I'll make dinner, and you can go clean up and work on your stuff. Flashback end. Reo chuckled, and even though this would be a forbidden technique, it really didn't apply to him at all. He watched as Paradox broke from the molten prison, glaring at Reo with a hateful expression. You finally got serious, boy, chuckled the villain as she grabbed her shadow scythe from a portal, but this ends now. Reo smirked as he made his weapons disappear, you're right, it does. Holding his right hand out, he twisted his wrist, surprising Paradox as she was lifted from the ground, her body immobile as she watched Reo make a fist and keep her in place. I know you won't die from this, smirked Reo, but you're going to be injured for a while. Paradox chuckled, you think I won't be able to find you again? I did it once, I can do it again. Reo growled, his left hand, that was behind his back, forming a condensed, blue, electric ball of energy, I'll stop you again. Paradox looked at him with a smiling face, Shota Aizawa. Nimari Kayama, Hizashi Yamada, Nezu, Toshinori Yagi, Rikido Sato, Hanta Siro, Yuga Aoyama, Kyoka Jiro, Ejiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, Mina Ishido, Koji Koda, Mezo Shoji, Toru Hakagure, Mashirao Ojiro, Fumikage Tokiyami, Suyu Asui, Tenya Iida, Shoto Todoroki, Fuyumi Todoroki, Natsuo Todoroki, Rei Todoroki, Enji Todoroki, Ochako Uraraka, Katsuki Bakugo, Mitsuki Bakugo, Masaru Bakugo, Inko Midoriya, Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, Momo. Paradox was stopped mid-sentence by the feeling of being stabbed, looking down to see Reo with his arm covered in red electricity and in her stomach. Don't you dare say their names unless you want me to really kill you, whispered Reo, revealing his left hand as the villainous, eyes widened at what he was about to do. Reo put the ball of energy on Paradox's stomach injury, one more thing. Point blank, began Reo, releasing the electric energy, blast. The entire area was soon covered in a mix of red and blue energy, Reo smirking that he had won the battle. No more electricity or water abilities for an hour, said the teen, passing out as he was caught by some bulky arms. Reo, I apologize for not getting here sooner, said All Might, get some rest, cause your friends are waiting for you. The hero then jumped away to the hospital, ignoring the cameras that caught the entire thing. With Momo. If it was anyone else, Momo Yaoyorozu wouldn't have been so pissed off, but this is Reo we're talking about. How the hell does he get in trouble on the third day, said the Ravenet, watching the live broadcast with Uwabami and Kendo. He is your boyfriend and Midoriya's best friend, so it's only natural, argued Kendo. Uwabami giggled at the two girls, specifically Momo who had been blushing after Kendo's statement. With Bakugo. Bakugo growled in annoyance as he was forced to watch the news. Nature Freak had not only managed to get in a fight with a major villain on the third day of the internships, but he made them retreat and All Might had needed to rescue him. Get me the fuck out of here, shouted the blonde, attempting to escape his bonds. Best Jeanist sighed as he continued combing Bakugo's hair, such foul language is so unfitting for a hero. Bakugo would have yelled back, but he was soon unable to speak due to threads covering his mouth. 2 more days, thought the number 4 hero. With Izuku, Iida, Shoto, and the other heroes. In the hospital, most of the occupants simply facepalmed at the news. How the hell did he fight Paradox on the third day, groaned Rumi, smirking. Izuku, who hadn't received many wounds from Stain, hit his head on his pillow over and over again. Iida and Shoto could only sweat drop at the news as Omni looked at them in confusion. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm gonna go check on Eri, said the Greenette, come find me when you can, Izuku. With Aizawa. Shota Aizawa was many things, cat lover, teacher, mentor, uncle, very tired, and kind of patient, but he was not a person that could properly deal with his nephew fighting a villain, causing him to just drown himself in alcohol for the time being. Uncle, asked a nervous Shinso, shouldn't we be training? The teacher perked up, you're right, time for drunk boxing. Shinso would have questioned his teacher, but he knew better by now. Reo woke in the hospital, his stomach wrapped in bandages while he had obvious bruises all over his body. Reo groaned, waking up to a familiar, warm embrace, you're awake. Don't ever do that again. The elemental chuckled, sorry, Momo. That's just the territory of being a hero. Momo then clamped her lips onto him, kissing him deeply. Reo returned the kiss and held her close. His hands started going around her smooth skin until Menemf. She suddenly yelped. Reo opened his eyes to see Momo blushing. He squeezed his right hand only to feel something soft. At this moment he realized what he did. He touched her boob. Momo felt pleasure from it. I didn't. It was Reo said before being interrupted by her lips once more. As Momo ended the kiss once again, he heard her say, it's fine, we'll talk about it later. Ahem, said a voice, snapping the two out of their trance, revealing Nezu, Mirko, Izuku, Endeavor, All Might, and Detective Tsukauchi. I hope we aren't interrupting anything, teased Rumi, causing the two teens to look away from each other and blush. Disregarding that, coughed Nezu, are you alright? There were multiple wounds that we had to do surgery on. Reo was a bit confused, and sat up to see bandages wrapped around his ribs. I'm fine, said the brunette, we were caught off guard, and Red Flame was knocked out, so yeah. Endeavor spoke up, what you did was reckless and stupid. While you're excused for being attacked, you should have called for backup. Reo looked Enji dead in his eyes as cold air began to surround the room. I don't want to hear you mutter a single word, Enji, understand. Enji grunted, too frightened to do anything else. Good, your abilities are available to you, said Nezu, I would advise healing your wounds as best you can. Reo nodded, drinking a bottle of water before Mirko spoke, so, you gonna introduce me to your girlfriend? Reo smirked, that depends, how badly did you kick Izuku's ass? I'm right here, deadpanned the Greenette. No, you're not, said Reo, I can't hear your thoughts. After the sports festival, I began to hear his thoughts, and plus, he doesn't wear a stupid-looking S in the hospital though. Omni simply sighed, yeah, you got me. Mirko, said Nezu, please go with Endeavor to check on Midoriya, Shoto, and Iida. Shouldn't we get the discount Izuku out of here? Asked the elemental. I'm about 5 seconds before going wrath on your ass, said the teen in question. Anyway, this is highly confidential, and everyone in this room already knows about it somehow, smiled Nezu. Reo, by any chance did you use lethal force on Paradox? Asked All Might, proofing to Toshinori, you seem to be in more rage than usual. Let's see, I just fought the lady who killed my dad, she got away, and was after me for some reason. Reo calmly said, yes I was angry, but I wasn't trying to kill her. The three sighed, as Omni spoke, okay, who's Paradox? Is she a all-for-one level villain or something? All Might, Tsukauchi, and Nezu froze, something that Reo and Momo noticed. Where did you hear that name? Omni looked at the pro before speaking. I heard it from my version of Ochako Uraraka, the ninth wielder of One for All. He's this super bad guy that lies in the shadows, commanding the League of Villains, and he created OFA. Honestly, my version of you assumed I got my powers from him. The wielder of the watch raised his arm, howling the bulky, black and witty watch with a green hourglass symbol. Tsukauchi nodded, we'll come back to that later. Omni, could you explain how you rescued that little girl? Omni nodded, I was looking for Nezu, when she just ran to my leg and asked me to keep her safe. I'm assuming it was because the guy who claimed to be her father had almost activated his quirk, so I transformed and kept her safe, forcing the dude to escape. Tsukauchi wrote down more in his notebook, did you get a name? Chisaki, said Omni, though it sounded more like a growl. The detective nodded, I'll investigate this later, now could you tell us about who you are and your quirk? Omni smiled and nodded, as you all know, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and I basically went through the same events in my counterpart's life. I go to UA, All Might says I can't be a hero without a quirk, I try anyway and succeed, Bakugo is an asshole, but that's universal, and I injured All Might further during my final exam. At that last part, Toshinori winces, feeling his wound. Also, I'm quirkless, said Omni, surprising everyone in the room. In my universe, this watch is my only power besides my intellect, and the only reason I'm telling you all this is because you can keep a secret. Nezu, who had been listening finally spoke up, it seems we have an issue on our hands. Not only do we have another version of a student, but the incident with Stain and the young girl have to be dealt with. Reo groaned as he got out of bed, let me handle this. I'm great with kids, and I need to see Izuku anyway. The others would have stopped him, but Omni didn't know his capabilities, and the others didn't want to deal with an annoyed teenager. Reo dragged himself through the halls of the hospital, trying to focus on Izuku's thoughts, and Shoto, who he could now clearly sense. Knocking on a door, it soon opened to reveal Shoto and Izuku, catching the exhausted elemental. Whoa, Reo, shouted Izuku, putting his mental block up, what are you doing out of bed? Rio's response wasn't clear from being surrounded by pink mist, Iida, irresponsible. Stain, killed you, lucky Shoto, and Izuku. Iida looked over in shame, while Shoto and Izuku looked confused when they saw Momo. Hi, boys, said the Ravenet, sitting down with Reo sleeping in her lap, are you all doing okay? Shoto nodded, yes, Yaoyorozu. My wounds are minor, so they had been healed already. You're Rio's cousin, smiled Momo, call me Momo. Izuku looked at his right arm, which had a couple scars on it. I got surgery, but just like the fights from the sports festival, some weren't as easily healed. By the way, Izuku. Are you the secret love child of All Might or something? Your quirks are very similar to each other. Izuku could only chuckle, I wish, Shoto. Maybe in another universe, though. Iida looked away, my arms aren't as good as they used to be, but I will use this painful experience as a lesson. He then chopped the air, receiving some pain in his shoulders. Wow, even hurt he's uptight, thought the three teens. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing Mirko, Manuel, and a humanoid dog. Hey, brats, said Mirko, getting their attention, this is the chief of police, he wants to have a few words with you. The chief nodded, hello, Deku, Freezer Burn, and Ingenium. I would like to speak to you about the incident regarding the hero killer. The three boys looked at each other in worry before they were reassured, do not worry, this will not be against you in any way. However, Freezer Burn and Ingenium had both attacked the hero killer without reason, and therefore have caused Manuel to have his teaching license temporarily suspended. As for Deku, he was given permission to use his quirk in any case, nullifying any punishments towards him, but seeing that the three of you had defeated the hero killer together, we have options for you. Iida and Shoto perked up as Reo slowly woke, listening in on the conversation. I don't want to ruin young heroes' chances of becoming pros, so either we 1, tell the media that the three of you had defeated Stain, 2, tell them Deku defeated him, or give the credit to Endeavor and Mirko. The three boys looked at each other before Shoto spoke, I have a question. Why would Iida and I get in trouble for preventing Stain from killing Native? The chief frowned, using your quirk in public without permission is akin to vigilantism, and many others would follow your example. That's some bullshit, said Reo, now fully awake, what would have happened if someone actually died? Would they be in trouble then? I agree, said Izuku, if I hadn't reached Iida and Shoto, they could have been killed with Native. So why is it such a big deal when someone that isn't a hero to save someone? Iida finally spoke up, it does not matter, I caused this and I must live with the consequences. I'm willing to give credit to Midoriya. Shoto nodded, as am I. Well, I'm not, said Izuku, catching everyone's attention, both of you helped me to defeat Stain, and it wouldn't feel right to take away your credit and hard work. Iida and Shoto would have responded, but they soon heard snoring coming from Momo's lap, the source being Reo. The chief nodded, understandable, we shall give the credit to both Mirko and Endeavor. He then walked away, soon being replaced by a man with black hair and freckles, with his arm in a sling. Hey, champ, said the man, long time no see. Izuku looked up, and immediately recognized the face, instinctively dropping his mental block against Reo. Ah, shouted the elemental, hearing Izuku's thoughts blaring in his head as he sat up, what was that for? Look who came back with milk, growled Izuku, all the teens turning to see Hisashi awake. Oh, hi Hisashi. Ryo sarcastically said, how's the arm? Hisashi looked back at him, good, how's your ribs? Hisashi smirked and looked at Izuku, hi son. How are you? Izuku looked around and stopped at Ryo and Shoto, son. I don't see any parents here, what about you guys? Ryo and Shoto shook their heads, nope. I'm sorry for leaving for so long, I thought I would be back sooner, but I was called in for some business with the HSC, sighed Hisashi as Rumi walked up to him. Hey, Rumi, asked Izuku, when did Hisashi start being a full-on underground hero? 12 years ago, when I first met him at poker night, said the bunny woman. Izuku scoffed, you're telling me that you left me and mom for 12 years, because I hadn't shown a quirk yet. Hisashi tried to reason with him, Izuku, wait. Hell no, said the greenette, unintentionally activating full cowling as shadow tendrils emerged from his back, though no one saw them, why did you even bother showing up? I had to check on you somehow, said the sad father, I wanted to see you, I even sent you an intern offer. Izuku balled his fists before he was held back by Rumi, just so he wouldn't destroy anything or anyone, is it because I finally got my quirk, or the fact that I won the sports festival? I wanted to see you all, shouted Hisashi, I even offered Shoto an internship as well. Why would you send me one? Asked the dual elemental, confused as to why he was brought up. Hisashi sighed, has your father ever mentioned me at all? Shoto shook his head, father isn't the word I would use, but no. That makes sense, seeing how he hates me, said the fire breather, honestly, Eric was much nicer. In a flash of blue lightning, there was a metal blade against Hisashi's neck. If you know something about my dad, talk, said Ryo, emitting a dark aura. He's my half-brother, said Hisashi, causing Izuku, Ryo, and Shoto to all look at each other. You're telling me that we're all cousins. The boys all hugged each other, but it just looked awkward for Shoto, since he was only smiling during the embrace. They were soon interrupted by a new voice, so your dad just returned for the first time in your life. Doesn't get easier from here. Every single person looked and saw Omni leaning against the wall, leaving most of them speechless. Are we seeing double? Asked Iida, who hadn't seen the watch wielder before. Alternate dimension, I think, said Omni, shaking his head, anyway, who's got a healing ability or quirk? I need you to follow me. Izuku and Ryo both stood, following Omni, so, which one of you is the successor? That'd be me, said Izuku, how do you even know about it? Ochako was his successor where I come from, said the shapeshifter, opening a door to reveal a little girl in a hospital bed. Hi, Eri, smiled Omni, I brought some friends here that can help you, is that okay? Eri nodded, allowing Izuku and Omni to walk towards her, but she had been frightened of Ryo. Stopping the use of his quirk, he held his hand out to the trembling girl, hello, Eri. My name is Ryo. He then made a frozen flower, handing it to her, is it okay if I heal your wounds? Hesitating, Eri nodded, and water began to surround her to the neck down, with Ryo putting his hands in it as it glowed. Omni watched in surprise, he hadn't really seen anyone but Recovery Girl do that, and even then, it made people sleepy. After 10 minutes, the scars had disappeared, the water had stopped glowing, going into Ryo's body instead of its normal spots. I've healed all your wounds, but you still need some rest, smiled the brunette, I'll be back to check on you soon. Eri nodded, feeling sleepy and drifting off soon, despite her trembling being noticed by the three boys. Ryo sighed, reaching into his pocket as blue electricity surrounded his body. Omni, I'm gonna need you to point out the bastard that did this to her, said the cousins, not trying to wake Eri. As much as I would love to help, you'd both be killed, so no. Izuku and Ryo sighed, walking out the room before they were stopped by Kirishima, Jiro, and Ochako. What the hell were you thinking, said Kaminari. You could have been killed, said Jiro, sending a jack through Ryo's body. I thought you would be more careful now on, said Ochako, who punched Ryo's arm. The two boys sighed, sharing a thought, this is gonna be a long day. Later that day, Izuku, Ryo, Iida, Shoto, Momo, and Ochako were all walking through the streets of Hosu, stopping when they saw the news in a window. This just in, we have received reports that the hero killer known as Stain has been defeated just yesterday, said the reporter. The person who had defeated him was none other than UA's sports festival winner and one of the top students, Izuku Midoriya, also known as Deku. He had received permission to use his quirk in combat from his mentor, Mirko, since the rest of the city was being attacked by multiple mindless monsters. We also have news that Ryo Monroe, otherwise known as Adapt, and his mentor Hisashi Midoriya, known as Red Flame, had been attacked by the villain Paradox. Adapt had emerged victorious in the fight, but was drained from quirk overuse. These two heroes are nothing to laugh at, folks. Back to you, Saru. Izuku looked at Shoto and Iida, who were whistling and looking anywhere but at him. You guys did this, didn't you? Deadpanned Izuku, receiving nods from the guilty parties. You rightfully deserve the credit, Midoriya, said Iida, it is entirely my fault that you and Shoto got involved, and you put the safety of myself and native before your own. Shoto nodded, although I was the one who contacted you, I feel that you are someone that deserves this praise instead of someone like my father. The greenette sighed, fine, but all hell is gonna break loose for sure. The group of friends chuckled, and headed back to their internships with Izuku driving Shoto, Ochako, and Iida, while Ryo and Momo took the motorcycle. The two groups smiled and split up, heading to their designations. Unknown. A blonde girl in an alley was standing over a bleeding man, drinking his blood happily. As she drank the red liquid, she noticed the man's phone was on a news broadcast. She watched as it showed Izuku and Reo fighting villains, but her main focus was on the greenette. "Oh, Izuku," smiled the girl as she showed her fangs, "you look so cute, but I think you'll be even cuter covered in blood." Same time. Blue flames engulfed an area, leaving all but one person dead, specifically a man covered in scars and stitches with black hair. "So, Stain's been arrested, huh?" the man asked himself as he pulled out his phone. "I guess someone's gonna have to continue his work." He watched the news once more before stopping on the fight between Reo and Paradox. "Looks like I'll have a bit of fun in the process as well. With Shigaraki. This is some bullshit," shouted the Decay user, throwing his laptop across the room. Not only did Stain upstage us and that brat defeated him, but now, some new guy with crystal shards killed another Nomu. We didn't even get mentioned, just the Nomu, and that's a side story. "Let's not forget about Paradox and Adapt," said the anarchist, smoking a thick roll of weed. "How high are you right now?" asked Kurogiri, genuinely curious as he set the phone down. "High enough to break the fourth wall," said the chaotic man, taking another puff. Quote. "Pass it here," said Shigaraki, ready to just get it over with. Meanwhile, Reo and Momo drove back to Uebami's agency, the two silent until Momo broke the silence. "So, what's the deal with you and Mirko?" asked the Ravenet, teasing him. The elemental groaned, "She's my former babysitter and sparring partner. Your hair is icy. Fine, she stole my first kiss on my 13th birthday. She huffed, and here I thought that I got that chance." "Momo, it meant nothing," sighed Reo, "it was a gift and that's it." The creation user nodded, hugging his backside. "Okay, but if I find anything else out, I'm destroying your avatar collection." "Which one?" asked the worried teen, "the blue people, Aang, or Korra?" "All of the above, my dear," smiled Momo, sending a smile his way. Suddenly, a message chimed on Rio's helmet. "Fuck. What's wrong?" asked Momo. "I just received a text from Uncle Aizawa that says, get your ass back to the dorms ASAP." Momo chuckled, "Well, you did fight a supervillain, so he's probably pissed." They soon approached Uebami's agency where they saw paparazzi, kendo, and a black limo, which people could only assume Uebami was inside. The couple chuckled, sharing a kiss in the midst of the night. "Call me when you get back to UA, smiled Momo. Reo nodded, "I will, I promise." He then drove off, turning invisible to avoid being hit again. "That's a good man you have there," said Uebami, patting the Ravenet's shoulder, "you're really lucky." "Yeah," smiled Momo, "yeah, I am." Reo rode through the streets in camouflage mode, happy that he wasn't interrupted at all. "Computer, activate autopilot and locate Project FS10, said Reo, phasing his hand through the seat to drink a soda. Autopilot engaged. Project FS10 is currently at UA. High, being kept away from Mei Hatsume. The elemental's eyes widened at that, quickly finishing his soda and returning it to its original spot. Activate the electro engine and deactivate autopilot. I'm not letting her get into my stuff, at least not yet. Affirmative. The bike soon came into view, with a black and gray base pattern, but highlighted by blue lightning designs all around the bike, which was sparking with Rio's blue electricity that he was producing. Soon, the entire area was a blur to the BlueNet, who was continuously producing more electricity while phasing through buildings invisibly. Let's just say that Eraserhead had to use his quirk on Reo in order to get the bike to stop from crashing into anyone. After a stern talking to and being grounded from the motorcycle for a week, Reo had to meet up with Aizawa and Nezu for a late-night chat. Please explain to me again why I have to do this, asked the elemental. Easy, said the smug hybrid, you're a top student, quick on your feet, and Shinso needs a sparring partner if Aizawa is unavailable. Reo groaned, as much as I would love to do that, I'm in the middle of a project that could very well help everyone out. It's only for the next 2 days, kid, shrugged Aizawa, plus, you'll be much safer here than anywhere else. Fine, 2 days, said the kid genius, too tired to argue, but we're settling something else once and for all. And what is that? Asked Nezu. Manama's punishment. Reo grinned evilly, a similar one appearing on the other room's occupants. I've done it. I not only figured out Manama's punishment, but I managed to get more references in the story. Shout out to whoever correctly matches them, by the way. 62 Chapter 30, Finals. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Reviews. The Toxic Love Machine and Guest. Here is that chapter. Guest. As much as I understand your frustration, my autocorrect refuses to spell his name correctly. As for the future ways to spell his name, I will stick to how it has been previously. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Finals. It had been 2 days since Rio's internships had been switched, and Shinso had been making more progress than ever due to having a new opponent. He was now able to use the capture tape effectively, and Reo was able to find ways to improve as well. However, the most difficult task was creating a voice modifier that allowed Shinso's quirk to work with, but Reo, Power Loader, and May all managed to do it within a couple of hours. Class 1A had soon rejoined each other, and right now they were laughing their heads off. Ahahahaha, said Shiro, Mina, Kirishima, and Kaminari, pointing at Bakugo, look at your hair. The blonde's hair had been combed down, very gelled, and well done. In all honesty, he looked like best genist. Bakugo growled in annoyance and anger, shut up, you fucking extras. The Baku squad simply continued their laughing, soon silencing themselves as Aizawa entered the room. Shut up and sit down, said the teacher, obviously tired. I hope you all learned new things from your internships this past week, but now you have something far more important to deal with. The students didn't know if they should be genuinely concerned or not, due to their teacher making everything seem dangerous. Finals are coming up soon, and I suggest you all study harder than you ever have before. Okay, it's something normal. Reo sighed as Aizawa sent them to their next class, which just happened to be with present Mike. Okay, said Kokura, it's not the dude I dislike, but his quirk. I can't think straight when he speaks. I was wondering when you guys would appear again, said Reo, I haven't heard from you both since the sports festival. We've been busy, said Tamada, you're not the only elemental we have to help out. Fair point, said the brunette, returning to reality. The students listened to the blonde pro, not that they had a choice, as he taught their English class, which was the most normal it's ever been. Actually, all the general studies classes were normal, so the students of Class 1A were able to have a strangely calm day. And then, lunchtime came for them. Izuku, Shoto, Momo, Reo, Iida, Ochako, and Su were all at their own table, chatting about their internships and eating foods from katsudon to rice bowls, when suddenly, Reo and Izuku's food fell onto the floor. Oh, my bad, said Minama, I didn't see you there, since you're not worth paying attention to. Izuku sighed, it's fine, don't worry about it. Minama gained a tick mark on his head, and decided to go further, picking up a water bottle and pouring it on Rio's head. Sorry, my hand slipped. The brunette, however, didn't cave, thanks, now I'm hydrated. The blonde growled to himself, and decided to try something new. Monroe, how's your dad? Asked the smug teen. Oh, wait, he's 6 feet under, isn't he? Kendo soon came over and knocked out Minama, deeply apologizing for his behavior. It was at that very moment the entire cafeteria began to freeze, and Reo stood up. I'm gonna go work on my projects, said the teen, his hair shading his eyes as he left the cafeteria, which started to return to its normal temperature. Reo growled as he headed to his personal workshop. He knew that Minama was a jerk, but this was a new low for him. He grabbed his computer, and instead of burning everything in sight, chose to put his anger to good use. Time to get to work, said Reo, pulling up files for different projects. After lunch, Class 1A had their hero classes with All Might. They were currently in their hero costumes at a training ground where pipes and metal tubes covered the area. Hey, Zygotes, said All Might, sporting his signature smile, today your training is gonna be a bit different than usual. We're gonna be having a race. Bakugo immediately started yelling, what? I thought we were gonna be fighting. The blonde hero simply chuckled, being a hero is about more than fighting, young Bakugo. You must be able to reach the villain you are fighting, or reach the civilians you must protect, in order to save anyone. The angry teen immediately shut up, grumbling to himself. As I was saying, you all will be having a race and your goal is to catch me, but split into groups of 5, said the pro, please draw your lots. Everyone did, and once the teams were established, they were actually kinda fair. Izuku Midoriya, Tsuyu Asui, Hanta Shiro, Tenya Iida, and Mashirao Ojiro. Reo Monroe, Mina Ishido, Ochako Uraraka, Fumikage Tokiyami, and Ejiro Kirishima. Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Toru Hagakuri, and Koji Koda. Katsuki Bakugo, Denki Kaminari, Mezzo Shoji, Rikido Sato, and Yuga Aoyama. 5,000 yen says Shiro wins, smiled Mina. I'm betting on Izuku, smirked Reo. Ojiro, said Kaminari. Know what? Said Reo, I'll triple that if Su or Izuku wins. I'll take that bet, smirked Momo, Iida's gonna win this, though. Izuku smiled, thankful that his group was first so he could do this quickly. He lined up beside Iida and next to Shiro, ready for the signal to go. Powering up full cowling, Izuku started running when he heard the blaring horn, jumping from the sides of buildings. Whoa, Midori's gotten faster, shouted Mina, watching the greenette run through the training course with ease. Bakugo growled, that bastard is copying me. I don't see it, bro, Kirishima assured him, those look like Mirko's moves. Bakugo scoffed, angry about the internship he had. Shiro was swinging through the course by his tape, similar to Spider-Man, and yes they have him in America. This is awesome, shouted the raven-haired teen, this course was practically made for me. Su had a similar strategy, but she used her tongue, reflexes, and flexibility to get through the course. Iida had a bit more trouble, since he wasn't able to move as freely in this area as he hoped, but he maintained his speed. Ojiro used his tail to get around and over the pipes and metal bars, and he wasn't doing that bad either. Izuku looked back and saw that Shiro and Su were the main two getting closer, so he used a new technique he called full cowling, Soru 10% to get some distance between himself and his opponents. Soon spotting All Might, he smiled, and suddenly received a warning from Danger Sense, but it was too late. He slipped, falling down onto a long metal pole when he was suddenly caught. Here you go, Ribbit, said Su, throwing him into the air and letting him regain his balance. As much as I want to win, I couldn't let you fall. Izuku smiled, thanks, Su. The frog girl nodded, hopping away as Izuku was slowly behind her. Izuku smiled, as much as he wanted to give her a win, life wasn't fair and being a hero was dangerous. He could give her tips on how to improve later though. The greenette saw Shiro was closest to All Might, who had for some reason gotten further away, and decided to go full throttle, activating full cowling 20%. Geppo, jumping away from Su in the blink of an eye and appearing above Shiro. What the hell? Asked the taping teen, receiving a nod as the greenette disappeared, reappearing in front of All Might. Congratulations, young Midoriya, said the hulking man, you are first to reach me, so let's wait on your classmates. Zero was next to arrive, followed by Su and Ojiro, with Iida being surprisingly last. Nice race, everyone, said All Might, let's head back to your class. The group nodded, returning to the group, where they saw Ojiro, Momo, Mina, and Kaminari handing Reo cash. Did you all bet to see who wins? Asked Zero. The five chuckled and looked away whistling, before they heard All Might's voice. Alright, everyone, said the buff man, that was a pretty good race, but we're short on time. Next group, get ready. Reo smirked, and got to the starting line, between Mina and Ochako. This'll be fun, thought the teen, blue lightning sparking around him. The horn blared, and the students ran off, leaving a cloud of dust that, when it dispersed, revealing Reo looking at his wrist. What is he doing? Shouted Ojiro, who had placed a bet on him. Just watch, he's gonna win, smiled Izuku, who privately thought, he better, I'm trying to get some new All Might merch. Reo soon looked up, blasting high into the air as he saw everyone, and smiled as he landed, running around the area and having a bit of fun. As he ran, he started to notice the world was slowing down around him, and he smiled to himself as he ran across the pipes, his speed balancing him. Rag, shouted Kirishima, who was trying to get through the course by breaking things when he noticed an ice ramp. He looked to see Reo nodding, and smiled, yeah, so manly. Reo chuckled, and then decided to simply get done with this by not only jumping in the air, but using his pyrokinetic abilities to literally zoom to All Might, who had once again changed his distance. Sup, UNC, smiled the smug teen, tapping the blonde hero's shoulder, nice speed, but I'm faster. That is to be expected when you're able to move at lightning speeds, sweat drop the 8th OFA user, let us see who will be the second to get here. Okay, but can I get permission to leave when we return to the class? Asked the elemental, it's about the thing for Nezu. All Might nodded, of course, Reo. I will be watching from the security cameras in case I'm needed. The duo smiled at each other, watching as Ochako floated down to them, followed by Mina, who had used her acid to melt her obstacles. Tokiyami was next, thanks to Dark Shadow, and Kirishima was sadly last, tired and bruised despite his hardened skin. The group soon reached the class again, and saw Izuku, Zero, and Ojiro being handed cash as well. Pot, meat kettle, smirked Mina, causing Zero to look away in embarrassment. Reo smiled, hey, Momo. As much as I would love to see you dominate your race, I have to do something for Gramps. The Ravenet nodded, don't worry, I'll make sure Izuku records it. Good luck, Shoto, smiled the teen, receiving a nod in return. He then walked away, ready for his next assignment. Reo was in his room, and as soon as he could, pulled a cable out from his costume, plugging it into his computer. Maya, scan for possible design options and relay me the details, said the teen, phasing through his costume, leaving him in boxers. Also, list off the possible elements I can use from my base 6. Of course, Reo, said Maya. Yes, with Nezu, Mei, and Power Loader's assistance, he now has an AI. He smiled as Maya listed off the elements, getting in the shower while matching her frequency. 10 minutes later, he got out in shorts, just as Maya had finished the very long list. Sitting down at his chair, opening the file for Project FS10, and seeing it was almost finished, decided to work on his costume. Now, I know what you're thinking, chuckled Reo, looking at you, how the hell is he doing all this? Isn't he Tony Stark at this point? The answer is simple, I'm using my electrically enhanced speed to enhance my processing capabilities, and it allows my intelligence to get higher. This is also why I'm able to break the fourth wall. As Reo finished on his suit, he heard chimes coming from his phone from Nezu that read, it's time. The elemental smirked, and looked at his new suit, time for a test run. He sped around the room, and hiding all his tech, phased through the dorms as he headed to his destination. The students of Class 1A, still in their hero costumes, were now following their hobo teacher to the training room for reasons unknown. While they were walking, Bakugo couldn't help but be even more pissed at himself, and most of all, Deku. When he chose best genus to intern with, he expected to learn new moves, get stronger, and beat up villains. Instead, he only got to go on patrol, and his hair ended up looking like he was a fucking elitist. Meanwhile, Nature Freak had fought a big-time villain, and Deku had defeated the hero killer. He could acknowledge the elemental, even if he wouldn't admit it, but he would not allow Deku to surpass him. He was going to get stronger, damn it. They soon reached the training facility, and saw 4 of the Big 5, along with Class 1B in their hero costumes. Oh, what is this? Said Manama, Class 1A is here as well. Vlad coughed, actually Manama, this concerns you more than them. That got the blonde's attention, will I finally be able to prove our superiority to them? Not exactly, said Nezu, appearing from inside Aizawa's scarf, this is your punishment for the ultimatum during the sports festival. You will be fighting one of the Big 5, but you are allowed to have up to 5 people assisting you. Manama looked at the 4 suited up third years, I only see 4 of them, does the last think he's better than us? Aizawa immediately saw where this was going, choose your next words carefully, kid. The copycat simply scoffed, I'll fight the one that's not present. Then I will take their place as a Big 5 member. A voice chuckled, I was hoping you'd say that. Everyone looked at the figure that faded into view, his hair covering his right eye. Reo became visible, revealing a new haircut, his updated costume, which had the regular base colors with now black armor, but the temperature regulators were removed, and he had visible water tanks embedded into his arms, along with fingerless gloves with black, metal braces. So you wanna fight again? I'm completely fine with that, but I'll give you a second option. Manama became furious. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? Asked the elemental. I'm the fifth member of the Big Five. The entirety of the students, save for Izuku, Shoto, and Momo, looked shocked in disbelief. That's inaccurate, shouted the angry blonde, who wasn't Bakugo. Midoriya beat you during the sports festival. I can actually say with confidence that I was overexerting myself and Reo wasn't able to fight at full power, so I don't think that counts. Izuku chimed in. Ditto, said Reo. Manama huffed in annoyance. Fine, what are the rules here? All you have to do is beat me, and you pass your practical exam. Smirked the brunette. Of course, the people you choose to help you won't fail if you do, and if they beat me, you still win and they all pass as well. So all we have to do is beat you to pass, asked Manama, receiving a nod from Reo. Perfect. Smirked the teen. I choose Tokage, Shiozaki, Tetsu, Honanuki, and Kendo as my partners. Reo simply shook his head, catching a marshmallow that Sato threw his way and roasting it in his mouth. Class 1A looked at their teacher, who was drinking a juice box. Why are we here again? This is a learning experience, stated Aizawa, grabbing a marshmallow as well. Analyze your rival class, and get their moves recognized. They've been training just as hard as you all have. Play Start a Riot by Duckworth. The students nodded, watching the fight closely. Last thing, smiled Reo, smirking, I'm only gonna use one element against each member that's not you, Manama. If you've chosen your team, Manama, stated Vlad King as the students called were ready, let the battle begin. Reo watched his opponents for any sudden movement, but it seemed like they knew his capabilities and were being cautious. Soon enough, Abara was the first to attack, grabbing his right arm in her vines before Tetsu charged at him with a metal fist. The fifth member of the Big Five smirked, his right arm being engulfed in flames as the left sparked with electricity, literally shocking the metal teen as his punch was caught. My hair, shouted Abara, the ends of her hair smoking, you will pay, devil. Do you know how long it takes to grow my hair back? With the brunette distracted, Kendo took this opportunity to ATTCK from behind, though she was surprised when Reo had blocked the attack by turning his backside to metal. Oh, thanks, said the multi-elemental, I needed to stretch anyway. Kendo stood in shock, this guy that was her age just tanked a giant fist to the spine, and shrugged it off like nothing. Reo felt himself sinking into the ground, and looked away from Kendo to see Honanuki softening the area around him, and Tokage was sending her fists and feet at him to attack. That's a good strategy, you too, said Reo, dodging another large fist, no wonder you both were recommended to UA. The entirety of 1B froze in shock, all thinking the same thing, how does he know that? The teen smirked, phasing into the ground while shouting, Lemillion style, phantom dance. The 6 students looked around for any sight of him before seeing him pop out of the ground, smack Manama in the back of the head, disappear, reappear and blast Shiozaki's hair, disappearing again, and do the same to the others. He finally phased back into view permanently, seeing most of the group groaning and glaring at him. From the side, Mirio chuckled at the attack, though he received a glare from Sumai. You taught him that? Asked the slime user, only getting a grin in response. The slimy teal-haired girl groaned as she just continued to watch the fight. Tokage, still in the air, sent both fists at Reo, who smirked, allowing them to phase through him, but they became frozen in the process. He watched as she sent more limbs at him, which he could guess were about 20, when he realized her head was never separated from her body, meaning she probably needed to protect it. Got you, thought Reo, jumping into the air with an ice bridge behind him, grabbing Tokage's face and freezing it until she was unconscious. Manama, Kendo, and Honanuki all looked at their opponent in worry, though the blonde was actually furious that half his team was unable to fight due to Tetsu still twitching from electric shock, Abara's hair too short to allow her to fight, and Tokage was unable to regenerate fast enough thanks to the cold spreading on her body. Reo stood his ground, ready for the slightest movement from any of the other students, specifically Honanuki or Kendo due to their experience in combat. Kendo spoke quietly to her remaining team members, how is he this powerful? He has a counter for each of us, and he's not trying that hard. Honanuki nodded, yes, and he has stayed true to his word. He had used fire against Shiozaki, ice for Tokage, electricity for Tetsu, and earth for you, Kendo. That leaves water and air for me, but seeing how there are water tanks in his suit, he might be planning to use them against me. Manama scoffed, just keep him distracted a bit longer. I need to see if I can copy someone else's quirk. The two nodded, and Kendo enlarged her fists as she jumped up to Reo, who was standing on a visible air construct, easily avoiding the softening user's quirk. He smirked, as dark blue crystals began forming from his skin, covering his body as his hair spiked in a similar form as Kirishima's, his arms became square-shaped, and his arms were bulkier than before, and his eyes glowed blue and lost their pupils. Say hello to Crystal Assault, smirked the teen, his voice a bit deeper. Kendo chuckled, I've always wanted to see if anyone other than Tetsu could tank my punches. She soon started unleashing a flurry of punches, focusing on a single spot then all over, and smiled to herself when she saw a couple cracks in the armor. Nice combo, shouted Reo, try mine. He then began punching and kicking away, forming a spear and knocking her off her feet as she saw it pointed in her face. Do you surrender? Asked the crystal-skinned teen. Usually, but I'm just a distraction, said the redhead, rolling away and breaking the construct with her enlarged fists. Reo chuckled to himself as he was caught in the softened ground, it immediately hardening once he made contact with it. Reo looked to see Honanuki, but he was nowhere to be found. Smirking, the teen deactivated his crystal skin, phasing into the ground as he saw Honanuki next to him. Nice quirk, complimented Honanuki, you are quite the adversary, Monroe. Everyone calls me Reo, but I gotta say the same to you, said the teen, dodging a punch. Softening is really versatile, and it helps being a great strategist. The two boys continued attacking each other, soon realizing that they were at a stalemate, since Reo couldn't land any attacks on Honanuki when he was intangible, but neither could the other teen. We're getting nowhere with this, said Reo, truce until we get back to the surface. Truce, nodded Honanuki, he knew when a fight was unable to continue, so he swam away, reaching the surface. Ow, said Reo, who had beat him there, that giant fist is no joke. Honanuki turned to see Reo rubbing his head, which was now metal, as he turned and punched Kendo in her face, capturing her in a crystal cage that was laced with metal before noticing the water tanks glowing. He readied himself for any liquids to hit him, only to be surprised when the glowing stopped and Reo sighed, that's better. The elemental teen looked at him and put his hand to his mouth, you thought I was gonna use water on you. Nah, I prepared for this from the start. Reo blasted at him, fire coming from his hands and feet as he jumped over the recommended student, sending a wave of air at him, causing him to lose his balance and fly into the wall. Honanuki groaned, dang, he's quick. He got out of his hole, running back to the arena before an invisible wall stopped him. As much as I would love to continue fighting you, I gotta finish this soon so I can do my homework, lied Reo, his arms forming a large circle. You're not a bad dude though. Honanuki gasped, and trying to run the other way, found his way blocked, and touched the ground, but nothing happened. Yeah, your quirk doesn't exactly work when you're touching air, smirked Reo, balling his fists, it has no definite shape unless someone manipulates it. The teenage boy gasped as his oxygen was slowly depleted, causing him to pass out. Once he was positive he was knocked out, Reo released the air bubble and looked at his uncles, don't worry, he's only unconscious. Vlad nodded, thankful that there was a bit of clarity for that last attack. Reo then heard Manama's snobby voice, are you ready for me yet? You could have attacked me anytime, you're just biding your time for a while. Scoffed Reo, now whose quirk did you copy this time? Shishida. No wait, Komori. Nah, you're hoping for Vlad, or all three. The teen chuckled, you're going to pay dearly for underestimating me. I'm stronger than all of your class combined. You lost against him in the sports festival, shouted Izuku, Sumai, and Momo, further aggravating the teen. Enough, shouted Manama, his arm forming into a large blade, I'm gonna end this. Hell no, shouted Sumai, when did he copy my quirk? Manama chuckled, Tokage gave me a hand. Your puns are as bad as your attitude, shouted Reo, forming his own blade of ice, let's get this over with, I got more important things to do than mess with you. Manama growled, and running towards him, clashed with Reo, who smirked. Do you even know how to use a sword? Asked the teen, cause I do. Manama soon found himself on the ground, an icy sword in his face. Surrender. Never, shouted Manama, I'm not gonna lose to you again. His eyes then glowed red, causing the icy sword to be destroyed. My quirk, shouted Reo, recognizing those eyes. Aizawa looked at Manama in anger and surprise, anger because his quirk had been copied without permission, and surprise because he was actually sneaky about it. Reo sighed, guess I'm going old school. He pressed a button on his glove, and his black armor extended around his face and fingers, also grabbing two batons from his back. You wanna fight? Smirked Reo, let's see how you work with this. He swung at Manama, who barely dodged, and was straining his eyes. Reo chuckled and realized he didn't need any weapons at the moment, so he deactivated what he called, Eraserhead counter. Manama soon blinked from the strain, and when he opened his eyes, found his opponent nowhere in sight. What's wrong? Yelled the teen, too scared to face me. That's typical of you, no wonder your parents left you. Everyone froze in place as they saw darkness fill the room, and Manama gulped as he made a large shield, with the glow being very familiar to everyone. Izuku, ask Momo to tell you where she felt anything earlier, like a hand. Way ahead of you, man. He slapped her ass, said Izuku. Tell everyone to get out. Now. But, Izuku tried to argue. Now, shouted Reo. Izuku didn't argue this time, everyone, we need to leave, now. Eraserhead shook his head, putting his goggles on his face, I'll stay if needed, you all go. I'm more than capable of handling them both if needed. Aizawa, shouted Vlad, who was getting the students away from the building, the last time you fought him he was 13. Don't try this to help your ego. The pro wanted to argue, but Vlad had a point, fine, but I'm standing where I can see them. He hurried out the door, and running to his class, counted the students. Iida, where are Midoriya, Shoto, and Yaoyorozu? Asked the teacher. They ran back inside when we weren't looking. Damn it, shouted Aizawa, ready to go back inside before his scarf was grabbed. It will be fine, Aizawa. Nezu calmly spoke, if anyone can calm Reo down, it's his girlfriend and cousins. Meanwhile, tell me, Nito, said Reo, still invisible though you could hear something being dragged across the ground, do you enjoy being an asshole? Manama gulped at the distorted voice, I'm not afraid of you. A sword of electricity landed at his feet, causing him to jump. You sure about that? Asked the teen, his figure being seen now, I could find multiple ways to scare you. Manama activated Eraserhead's quirk, but nothing happened. Oh, was that little glow in your eyes an attempt to stop all this? Chuckled Reo, my area, my rules. It's impossible to see me in here. I'm currently surrounding my figure in electricity just for amusement. You wanna see some real eyes? Reo got up in Manama's face, red electricity sparking his eyes before the same happened to the copycat, soon forming into a red, curved shuriken. Dropping a shaking Manama, Reo crouched down to his level. You like it? Asked the teen. I call it my chakringen. It sends a shock to the part of your brain that controls fear, multiplying it tenfold. I was saving it for someone else, but I can work with this. Reo looked away to see a blast of spiraling energy coming his way, and he smirked, grabbing it and redirecting it back to the sender, Najire. I'm gonna have to stop you all as well, said Reo, his voice returning to normal as his arms being held behind him as the darkness started to fade so only his opponents could see him. Then I guess we can't hold back, shouted Mirio. I'm more than prepared for you, said the elemental, metal protruding from his face and making a curve around it. Buddy, just shut up, said Sumai, punching him in the gut, which he phased through and caused it to hit Mirio instead. Overwhelmed, shouted Reo, blasting everyone with electrified wind, causing all but Mirio to pass out. Nice attack, did you get that from a TV show too? Groaned Mirio, slowly getting up. Reo didn't respond, and simply formed 4 swords, one of flames, one of ice, one of metal, and one of electricity. He put the ice sword between his mouth, and tossed the metal one to Mirio before putting one in each hand. Get your weapon, ordered the teen, his swords being covered in darkness. The third year didn't argue, and grabbed it in his hands, thankful that he knew how to use it. 3-sword style. Elemental tornado, shouted Reo, launching towards Mirio as he did the same. Just as the two were about to clash, Reo was soon knocked away by a green blur, followed by a large iceberg holding him in place as something hit his neck. Mirio looked up to see Izuku and Shoto, along with Momo holding a tranquilizer gun. Great timing, smiled Mirio before passing out on the ground. At least he's not hurt much, said Izuku before hearing groaning. What hit me? Asked Reo, pulling the dart out of his arm. Oh, these must be made for jontification type users. Izuku, Momo, and Shoto watched in disbelief as Reo phased the toxins out of his system, and got out of the ice, and not by using intangibility. He used his super speed to move his molecules so fast that the dart's effects went through his entire body, and all they saw was a blurry shape. I'm so pissed at Barry Allen right now, said Izuku, gaining Rio's attention, shit. Rio's body returned to normal as he looked around in horror at what happened, and even if he didn't remember, he knew it was his fault. He looked at Momo, who was surprised and sad, before allowing a tear to roll down his face as he blasted through the roof of the building and flying far away. Reo, said Momo, before getting a ping on her phone. Izuku and Shoto looked at Momo as she turned around, hugging them both as they nodded, getting the message. We need to go see him, said Izuku. Not yet, but give him some time, said Shoto, he needs to be alone for a while. The trio nodded, heading back to their class where a lecture awaited them. Unknown. Reo walked through the streets, a hoodie up and his hair its normal color. It was rainy, so no one was paying attention to him as he phased through a building. I'm coming, Dad, said Reo, looking at computer screens as he held a piece of familiar skin. I'm gonna save you. 1A dorms. So, said Zero, gaining the attention of his classmates, are we gonna talk about it? There's nothing to talk about, said Tokiyami. Reo had been angered by Manama quite enough to cause him to snap, and I'm sure the insult about his parents didn't help. He was not aiming for anyone but Manama, seeing as he allowed us to get a safe distance away. They looked up as they heard the door open, revealing a familiar blue-haired teen with a hoodie on. Hey, guys, said Reo, removing the water from his costume and putting it in the sink before clapping. Sorry for the outburst, that's on me. Anyway, we've gotta come up with a plan for finals. His classmates looked at him then back at each other before sighing and silently agreeing not to press the issue. I'll get changed, then we can start, said the elemental, zooming away as blue lightning followed him. Okay, said Momo, making some paper and pens, handing some to everyone. I want each of you to write down what subject you're having the most difficulty in, and we can all go from there. Hell no, shouted Bakugo, I'm not working with any of you extras. Bro, come on, said Kirishima, getting an idea, you placed 5th in the written exams, I need your help. The blonde scoffed, fine, shitty hair, but you're gonna study till you die. The redhead sweat dropped at that as he walked with his friend thinking, this might not have been the best idea. Reo then phased through the ceiling as he sat down on the couch, soon finding his head pulled onto Momo's lap. The raven-haired girl looked at Rio's blushing face, before proceeding to keep him in place, not that he was trying to escape, just adjust to the new position. Ahem, said Mina, raising an eyebrow as the two ignored her teasing. Okay, if you've listed your worst subject, please pass your papers to Reo and I, said Momo, receiving papers from everyone. The two looked through them quite quickly, and giving each other a worried look, finally chose to speak. So, good news and bad news, said Reo, looking at Mina, Shiro, Aoyama, and Kaminari. You four need help in everything, but we have some great tutors. Iida, Izuku, and Shoto have already been informed about this, so they're gonna be your tutors alongside the two of us. This is great, said Kaminari. Wait, what did the 5 of you rank for the written exam? Second, said Izuku. Third, nodded Iida. Fourth, spoke Shoto. Reo and Momo chuckled, we tied for first. Mina looked at them, why am I not surprised? We've got a girl who can make literally anything, and a ghost that can control the elements. It's like you two were made for each other. The two lovebirds smiled at each other, with Momo kissing Rio's cheek. Okay, if you're going to make out, get a room, chuckled Sato. Fine, but before we go, Tokiyami, asked Reo, could I talk to you tomorrow? I may need your help. All you other elementals, plus Izuku, you also have training with me tomorrow. Finally, if anyone needs any help with science, then come to me or Momo. Izuku has quirk history, Shoto has English, and Iida has math. If that's all, then we'll be taking our leave. Moving faster than she could, the brunette picked up Momo, speeding upstairs. I'm gonna get a picture tomorrow, grinned Mina, sipping some tea alongside Aoyama. Upstairs. In the middle of the hallway, Momo looked at Reo with a small smile. You're such a gentleman, carrying me like this. Anything for you, my queen. Reo spoke in a playful voice. So, my room or yours? Asked Momo, blushing. I'd say mine, since there's less of a chance of Mina taking pictures of us for spilled tea, blushed Reo, zooming the two to his door. What's this? Asked Momo, seeing a weird device on the door. Oh, I made this after Izuku got his blackmail bin, so I made sure mine was protected, but my other stuff needed to be safe as well, so I made an electric lock, said the elemental, proud of himself. 2 questions, said Momo, are these available for purchase, and how do you get in? Yes, but you get a free one for being so great and I thought about having it recognize the quirk of whoever enters, but then I added a certain blonde into the equation. So I went with a blood sample instead. Isn't that a little weird? Asked the raven-haired girl, Ino, having everyone's blood sample. Not any more weird than random people coming in here without my knowledge. Fair enough, shrugged Momo, putting her thumb on the scanner as she felt a small prick, with Reo instantly healing it. Thanks, chuckled Momo, being set down on her boyfriend's bed, which unsurprisingly had different elemental designs on it. Reo stretched as he spoke. Maya, is everything intact and put away carefully? Affirmative, Reo, said Maya, surprising Momo. Welcome, Momo Yaoyorozu. Hello, asked Momo, looking at Reo surprised. Is that an AI? Yes I am, said Maya. I am also security, a designer, and I have every channel possible set up. How did you manage to do all this? Asked Momo, smirking. I simply supercharged my brain to have a super intellect that could rival Grandpa Nezu's, and I got a bit of help. By the way, activate soundproofing. The room is already soundproofed. Reo, Maya spoke, I will continue the simulation, have a good night. Maya then retreated into a different computer before giving them some privacy. Brains and brawn, chuckled Momo, standing up and wrapping her arms around Rio's neck. I love it. Maya dimmed the lights as Reo kissed Momo, the two not letting go of one another as they fell onto the bed, Momo throwing Rio's shirt away as he broke the kiss and began kissing his girlfriend's neck, sending pleasurable shocks through her body with each one. Momo moaned a bit as she removed her own shirt, finding Rio's hand and placing it on her right breast, surprising the teen. You sure I can do this? Asked Reo, receiving a nod. It's alright, I'm nervous too, chuckled Momo. The first time at the hospital took me by surprise, but I think it's natural to feel like that's a natural reaction for people who have done this for their first time. If you want to wait, I understand, but just know that you can touch my boobs anytime, and the same goes for my ass, which you often stare at. I'm not gonna deny it, chuckled Reo, you have a sexy ass. Momo smiled and kissed him again, which was reciprocated, and the hormonal teen grabbed her boob, earning a small moan from the ravenet. He then proceeded to suck on her neck, fully intending to leave a couple hickeys as he squeezed her ass before the two noticed that they were both in nothing but their underwear, and they chuckled. We should probably get some rest, chuckled Reo, receiving a pout from Momo. Are you sure? I mean, we can just keep going with the rest of our clothes on, suggested Momo. The elemental chuckled, I guess you're right, everyone else is asleep, and, oh, shit. What is it? Asked the creation goddess. We're not the only ones having fun tonight, chuckled the brunette. If it's Mina, I'm so getting revenge, smirked Momo as she noticed Reo grab something and phase it through the wall next to them. Condom, never know when you might need it, chuckled Reo, receiving a smile and more love, which between the two of them, had them up till 1:30 in the morning. Let's just say that the class would be very surprised when they woke up.